Good morning, Kenny House.
Good morning. Hey, everybody gets a belt today. Everybody gets a belt on this Friday. The vibes are high. There we go. Congratulations, everybody. If you're in here, you get a belt.
Happy Malik Monk Day.
Yeah, man.
What's going on?
Discord went nuts last night. That was so fun.
Oh, you were in the Discord?
Yeah, just vibing, hanging out in there,
All
seeing
right.
what was going on. I wasn't interacting a lot, but I was reading, always watching. What up, everybody? What's up, Spencer? What's up, Bryce? Chris? I'm gonna try and get her. Kyron, what's up? Soren, what up? Securing the HB trade, what up? Good morning, Greg. Hello, everybody. David.
Going on, everybody?
Dang, we still got like a minute 45. We're chilling.
We should just go live on the air and just say
Just cut the commercials.
It's us. Like we
Hey,
don't
cut the shit.
we don't care.
What up, Drew?
What's going on?
What's up, Germs?
Jesus, Johnny G. Johnny G is always good for a one-liner.
Did you guys know that Malik actually means king? I've heard that.
Thank you, Mark Jones.
Florida, it's one hell of a drive. What up, Filthy McNasty?
What's going on?
Oh my God, we're gonna start so late. I wish
Really?
I knew which one of these I could take out.
It's all right.
Okay, I know I can whack this for sure. Oh, I definitely could have taken this out too. Oh, brutal. Okay, here's what we're gonna do.
Did you hide any donuts? We should have hidden donuts.
We're throwing that. Here we go. Oh, good morning, everybody. You know what time it is. Malik Monk has returned to the Sacramento Kings. 4 years, $78 million. An opt-out after year 3. Excuse me, an option in year 3. I'm used to saying opt-out. An option in year 3. Malik Monk is back with the Sacramento Kings. The biggest offseason domino has fallen. It has fallen the Kings' way. Oh, it's party time, everybody. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you want to jump in here, pretend Malik Monk's listening. What do you want to say to Malik now that he's going to make Sacramento his home for at least the next 3 seasons, hopefully well beyond that? Good morning, James Hammer. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Kyle. This is a big one, man. It takes the offseason and just tilts it in a totally different way. This is one of the biggest moments in Kings free agent history over the last probably 2 decades.
And it feels so different because this doesn't happen. This is a player who chose not to explore free agency, didn't even want to take a look, didn't even take a peek.
Allegedly.
I'm sure he had I'm sure he had an idea of what was out there.
Yep.
but did not even push this, did not even wait to see, hey, let's see how the board plays out and see if there's some team that's going to make me this offer that I can't refuse. Said, no, don't love what's out there. Not here. Screw it. I'm going back to Sacramento. This is where he wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
He takes the 4-year, $78 million contract with the option after year 3.
Yep.
And he puts the Kings in position to know exactly where they're at financially, to know exactly where they're at come NBA draft time.
Yep.
And they can now operate with through the rest of this offseason, because how much have we talked about the offseason for the Kings this year? And so much of it has been, well, we got to see what happens with Malik. Yeah, well, do they draft Rob Dillingham? Well, if Malik doesn't re-sign, maybe. Do they go get DeAnthony Melton? Well, if Malik doesn't re-sign, maybe. But now they know. Now they can operate like a functioning franchise that knows exactly what their core is moving forward, not only this offseason, but for the next 3 and 4 years. We've talked about building a program. We've talked about continuity. We've talked about sustainability. And that's what this provides.
Kyle, you said the word there. It's core. We now know what the core is. The core is De'Aaron Fox. It's Domantas Sabonis. It's Keegan Murray. And it's Malik Monk. Mm-hmm. And now you move forward with that group, knowing that they're all under contract long-term. And this is the moment where you add the pieces that support these guys the right way, because this is a group that you've chosen as your core.
Yes.
And I think it's a very crazy moment, because, like, look, there were plenty of murmurs early in the day that it wasn't going to go this way.
Yeah.
That there was potential for him to have had a much bigger, like, quote unquote, offer that's not an official offer, but
a theoretical offer,
a theoretical landing spot that would have paid him upwards of $20 million more than what the Kings could afford. And to see it shift so quickly, just absolutely spectacular. And now, like, look, this is a moment that you're waiting for, because, again, we're 5 days before the NBA draft. We're 9 days before the opening of free agency. Somebody had too much coffee and donuts today. That's the second time they've sprinted by our windows. I believe it's Kevin.
Yeah, same.
Kevin, the intern.
He's flying around.
He is flying
around.
Shout out
to our
today.
friends at 106.5.
Yeah, so I think it's one of those moments where, like, everything is falling into place. What else can you do? And you just hit a home run. This is a home run.
Yep.
Not only did you get Malik Monk back in the fold, but you got Malik Monk back in the fold for a very reasonable price.
Yes.
Like, it's like 12, 13% of the salary cap, and it's going to be that for the entirety of the deal. Salary cap is going up 10% every year. Malik Monk's contract's going up 8%. So you're actually saving a little bit every year. So this is one of those moments where you got a really good player, a guy who ended up being your third best player last season, and now you've got him under contract for the next 4 years.
And I think it also means something that he signed the 4-year deal with the option after year 3 instead of the 3-year deal with the option after year 2. That was pretty surprising, because now this is a full-blown commitment here. This isn't a like, yeah, I'll take the 2 years because that's what I can get, but I'm gonna look elsewhere after year 2. I want to see if there's a real bag out there for me after year 2. Like, no, man, he's going 3 years. Then he has the option, and we've talked about what that means. If things go sideways, he has some stability insurance. Thank you.
Yep.
That he has $20 million right there. If he has the 3 worst years of his career, he knows for sure he has that in the bag in that 4th season.
Yep.
But also, if he continues to average 15 and 5, maybe he gets up to 16, 17, maybe he's averaging 5.5, 6. Now all of a sudden, hey, maybe there's a little bit more money down the road after year 3 for him, which would be super well deserved by that point. But I do think it's a testament to what the Kings have provided Monk and what he wanted from this free agency, that he signed the 4-year contract with Sacramento.
Yeah, I think there's something else that's hiding in here, right? So we know that this deal is done because his agent spoke to Adrian Wojnarowski, right? That's where the report comes. It's very clear. Jeff Schwartz
literally names him,
and Malik's brother, who's part of this picture as well. But I think this is the point I'm going to pull out that I'm not sure that everyone is caught. That's an agent reporting to a reporter. He's telling a reporter what's happening. There is no mention of Malik Monk as a starter.
Yes.
There is no demand or like very pointed. The Kings have chosen to give Malik Monk the starting job as part of the deal. There's none of that. So he's going to come back and like, we don't know what his role might be. It could be a starter, but I also think that there wasn't that element of this where he demanded something that maybe isn't what's best for him. Maybe what's best for him is to be in the position he's in and to like take off and be this player for the next, 8 years of his career, 10 years of his career.
Yeah. And if you're Malik, you're looking at a situation in Sacramento where you're getting to play. It's not like he's the fourth guy off the bench. He is the sixth man. He is in closing lineups. And I know every player wants to start. Every player in NBA history has wanted to be in the starting lineup.
Yep.
That's just that. That's just.
I want to be in the starting lineup.
1,000%.
Yeah.
1,000%. I was at 95.7. I was a producer and like a backup. I wanted to be a starter. Like that's just. I loved my job. I love what I did. But hey, you know what? You always want to be. But if you're Monk in this situation, you're looking at the situation you're in basketball wise. Like, man, I averaged career highs in points and assists coming off the bench. I get to play with one of my friends in De'Aaron Fox, one of my best friends who we played college together. This place has turned my career around. And also I'm going to make upwards of between 17 and 20 million for each of the next 3 years to do that. So it's good money in a good basketball situation. And I think you're looking at his injury against Dallas in the last couple weeks of the season. And he's going, hey, I was the missing piece here. We're a playoff team if I'm healthy.
Oh, I totally agree.
And when you look at the West, it's like, yeah, that's a tough West. But then you see the Kings going, hey, 3-1 against Denver. They beat Minnesota in Minnesota.
2-1.
They split with Dallas.
Split with Dallas. Split with OKC.
Right. So you're going, man. You know what? I could go to Orlando or Detroit or Toronto or whatever. And okay, maybe I'm starting, but is that the best spot for me? We talked about this the other day, the possible landing spots. And it's like taking the purple glasses off. Objectively, Sacramento was the best basketball spot for him. And it's not like he's getting paid pennies. It's not like he's not making any money here.
Yeah,
he's doing
just
fine.
Doubled his pay.
Yeah, he's doing fine.
Yeah, I mean, he made $9.9 million last year. He 175% raise because that's the best the Kings could do.
Yeah.
But that's a healthy raise over what, and let's just go back 2 years earlier when he was making a league minimum deal or like a 1 year, $5 million deal or whatever it was with the Lakers. Like this is a payday. This is a huge payday for him. And, this is not like when the Kings signed Anthony Tolliver to like a 3 year, $24 million deal. And he literally made more money in his first year than he had in the first 6 years of his career combined.
Jeez.
That's not what this is. But this is a high-level basketball player that was a top pick. He was a lottery pick when he came out of the draft. It didn't work out in Charlotte, and he felt like he was almost out of the league. He gets to the Lakers, and it's like, okay, like this is cool, but the Lakers don't have any money. He stumbles into Sacramento and to play with Fox. And just finds like an NBA home. And I think so much of the NBA is opportunity and finding the right fit, not just for a team looking for the right fit, but a player to find the right spot for him. And I think that re-signing Mike Brown was a huge part of this. I think it adds the stability that the Kings are looking for. And I'd also say that what happened in Detroit, it's very possible. Detroit, it was hot on the trail of Malik Monk. It's very possible that situation going sideways in the last 2 days with him firing Monty Williams, it's possible that played a part in this decision. We'll ask him down the road, but there's a good possibility that it was like, okay, well, maybe I'll listen to Detroit. Maybe I could be the guy who can glue this young core together. And then it's like, okay, look, you guys you won 14 games and then you just squandered another $65 million on the next
crazy
on your head coach, and you fired him, and now you don't have a head coach, and now you're talking about young. Like that whole situation got weird quick. And I think that could have played a role in what happened here and sort of where Malik decided to go.
I think this is a great sign for Sacramento too, and just kind of the direction they're going. It's the opposite of what we see with Detroit. Detroit has no idea. Detroit is just stacking young former lottery picks, whether they're their own or some other teams, and going, yeah, hey, maybe they'll be good eventually. What are we doing at head coach? I don't know. Let's throw a bunch of money at Monty Williams. That didn't work out after year one. Let's can him in the middle to end of June and then reshuffle the deck. That's insane.
Yeah.
But if this was, let's say all things are the same with Malik in his role and what he does statistically, but this is the 2017 Kings, I don't think he's coming back.
Oh, no, it's very possible he's not coming back.
Right. It's a great used Sacramento as a springboard to go elsewhere and continue my basketball journey.
Yeah.
And that's not there. I am of the mind, and you just said it earlier, there was very likely, if he waited until, what was it, July 6th?
Yep.
If he'd waited till July 6th, there would probably be 20 plus million on the table for him annually.
Yeah. I think if he would have waited until June 30th, when free agency opened, that there at least could have been an offer closer to 25. That's what this felt like it was going. And this does secure him here.
Yes.
And I think it's a place he's comfortable. He loves to golf, and it's the right place at the right time.
And he also, on top of this, we might blow through the break. We'll see how this goes.
Okay.
On top of this though, it's knowing that, okay, maybe I wait till June 30th. And maybe there's an offer out there that I like, maybe there's not, but we'll kind of see. I could always come back to the Kings. But by then, there is no certainty for them in the draft, going into free agency, where now all of a sudden this team, this championship contender that you're trying to build, it makes it a lot harder because they're waiting on Malik. And so by doing it now, he makes that building effort a lot easier.
Oh, yeah. I think he really just cleared the runway.
Yeah.
That's what he did.
All right. We're not going to blow through the break. We're going to take it right now. We will continue talking about Malik Monk, so don't go anywhere. If you're on the stream, keep hanging out. We don't go to the break on the stream at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320 if you're on the radio or the free Odyssey app. Hang on 1 second. We'll be right back here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's up, everybody?
Hello.
What do we got?
Damn, y'all show out, man. I'm going to star a bunch of messages. There's a lot of really good questions and stuff coming in. They're not being ignored. I'm just going to star them so we can talk about them on air. That's the Cheshire Cat, if that's the one you're asking about, Victor. Yeah. And then I got a Louisville Slugger there. I've got the A's Holy Toledo thing there. Yeah, everybody, thanks, Cousin Pete. Everybody go hit the little thumbs up right underneath the video. We would appreciate that immensely. Also, subscribe to the channel. If you're not subscribed to the ESPN 13 channel, please go ahead and do that. Hit the little notification bell. Then when we go live every day, about 9:58, 9:57, 9:58, you'll get a little notification. And then this is just one stream. It's me and James and then D-Lo and KC.
Let's see. Jim Garfinkel, do we know if there's a trade kicker in Malik's contract? We don't know anything yet. I'm going to guess that there is. Like, I would be surprised if there's not a 15% trade kicker. Yeah, Spain is looking pretty good in the Euros. Got to be honest.
Yeah. Welcome back into Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, how about the Spanish on the footy pitch?
I say we just talk about Poland
and Austria. Hey, Austria looking good in this tourney so far.
We could also talk about the wager we put on corners. How many corners?
Oh, boy.
Wait, no, that wasn't us. That was some other show that we were listening to.
No, it's Carlin versus Joe. Joe's I love Fortenbaugh, dude. I wish we could have him on the show. 1 minute.
Let's see. Can't trade the pick. Who do you want? I'm
starting
that. Okay. Steven Castaneda, our happy hour had just ended when the news broke.
Like literally, like
10 minutes.
Oh,
8 minutes?
maybe. When did you send me the tweet? You texted me at 8:09.
Oh yeah, maybe 20 minutes. It's a good little
everybody
happy hour.
back in. Yeah, Chatty House is cracking today. What's up, everybody? Thanks for stopping in.
Yeah.
If there's one thing Kings fans are going to do, it's show out. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, that's James. I'm Kyle. Malik Monk back with the Kings on a 4-year deal, player option after year 3, $78 million hairs. We've talked a lot about what this means just kind of for the Kings and what this means for Sacramento. Let's talk about the basketball of it. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to join the program. If you do make a call, it might just ring for a while because we don't have somebody to pick up the phone. We're just going to take you live. So if it's ringing, just hang out. We're not ignoring you. It's just, we'll get to you ASAP.
Kyle is not ignoring you. I am ignoring you.
James is out. No, we want to hear from you today. Pretend Malik's listening. What would you say to him if you had a chance to shout out Malik Monk for signing this 4-year deal with the Kings? Well, let's talk about the basketball aspect of it.
Yeah.
And somebody at the break asked this question. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. What the draft, what Malik Monk re-signing or not re-signing does for the draft. And we talked about Rob Dillingham, the like kind of Malik Monk clone from Kentucky.
Yeah.
Goes to Kentucky, wears number 0, a little undersized, explosive athlete, can fill it up. Like it's like, oh wow, that sounds a lot like Malik. So Loki Trickster asked in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320, Kyle and Ham, if the Kings can't trade the pick, who do you want them to draft now? And I think we're both of the mind that I'm a little bit more on board with the Ron Holland idea than you are from the G League Ignite. But I think realistically, if it's not what I want, I think anybody who's like 6'8" or taller and can play defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the prerequisites, right? 6'8" or taller.
Your favorite.
I would actually. There is another guard I would look at in this draft, and that's Carter. I just think he's got just a tremendous amount of upside. He's a huge leaper. He's got, like I think worst case scenario, you're looking at like a Kentavious Caldwell-Pope type player, and that's the type of players that the Kings need, whether it's at the shooting guard position, the 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, whatever it might be. He's just a guy that stands out that I've kind of like over the course of time kind of fallen in love with as a player. He rebounds 8.8 rebounds per game at the college level.
Yeah.
Is like, I think it's 8.7 actually.
Yeah,
excuse me.
That's a lot of guards.
It's a lot of guards.
But if he can play, like that's prerequisite number 1.
Well,
can the guy hoop?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, he's a junior, so he's a little bit older. He's out of Providence. He's 22 years old. But here's how I would frame this. Like, look, nothing is guaranteed with Davion Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
He's entering the last year of his rookie scale contract. Whether the Kings are going to offer an extension or maybe even like give him a qualifying offer for next year and make him play out his 5th year with the team, that's a possibility. But nothing is for sure there. Keon Ellis is a guy who you just converted from a 2-way player to your main roster, and you don't know what you're going to have there. You think you know what you have, but like, look, the Kings should still be looking for a 1 or a 2 or a 1-2 combo that can kind of like be the next guy to back up a De'Aaron Fox or perhaps start alongside a De'Aaron Fox. So I'm still not like out completely on another guard, because I also like Chris Duarte's entering the final year of his deal. Kevin Huerter's got 2 years left, but it sure does look like by a bunch of reports from outside of Sacramento that Kevin Huerter is on the block and could find himself elsewhere. So I just think that there's a lot going on right now that I'm going to take the best player possible. And for me, Devin Carter is probably one of the most complete prospects we're seeing in this draft in between 10 and 20.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat brought him up yesterday and did so again today. Deron Holmes from Dayton is another player in that mix who's not a guard, but he's a 6'8", 225 lob threat, plays defense, blocks shots, but he also knocked down 35.8% of his threes in college, 38.6 last year on 2.5 per game. He shot 71.3% from the free throw line last year. His free throw percentage went up in each of those 3 years. He is 22 years old this August. And most importantly, this is why I love him, he was born on August 15th, which is your boy's birthday. So,
yeah.
A big Deron Holmes guy now.
Okay.
But that's the type of player. Like, I don't know if it's Deron Holmes specifically. He's projected to go a lot lower, depending on the mock draft you look at, than 13. But when you tell me 6'8", 6'9", 220, 225, lob threat, plays interior defense, can stretch the floor a little bit and knock down a three, that's the exact type of player to me that I would love to see Sacramento go get.
Yeah, and mature, right?
Yeah.
And we're talking about a guy who, like, with shoes is measuring in at 6'10" with a 7'1" wingspan. Like, this is a big fella.
Yeah.
So he's one of those guys that comes in and you think can compete right away. So I'm okay with that. I think that we talked a little bit about this before. It's a weird draft because I think that like players at number 7 could easily fall to number 13. And players at number 22 on most mock drafts could easily go at number 13. Like, this is kind of a weird, once you get past like this mixture at the top, which nobody has any idea what the mixture at the top is. This is the most open draft I've ever seen, outside of maybe
pretty nuts.
The Anthony Bennett, the 2013 draft with Ben McLemore at number 8 for the Kings. It's just so wide open, right? And like, one draft board has, the number 1 player at number 9, and another one has a number 9 player at number 1. And it's wild to see. But I think that there is a lot of quality in the middle of this draft. And so if the Kings did stay at their position, okay, that makes sense. But I also like, look at what the Kings just did. They just locked in another 26-year-old. Like, this is a moment where you go out and you find that guy who's between 25 and 30 that can help, like, take your team to the next level. And there's a good chance that the number 13 pick is going to be required in order to get that player.
Right.
And I don't know who that player is, whether, you can somehow get in the Brandon Ingram sweepstakes, or whether you go back to like a Kyle Kuzma idea, or if there's some other player. There's a lot of chatter about Zach LaVine. After signing Malik Monk, I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it definitely. It never made a ton of sense, just financially and health-wise.
Yeah.
But now with Malik Monk back in the fold, to me, you bring up Devin Carter. That's like, okay, I get it. I see the vision. I don't hate the idea. But to me now, any player you're going to go get, whether it's via the draft, whether there's just nobody wants the 13th pick, which I don't think is going to be the case.
No.
But whether it's in the draft or in a trade or in free agency, Malik Monk's return dramatically alters to me what kind of player you need to go get now. Well, because it was the size and athleticism. We talked about it all year last year. Like, they just need size, they need athleticism. That's it. Like, that is key number 1. But then there was this Malik Monk question mark that went, hey, if he leaves, now all of a sudden you got to figure out who your 6th man is too. And that's a big hurdle to overcome.
Well, if they lost him, it's not just a 6-man. It's realistically your third best player.
Your most, I believe he's their most important guy.
Yeah.
Because you're losing your 6-man, but now you need to find that like emotional focal point. You need to find that person who's not afraid to step in and take a big shot. You look at all the clutch stats, right? That De'Aaron Fox was so great in the 22-23 season. That was Malik Monk for the Kings this year. Like he was their closer in a lot of these games.
Oh yeah.
So that you're right. It was so much more than just the runner-up 6-man of the year candidate. It's all these other boxes that he checked to build a complete roster. And so now all of a sudden he's back in the fold. Now to me, it's just athleticism, size, and making sure that those players can credibly play on offense.
Well, that, and Kyle, I think the other thing that's missed is that Malik is your 6-man, but he's a 6-man that is probably going to play closer to 30 minutes a game.
Yeah, he played the 5th most minutes on the team last year.
Okay, so what that tells you though is that if you're going to bring in a starter, or if you're gonna fill that starting shooting guard role, it can go to a lot of different players. Like Keon Ellis can be in that conversation, and because we're now looking at a 18 to 20 minute per game player, not a 30-something minute per game player that you need at that starting shooting guard position. Yeah, if Malik is in fact coming off the bench. So it really does give you a lot more like flexibility in what you can do at that position. And it reduces the price of that position, which is a big thing for the Kings because they're going to have they hope they have another big money contract coming in.
Yes,
they do. I mean, they would love to have the like horrible, like, oh, do we pay Brandon Ingram a max money deal or not? They'd love to have that option at this point.
Good problem to have.
Yeah, that would be a good problem to have. And so for right now, this really does help them because he locks him in, but it also locks in that other position next to him as not a super expensive option.
Yeah. Yep. And it just provides like I know this feels like kind of an overreaction, but it's like, man, what this does for the credibility of what the Kings are doing and the direction they're going is just massive.
Yeah.
It's enormous. So we'll continue talking about this. We'll have an NBA offseason update, and then we'll try and clear up some of the Zach LaVine stuff for you, not only coming up, but at 11:30 as well. Matt Moore from the Action Network, who kind of got the ball rolling on all this Kings Zach LaVine chatter. He'll join us to clear up some of that reporting. That's coming up at 11:30. Malik Monk staying in Sacramento. We're talking about what it means, and we'll have an NBA offseason update for you next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
It's a blow through the break day. Not really. stretch the break day. Yeah. We did have a goal. Austria has gone up 2-1 on Poland. The Poles.
Who was our guy from Poland?
Lewandowski.
Yeah, Lewandowski. That's it.
Yeah, my son has a jersey. My mom went to
Mylanta,
Poland and the Czech Republic, and brought home a Lewandowski jersey for my son.
Isn't it called Czechia now? Czechia?
Well, I mean, it's the former Czech Republic, or it's Czech Republic. I don't know what they want to call it.
I learned that the other day. It turns out nothing exposes my lack of geopolitical knowledge more than international footy.
Oh, okay.
I saw somebody call him Czechia the other day, and I was like, "Who is that?"
Yeah, no, I saw that too. That they're calling it. And then
that's
that's what the country is now saying.
Yeah,
which is crazy because I should know that because I'm like a quarter Czech.
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
My grandfather was full-blooded Czech. It's just What are you gonna do? I thought they held up really well in their first game. Czechia.
Yeah, this is this is a good question. We will discuss this for sure. Damn, chat's popping this morning.
Say that again?
Chat's popping this morning.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for joining us. This is a fun day.
Dude, my heart dropped when you sent me the Woj text last night.
Oh, yeah.
Because I've been operating this entire offseason like he's gone. Like, man, there's going to be a bag out there, and the Kings they're handcuffed. They literally can't do anything about it if some team's going to offer him 25, and it's hard to imagine it's going to turn that down. So then when you texted me that last night, it was like, just my first instinct was like, oh no.
Where's he going?
Yeah. But
yeah, I got to be honest, like the murmurs early in the day were not good, and like operating under the thought that he might not be back. Like people within the org were operating under that thought, from what I had heard, and it was like a little sketch. And then
1 minute.
Yeah, and I will say this, like the Woj Shams battle, which we might get into at some point today. Woj has been killing it outside of the Lakers situation the last couple of days. He's the leader in the clubhouse at this point. Although we did have that twist.
Hey, shout out to Dr. David, listening live from Orlando, Florida.
Oh.
He went to go give him double birds for.
That's right.
Trying to get Malik.
He's just got that kind of money. Flew out there.
He bought it from Kenny.
He yelled, "Screw you, Amway."
Hey, I'm about to sound so old. Can someone explain the Hawk Tua thing to me? What is it? Do you know?
Yeah.
What is it? Oh, I know. Okay, here we go.
I'm not
Don't
going.
Explain it.
I'm
Don't
not
explain
going
it.
to say it.
Do not explain that to me. Nope. No.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Oh boy. Whew. Figuring things out one day at a time here on ESPN 1320. If you are calling in, hang in there. We will get to your call as soon as humanly possible. I see Don on the line right now. We'll get to Don here shortly. For real though, this time. For real though, we'll get to you, Don. Hang in there. Malik Monk back with the Kings. We have some other NBA offseason news from yesterday. Alex Caruso has been traded by the Chicago Bulls to the Oklahoma City Thunder for Josh Giddey. Straight across. Josh Giddey, who got benched in the playoffs. I don't understand.
Okay.
They didn't even attach picks.
Okay. But you're getting a 21-year-old Josh Giddey versus like Caruso's 28 and 29 and he's entering the final year of his deal. I mean, basically you're banking on the fact that Giddey, just the opportunity wasn't there for him. He's not a great 3-point shooter, but that might be okay if he's surrounded by 3-point shooters. And just the way that their offense was designed with a guy like Shea, like being a ball dominant guy and your passer. I don't know. It's tough. You need, if you're going to have Shea, it's just like if you have De'Aaron Fox, you need a 3-point shooter next to him.
I see. I'm distracted.
You're distracted.
Somebody save me. Don, you're on the Insiders.
Good morning, Kyle, James. This is Big E.
Oh, Big E. Sorry. What's up, man?
No worries. I'm happy as can be. I can safely add a Monk jersey as well as that number 11 Sabonis jersey to my cart. In my opinion, biggest free agent signing the Sacramento Kings have had. And Monty McNair has an A in free agency in my book.
All right. Very good. Thanks, man. Appreciate the call.
That's a quick A.
Yeah, man. But it's hard to disagree. I guess kind of what they needed to do. Like there's if they do nothing else, if there's no trades, they draft somebody, it's going to be like, oh, but it's hard to imagine that that's the direction they're going to go.
No, this was
so far with what they've been able to do in free agency. It's an A+.
I totally agree.
Getting a 4th year, that's nuts.
And look, I think all of these things might play into each other too, right? So I think that the Pistons situation definitely had at least a little bit of a bearing on what happened with Monk. I also think that when Caruso was traded for Giddey,
Mm-hmm.
you understood that maybe there was something going on there with Chicago, but maybe that wasn't going to work out. And if you're going to take on Zach LaVine and his ridiculous contract,
Mm-hmm.
you probably were going to say, we want Caruso back in that deal.
Oh, at
right?
least, yeah, minimum.
So, I mean, that's one of those things where not only are you not giving up draft capital, but you're saying, I need Caruso back. Well, when Caruso gets traded, that may have also like ended that conversation. And it's possible that conversation already ended because the Kings may have started to get word that something different was going to happen with Malik.
Right.
So, yeah, definitely an interesting day. Where again, these are all like the butterfly effect. Like all of these things impact the league as a whole.
Yeah.
And so I think it's interesting.
We'll keep talking about Zach LaVine here in a second. I also see a caller on the line. We'll get to them as well. But Matt Moore from the Action Network was the one who got the ball rolling on all the Kings, Zach LaVine stuff, saying they've had talks with the Bulls. It's unclear when those talks were. So we're going to get Matt on the horn here in about an hour at 11:30, and we'll kind of clarify some of that with him. Casey Johnson from NBC Sports Chicago. He's been covering the Bulls for a long time.
Yep.
It's worth noting, reported in NBC Sports Chicago today, that the Bulls are in active trade talks with the Jazz and 76ers about LaVine. There's no mention of the Kings there. So take that for what it's worth at this point.
Yeah, it really does feel like at this point there are...
the Jazz trading for Zach LaVine would be so funny.
Yeah, I mean, it would be typical of what they've been doing the last couple of years.
Throw a guard at it. I don't know.
Yeah, let's just go get another guard who doesn't play defense and just scores. Like, that's fine. Let's just keep doing it. Yeah, but I think that the way that like some of these reports are going on right now, like it's best for us to like go to the original source that we're seeing right here, which is why we're bringing in Matt Moore, because it almost feels like Matt Moore like put something out there. And now we have like parrots that are repeating.
Yes.
And they're like, they don't have any different context or anything else. They're just repeating what somebody else said, but without attributing. And it's become like this really weird game around the league where like look, I'll be honest, like last night, I couldn't get confirmation on the Malik Monk situation. I mean, sort of, but not real confirmation that I was going to run with.
Right.
I still, when I wrote it this morning, I wrote my title on the King's Beat is report.
Right.
I know it to be true, but I don't have it from someone that I want to put my name on.
You want to put it on wax, yeah.
And so like those things happen all the time, but like I'm not going to sit here and like go crazy about some report. I might write about why a player would make sense for the Kings, but until I know that I start hearing things.
Every Zach LaVine thing that's come out since Matt Moore's piece in the Action Network, just an off-season notes piece, go check it out. Every bit of reporting about it has been like, it seems like the Kings are the favorite. You want to come hang out now? Handoff start now? Yeah. All right. Damian Barling in the building for the handoff. Going to be an hour and 16-minute long handoff today.
Look at that sweater. I love it.
How we feeling, man? Damian Barling, D-Lo and KC coming up at noon.
Great.
Incredible.
Oh, man, last night was extraordinary.
It was amazing.
It was incredible.
It's a huge moment, right?
It feels like a really big deal.
I agree.
Yeah.
It should just be normal. This should be the normal thing.
But I think we're getting used to what this version of normal is in Sacramento.
Yes, I agree.
Right? Like Mike Brown staying, Mike Brown signing a new contract. The first coach in James's career who gets a contract extension.
Ridiculous.
Wild.
Domantas Sabonis, the restructure that they did to keep him around long term, like
jersey
Domantas
number
Sabonis,
change.
that's an all-pro player.
Yeah.
Right. And then the jersey change is a big deal. And now Malik, who we've discussed, it was such an important free agency signing. And like, I want to make sure, and I'm sure you guys have, and we will throughout the day, talk about what an extraordinary story this is for Malik. Like Malik, if there's an organization worse than Sacramento, it's Charlotte. Yeah. And that's where he landed. In Charlotte, he was most known as the guy who Michael Jordan popped in the back of the head during a timeout. And then you wind up in LA. You play tremendous in LA, and LA just can't afford you because of the way that they build their team year to year.
Yep.
So he comes here to Sacramento and just completely like stamps his career. Like, it's not, hey, Malik has had really, a really good 2-year stretch here. It's like, no, Malik has actually had a really good 3-year stretch here.
Mm-hmm.
And for Malik to kind of battle out of dealing with Charlotte, and there are things that some of us hope, like, you want to see Marvin Bagley battle out of the things that drug him down. He was drafted by a bad organization that was in a bad place, and we could argue whether he made it better or not, but you hope guys like that can dig themselves out of this.
Mm-hmm.
Malik dug himself out of Charlotte, man. He got cooking in LA, put a stamp on his career in Sacramento, and now he's got an opportunity. One, he gets the biggest contract that he's ever gotten. He's I think tripled his net worth because of this singular deal, and controls what happens next. He's got that player option in the 4th year, to where if he continues to do what he's done the last 3 years, he'll be in the upper echelon of the pay scale.
Yep.
And that, from a basketball perspective, that's an incredible story.
Well, that, and to add to what you're saying, he made $1.8 million with the Lakers. He was a minimum scale contract. To go from a lottery pick that doesn't make it to a league minimum player and end up at $78 million 2 years later, that's unheard of. Like, usually in the NBA, when you take the lower dollar figure, you don't come back from it.
Right.
And I mean, look at Andre Drummond. Andre Drummond was like a $80-90 million player.
Right.
He's played on minimum contracts, or $4 million contracts, each of the last like 4 years.
Yep.
Once you go down,
it's your market.
It's very, very difficult.
And it's not like he's
survive.
38. Right. Andre Drummond isn't 38 years old.
He's like 31
contracts.
Yeah. If he's that old. Yeah, it's wild. So for me, watching Malik and his, like, it's not just his metamorphosis on the court. It's who he's become off the court as well, where he's been. I know he's always said, like, oh, Mike doesn't really have anything to do. It's just opportunity. I took care of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. He's right. But the key word is opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
He may not have got this opportunity anywhere else to be this player again. And then not only did he find the opportunity here to, like, become something on the court, but I think it allowed him to become a leader, to become a glue guy off the court. And that was the biggest thing I was worried about. Like, you can find guys who might be able to average close to 13, 14 points per game and 4 or 5 assists off the bench as like this guy. You could have dug and maybe even created another with guys like Trey Mann or Rob Dillingham, someone like that. But to find a guy that can walk in the locker room and change everything, that can bring a smile to everyone's face every single day, that lightens the room but also draws everybody in, it's really, really difficult. And, like, the Kings have been searching for leaders forever, and Malik Monk became that in Sacramento. And I get what he says about, like, it's all his God-given ability, and it's also his personality, but all of that stuff grew here where it did not grow in LA and it did not grow in Charlotte.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm happy for him. This was the right place at the right time for his career to, like, jumpstart it and get him back in line. But this was also the right place at the right time for him to stay. And I didn't think it was going to happen. I thought the money would be too big of a like draw. And I'm glad he is. I'm glad he's staying.
Have you, I know you were hosting the Kings Beat last night. Have you had a chance to, like, chase any details on this story at all? Because one thing I'm fascinated about is, this happened over 4 days legally, 4 days or so. And, the teams that we heard, the cap space teams, the teams that made sense were San Antonio. We heard obviously a ton about Orlando and then Detroit. And my thing with Orlando was always, all right, yeah, it makes complete sense, but where do you rank?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you know right now? And that's a really important component to this. Like, what do you know right now? And with Orlando, it could have been, and this is just, I have no idea. This is just me thinking. With Orlando, it could have been, yeah, we like Malik. We like Malik to the tune of, 20 million, maybe 22, but Clay's our number one target.
Right.
Like Clay is who we're targeting first, and we feel like we're in there. Clay hasn't made a decision. And so if you're Malik, you're like, I got $80 million waiting for me. Detroit just fired their freaking head coach. There is nothing appealing about going to play for Detroit, even if it's $100 million, because what you do there, and this is a conversation we have had repeatedly since the season ends, it's not just this contract for Malik Monk, it's your next one.
Yes.
What's next for you? How much can you earn over the rest of your NBA career? Everything that you just laid out with Andre Drummond is probably the future that Malik Monk was facing if he goes and signs with a crappy Detroit team.
Oh, yeah.
And then San Antonio was one I just don't know. Like, I don't know what San Antonio wants. I don't know what they're looking for. I don't know what makes sense for them.
No idea.
But they have money, and they have a very, very appealing piece to build around. So, sure, it made sense. I'm fascinated to know what Malik knew going into last night, because we've long believed, and I think you went so far, James, as to report, like, the Kings, the offer's there. Like, everybody knows what it is. Like,
yes.
Maybe it's not official because it can't be, but everybody knows what's going to happen when it's time for it to happen.
Yeah, they weren't going to go, hey, how's 4 and 50?
Yeah, and we're all sports fans. We've all been around this long enough. Like, we know free agency doesn't start on the 30th.
Yeah.
We know that.
No.
We know agents are doing their due diligence. I'm fascinated to know what he knew.
Yes.
Because I don't believe the market. This wasn't a situation where the market was bare and he re-signed with Sacramento.
I agree.
It was where, in my opinion, it was where was the money and where were the biggest turnoffs. I think Detroit was a massive turnoff, whether they offered him money or not. I don't know. It was a massive turnoff. And I don't feel like Orlando loved him the most.
That would track. That would make sense.
Well, that, and I mean, I'm sure you got like rumors early in the day that things were going sideways. There was potential for him that he may or may not have had a substantial like potential.
So the funny thing about that was I did.
Yeah.
And I followed up on it. And I got it's useless. It doesn't mean anything now. I got I tried to get an answer to the question I just asked. I was like, hey, has someone thrown a bunch of money at Malik? And the response I got is Malik is signing with the Kings. Woj has it. I go to text the show, the station, all of us, and Woj tweets it. So it's like, all right, it's out there. I tried to get an answer to the question and still can't get one. I'm still unclear, as if the rumor that you and I heard earlier in the day, I'm still unclear of the substance of it. But when I tried to follow up on it, the word I got back was seconds before Woj tweeted. Which was heartbreaking. Because I could have had Malik. We could have had Malik's news twice. I claim to fame we could have smoked Shams just like Woj did. Didn't happen. No one cares about second place.
Did Woj smoke Shams though?
Well, I don't know. It's funny because like the perception I think is funny. Like
the perception is Shams won on the. We're shifting gears to the JJ Redick thing.
Oh, I disagree. You can't have he's the guy, and then Woj be the one. Hey, the Lakers hired JJ. You got to. He didn't run through the tape. You got to run through the tape. He stopped short. He tried to do the Usain Bolt, and he was looking back, and Woj ran past him. Reading. This is one of my favorite things to do, but reading Woj's article yesterday was spectacular because virtually every sentence started with Pelinka. Pelinka said, Pelinka feels, Pelinka. And it's like, God, I wonder whose Woj's source was on all of this.
And I love that all of it is like, they just recently made JJ Redick the front runner. It was Dan Hurley first.
But go read The Athletic, and boy, that says something different.
Oh man, it's so funny.
I love this. The
Dan
petty
Hurley
wars.
Mary.
Oh, it's just.
Did you see this morning that Shams was on Pat McAfee?
Yes. Pat McAfee on ESPN had Shams on.
Yeah, so that's a regular thing, I guess. Like Shams has been with Pat for ever.
That's crazy.
And I guess it's understand the intricacies of that deal is like the Pat McAfee show actually isn't an ESPN property.
Right.
They basically lease
ESPN.
it. Oh. They have paid Pat McAfee the right to air his show. it's still his show that he is in 100% control of.
Right.
Which is why he trashes ESPN. It's why he trashes ESPN, because he can.
Right.
And there's nothing they can really do about it.
Yeah.
So the Shams thing,
he's got a new offer tomorrow.
Like it to me, it'd be ridiculous if Woj was on Pat McAfee. Like that doesn't fit. Like Woj with Pat McAfee doesn't fit. Shams with Pat McAfee fits.
Sure.
It's just weird to see.
Very.
Woj got to be so mad.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
Shams sitting there talking with the ESPN little bug on the bottom line, like,
discounting everything he said for the last 2 weeks.
It's tough.
I will, but Woj has been good. Like his recovery and like he's hit every step of the way here.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
he didn't have the Dan Hurley thing wrong. They made him an offer.
Yeah,
or did they? That's what Shams said. Do we even know there was an offer? Like, yeah, Shams.
No, we know.
I'm pretty sure this isn't a work.
Do your own research.
Oh God. Yeah, it felt like Woj had a standing 8 count there for a minute, but yeah, he did. He recovered nicely, and to be able to see the JJ thing through, I thought it was funny. I thought it was like,
it was perfect.
Shams has been all over the JJ Redick story from jump, and Woj is the one who got it to the finish line.
Man.
Yeah, but he also got Siakam to the finish line, and now he's got Monk to the finish line.
Yeah.
Those are big. I mean,
that's huge.
For the dead period. I mean, there's only 2 deals that have been done.
Yep.
And he broke the trade yesterday.
Right.
Yeah,
Caruso and man, that's tough. We haven't.
The Kings. There's no way the Kings are in on Zach LaVine at this point, right?
I don't think so.
The only way that made any sense basketball wise is if Malik bounced and they needed something, and that was just a big swing.
I don't think so.
Well, that
doesn't make sense anymore.
I also think that like you had to have Caruso in that deal.
Yeah.
Like you can't.
There's no.
And I hate Caruso and OKC.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're really good.
Oh.
Yeah, I do not like
you
that
hate
at
it
all.
like got it.
Yeah, no, that's one. It's already a good basketball team.
Yeah,
but man, Alex Caruso, like that is a tough defensive line you got right there, man.
And he can knock down a 3 too.
Dude,
like,
brutal.
Man.
I was gutted reading that tweet out loud
for Josh Giddey and nothing else.
Yeah. When you allegedly were 3 first-round picks for Alex Caruso. All right, pal.
Well, did you see the reporting on that from Will Gottlieb in CHGO? Is that the blog?
Okay.
Will Gottlieb, he covers the Chicago Bulls, reported that the Bulls had multiple offers last year. They turned down multiple trade offers for Alex Caruso, including one that had a top 10 pick attached to it in this year's draft. But there was a mandate from the Bulls ownership that they were to push for the playoffs. Ooh. And so that's why they didn't trade Caruso. So now they're trading him for a player who was on the outs in OKC.
Good for you guys.
Dang.
For White Mamba 2.0. The accountant.
Which one?
The accountant.
Okay.
Oh.
no, James is back in the bed. No, it's good.
Bald Mamba.
All right.
What do you got? You don't have to.
No,
come
it's like
in
an hour. Yeah, no.
What do you guys got coming up in an hour?
Yeah, no, it's good. If we talk anything other than Kings, Malik, and Jesse saltless eggs, we probably failed.
Yo, hey, can I just real quick on the saltless eggs thing? Just very quick. It's not that he eats his eggs without salt on them. That's fine. I'm trying to reduce my sodium intake. I don't dump a bunch of salt on my eggs. It's fine. But calling it weird to put salt on your eggs, like, it's not weird. That's how you do it.
No, that was wild.
That's just a universally accepted thing. If you go, you know what? Not really my bag. Fine. I'm not going to We're going, that's weird that people do that. Like, no, that's how you do eggs.
Yeah, no, it's actually the opposite. It's weird if you don't. And, that's our Jesse.
Anyways.
Okay.
Yeah.
All that.
Wild time on D'Lo and Casey.
NBA
yesterday.
champion.
Well, he is NBA champion.
NBA
That's a shoot. Can't take that from him.
He got that belt.
All right. Wait, no.
I didn't mean to interrupt your show. Sorry, I'll leave. You guys,
we got 2 more minutes in this segment.
Oh, good.
We're good. You can do whatever you want.
Well, we got 2 minutes.
Okay, great. Okay, perfect.
We're gonna talk about this. So you want to know what we're doing on D'Lo and KC?
Yeah, please.
Is he starting?
No, I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so.
Well, I think that's the interesting thing, that wasn't part. I was making this point earlier. I mean, that the tweet from Woj came directly from his agent, right? Like laying out what had happened.
Mm-hmm.
It did not say Malik Monk has been promised a starting job or has been, will at least have an opportunity to fight for the starting job. We didn't see any of that. So I think that's that would have been part of that because that's sort of an agent like adding another feather to his cap right there.
Yeah.
And
but it's just this is such a unique situation, though. It's not like Malik needs to fight for the starting job. Like, we know of that position, Malik is the best at that position. It's not something he has to prove to anyone. Sure. But what's best for this version of the Sacramento Kings? Now, that's another important part. This version might not be the version that takes the floor in October.
It better not be.
And so how much does the idea of Malik being the sixth man versus the starter change based on what Monty does the rest of the offseason?
Here's how I think it's going to probably go. I don't think he's going to start because I think Mike Brown likes how the rotation is and this and that. But I think you see the rotation change a little bit with Monk played 26 minutes a night. Maybe he gets up to like 30 or 31.
Sure.
Yeah.
And okay, he's not starting, but he checks in at the 3-minute mark of the first quarter.
But sorry, James.
You're going to have a defensive minded too, whether it's Keon Ellis or someone else. It starts the game, and then Monk will take over as a change of pace.
Right.
He'll play with Fox. He won't play with Fox. He'll play with Sabonis. He won't play.
He'll close games.
Yeah, he'll close games, but you're going to have that defensive minded guy to set the table who can stretch the floor and all that. At least that's what I would think. Like, there's no reason mess with a formula. The formula that the Kings have in the backcourt was pretty good. The problem was they don't have enough horses up front.
Yeah.
And
we got to, if you're placing a bet right now, who's the Kings starting two guard day one?
Right now, as it stands today, I think it's Keon Ellis.
James? Yeah, we're all in agreement.
Keon Ellis.
That's what I think is going to start.
I reserve the right to change my mind if Monty and West continue to change this roster.
Yeah.
We're cutting the tape.
Oh,
this is it.
It's over.
Well, that's fine.
All right. That's Damian Barling, D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. James and I will be back with the second hour in a bit on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Hey, thanks, man.
No.
Thanks, dude. We've got Matt Moore at 11:32.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yes, talk to a former Giant about the Rick Whitfield game.
Yeah, and then a former NFL quarterback about his decision to hang it up. Matt Moore.
A lot of good stuff.
Very good.
Coming up in the Insiders.
I love it.
Action Network.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Goodbye then.
Yeah, good day.
I'm here if you need me.
Okay.
Literally doing nothing because Kimberly made me come to work.
Hilarious.
We're not coming back from break.
No. We still got like a minute and a half.
Hey, there's a few people in here. If you guys don't mind, hit that thumbs up for us. That would be most excellent. Have you seen the little bubble that pops up on occasion when I do that thumbs up?
No.
A thumbs up bubble comes like in the corner and like bloop. Kyle's over there flexing. Let's see. What do we got? Oh, I forgot. Mad props to NBA guru Zach, who clearly called Malik Monk staying. Now it's time for De Silva to be the lock at 13. Good work, Zach. You clearly have captured the imagination and the vibe of the Kings. What do we got? John Poles, there's nothing new, but just like put that on your list of players that could be filled into a trade.
I don't think he actually
or
cares
small
that much. I think he's trying to get under somebody's skin.
I know he is. What? What? Oh, that's unfortunate. There's bad stuff going on in the. Oh.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you until noon. Damian Barling was just with us for the last segment. For some reason, pulled up like way early today and decided to drop in. For some reason, he's fired up about Malik Monk. Their show's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, so stay locked into ESPN 1320. It's me and James with you until noon. Then D-Lo and Casey will take you into the weekend until 4 o'clock. In case you've been living under a rock, Malik Monk is back with the Kings. He agreed to a 4-year, $78 million contract. He has an option, a player option in year 3. So the Kings core is set moving forward. It's De'Aaron Fox, it's Domantas Sabonis, it is Malik Monk, and it is Keegan Murray. And it just erases the biggest offseason question mark for the Kings.
Yeah, now, this was a dark cloud hanging over the head of the team.
Yeah, man, because and we've been talking about it all day. If he leaves, now all of a sudden you got to figure out how to fill the void that he leaves in multiple ways, while also trying to add size and athleticism that we talked about. So him being back before the draft, before free agency, it just changes the entire way the Kings can go about attacking this offseason, which is just a massive deal. Aside, that's separate from what he provides on the court, which is 15.4 points a night, 5.1 assists, and the 6th man of the year caliber play in back-to-back seasons.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem that the Kings had is if they didn't have Monk return, all they had was a mid-level and a biannual exception to work with, and that's it. That's it, total. Like, they could make a trade. They could, use the 13th pick to go acquire something, and then you can, make some sort of trade with the players you have on your roster. But that really limits what you can do. I mean, basically, we're talking about a top 3, 4, 5 man in your rotation disappearing and having to find a way to replace that without damaging all of the other points in your roster as well.
Yep.
And that would have been nearly impossible. And so Monk's contract of $478, $17.4 million, add that to the $150 million the Kings already have in contracts. And
are they at the tax?
They're over the tax if you consider a $5 million cap hold for the number 13 pick.
Okay.
But again, I'm not convinced that number 13 pick is going to be selected. And the number 13 pick is interesting because you have a cap hold, but if you were to trade that, you don't trade a contract, you trade the rights to a player. And so it doesn't actually count as anything as it goes out until it's actually a player is signed. And so it's kind of an interesting thing. So again, if you have a $6 million player that you trade, and you can trade him for up to $12 million, right?
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
And then you throw in the 13th pick, which has a $5 million cap hold. The cap hold doesn't have any value going out, and like it just disappears. So, again, if they move off of the cap hold, I mean, if they move off the 13th pick and they don't raise their salary in some other way, which is always a possibility in the trade or whatever. Well, let's just say they find a deal where they trade the 13th pick for a $17 million player and a $6 million player, which equals $23 million, and they trade that for a $23 million player. Now their cap figure goes down. They wouldn't have that $5 million cap hold, and then they could use more of the mid-level exception. If they go above the first apron, I believe if they go above, they have the mid-level exception at $12.9 million.
Okay.
But if they go above the first apron with that contract, they get hard capped, and then they're done. They can't do anything else.
Right.
They're totally stuck the rest of the offseason as far as like signing players and doing all that stuff. Yeah. It's complex, man. But as of right now, they're under the luxury tax.
Okay.
And they have tons of time. The luxury tax isn't actually compiled until you get to the end of the season.
I see.
That's when the luxury tax actually comes into play.
I see. Okay.
Right. So they look at your total totality of salary paid throughout the year and then tax you accordingly. And it's possible the Kings get under the tax. And you know why you don't want to go over the tax is all non-paying tax teams, I think, are getting $19 million this year.
Here's a question. How big of a priority do you think that's going to be?
To stay under the tax?
Yeah. Because it sounds like to me, and maybe I have this wrong, but it sounds like to me they're right up against it. And if you're trading out a $6 million deal and bringing back a $12 million deal and doing that a couple of times, it's going to be really hard to stay under that tax number.
Well, I would agree with you, but I would also say that like your job as a GM is to try to massage this thing the whole way. So if you are looking at, say, a $34 million player, it would behoove you to send out a $17 and an $18 million player and come really close to that salary.
I see.
Right. So then that way you don't have this big swing in money.
Sure.
And you can continuously do that. There's also a possibility that you trade $28 million worth of salary, and for a $34 million player, you take on an extra $6 million, you go over the luxury tax, but then you work out a deal with a $6 million player to go somewhere else for a second round pick and nothing else. And so you drop $6 million in salary. So again, this is about massaging the cap the whole time.
Sure.
And so I do think that there's a way like the Kings can stay under the luxury tax. But for me, I've always been of the, like, a lot of people are like, hey, the Kings have never been a luxury tax team, that Vivek won't pay the money.
Well, they've just never been good enough, but yeah.
But the team's never been good enough.
Right.
And I acknowledge that. And like, if there's ever been a moment for the team to be good enough, then I think that that Vivek would do it.
I think I agree with you, because I think above all, whatever somebody thinks about Vivek, I think he wants to win.
Oh yeah.
I think that dude is competitive as hell and wants to bring a trophy to Sacramento. And that's why it's in the back of your mind always, just because business people are business people. And any owner might look at the tax bill and go, "Oh, actually, you know what? If we stay under, we get 19. Like, yeah, hey, let's operate under that, and then we'll push it forward next year."
Yeah.
But to that end, I think that there's a big swing out there for the Kings where they can go add another big contract, and yeah, okay, maybe it pushes them over the tax or whatever. I don't think they would shut that idea down.
No, I don't think so either. But it's always going to be about like what is like responsible. I don't even want to say fiscally responsible. It's what's responsible.
Yeah.
If you don't have the team to pay the luxury tax, and you know it, you can look at your team and you can say, "Oh, I think we can do it." But you get midway through the season and you have an opportunity to add a bunch of salary at the trade deadline. Because remember, this doesn't go away. Like, the Kings at the trade deadline could trade a $6 million player for a $12 million player, take on $6 more million in salary, go above the luxury tax, and now they're
right.
But when have we got to that position where it was a clear cut? If you trade for player X, you're going to bump your salary into the luxury tax and you're going to end up paying, and it's going to impact winning. I think we could probably 2 years ago, when all they did was trade for Kessler Edwards at the trade deadline, there was a moment there where you're like, okay, can you go out and get a Plumlee? Can you go out and get a Matisse Thybulle?
Yeah.
There was that opportunity, but it still probably would have been a reasonably like equal trade where they weren't taking on a bunch of money. I'd say this for people out there who like beat down Vivek for not going into the luxury tax. Has anyone walked downtown? Has anyone walked around Golden One Center, looked at the Golden One Center as it just by itself, but all of the mall that was just trash, and the giant hotel that's sitting right there, the cool environment that's there, that came out of owners' pockets. Yeah, the city kicked in, but like, he has not been afraid to spend. And you know, like, they also got hit by a global pandemic like everybody else. They lost $100 million in the first, I think it was 90 days of the pandemic, the Kings did.
Oof, who among us?
So, yeah, I mean, it's crazy, right? But they've put the money into it. So I don't think that Vivek is going to shy away if the product is right and if it equals second round playoffs, third round playoffs, because that's where you start making the real money. And Vivek knows that. And also, let's not ignore the fact that he bought the team for a valuation of $535 million, and 10 years later, 11 years later, it's worth $3 billion.
I also think he understands the value of what competing for a title can do for a team. That is above all else, I think, is kind of goal. So yeah, it's not, like I said, it's not something that I'm going, man, I'm super worried. The Kings are right up against the tax, and I think all their moves are going to be about staying under the tax. I don't think that's the case at all.
Yeah,
because I think they are obviously competing for a playoff spot this year. They're going to do everything they can this offseason to get closer to that spot. And I think come deadline time, if they do the right things this offseason, they will be buyers at the trade market or at the trade deadline more than like, oh, hey, let's see, tax time. We gotta get rid of some guys and make sure that we're pennies. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a thing.
No, I think that they've positioned themselves that they can now swing for the fences. Again, when you have a core and you have $27 million in expiring contracts, you have another $35 million per season in the package of Barnes and Herter that can be moved, and then you have up to 4 first-round picks. You might be able to cook. That's where we're at. Yeah. Like, you might be in a situation where you can go cook.
Yeah. All right. And we're gonna go to break. We'll have a couple of non-Kings things for you coming up, but we'll also be back to the Kings as well. Matt Moore from the Action Network, he got the ball rolling on all the Kings, Zach LaVine trade chatter. We'll clarify some things with him. That's coming up at 11:30. You're not going to want to miss it. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. And clear.
Oh, LeBron James reportedly expected to decline his player option.
Is that a surprise?
No. No. Retweet this, even though James will not be at the Tom's Watch Bar draft party.
Oh, yeah, we're supposed to promote that. Whoops.
And what about the other thing? Do we have the other thing?
What other thing?
The giveaway?
Giveaway?
You want to hit the mics?
Hang on. I remember getting an email, but for some reason I thought it was next week.
Maybe. Well, I won't be here then. So everyone knows I will not be here next week. It'll be Kyle and friends. I have a trip. I'm already in my festive mood. I'll be in Cabo, enjoying some family time.
I'll be right back.
And working abroad.
I'm going to go to Cabo.
You're going to Cabo? Oh, Charlie's here.
Charlie is here.
Excellent. Oh. This is the last chance. You could win a 4-pack of tickets to Six Flags Discovery Kingdom. Enter online at ESPN1320.com. We give a lot of stuff away, and it's not always like, we get we like when people come in and take pictures and stuff. We had a really cool situation last week. Just shout out to the person that came in and told us how much the $500 they won during our show meant to them.
Mike?
I can't remember the name, but I also like people have hard times, and it was good to have that feedback for us. It was very cool. So go to ESPN1320.com and go get your Six Flag tickets. Well, you could win a 4-pack of tickets to Six Flags Discovery Kingdom. I'm just doing my best to help out during the break.
Minute 15.
This card stock, this paper stock is the best. We literally have.
This stuff is.
I feel like we're rich people all of a sudden. We have France, Netherlands at 12.
This
station
in esta economía.
No. I mean, yes. Let me clarify. I heard last season when Mr. Levine and his agent made it very well known that he would love to come to Sacramento
30 seconds.
and play with De'Aaron Fox. I did hear plenty of rumors then, and also that there was a split in behind the scenes. Some people wanted him, some people did not. And then he got hurt.
Yeah, he's not playing at all the rest of the group stage, right? Mbappe?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, the nose, yeah.
That was nasty. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, Wednesday. Tom's Watch Bar, NBA Draft. That's where you're going to be. Join us Wednesday at Tom's Watch Bar in Doco across from Golden One Center for the first round of the NBA Draft. We will get started at 5 p.m. with an intro to the draft, and then we'll watch and evaluate the picks together. That's right. If we yell loud enough, because we're going to be right there at Tom's Watch Bar across from Doco, the Kings front office and brain trust will actually probably hear us. So that's going to be kind of the goal. So we're going to be up there. You'll join me, James. You're going to be out, but I'll be there. D'Lo and KC going to be there. Jesse's going to be there. Charlie O for a draft night experience at Tom's Watch Bar. That's at 414 K Street, Suite 180 in Doco. If you go up to Golden One Center, you can't miss it. It's right there. It's got all the outdoor seating. It's got all the TVs. We're going to have mics. We're going to be chit-chatting, but it's not going to be live. It's not going to be recorded. We're just going to be out there having a great time talking NBA draft with you and consuming the NBA draft with you and consuming, I'm assuming, some food and some beverages on Wednesday.
I like the nacho.
Night one of the draft.
The nacho over there is pretty.
Is it?
Pretty
great?
solid.
I love a nacho.
Yep.
Very good. I will be consuming those then. Thank you for the suggestion and hope to see everybody out there. Again, festivities start at 5 for day one of the draft next Wednesday at Tom's Watch Bar. What?
Jesse will be there eating saltless French fries.
Probably. Hey, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Don, you're on the Insiders with James and Kyle. What's up?
What's up, family? How you doing, man?
Hanging in there, bro.
Hey, man, it's great to talk to y'all on the day, man. Shout out to Monk. Man, he's a Sacramento legend. I appreciate everything he did for us, man. That is great. I feel like that put us in so much closer to being contenders now. And I had two trade proposals I wanted to ask you guys about. Okay. My first trade proposal, I was thinking like Kyle Kuzma. So pick 13, Kev, and Davion for Kyle Kuzma because Kyle Kuzma, he's a scoring upgrade. He's a rebounding upgrade, playmaking upgrade, size upgrade over Harrison Barnes. And then I was thinking about getting some more firepower on the bench with John Collins for Barnes and Sasha because you can really just swap out their contracts and the money works. So, and John Collins, he would be a lob threat for Monk. He's a passable shooter. He's a good rebounder. He's a good scorer. And like I said, I feel like if he just switching out with Barnes and Sasha, you're not really losing too much for 2 more years. So what you guys think about that?
Hey, I'm sorry. What'd you say your name was?
Buddha.
Thanks, Buddha. Appreciate
thanks,
you,
Buddha.
Man. Yeah. I did the Don bit and he didn't respond.
He did not give you the name.
Blew right through it. Yeah. So let's see. He's in on the Malik Monk thing. I'm in agreement there. The first deal was Davion, Herter, and the 13th for Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah, I think he mixed it up there too. He had Sasha and Barnes as well.
Sasha and Barnes for John Collins.
Oh, got it. Okay. Hey, like, look, if you can land Kyle Kuzma for some sort of package that includes the 13th pick and contracts that you have, I'm in. Like at this point, especially with the Monk signing, because now you're locking in at, you understand the financials going forward. John, I mean, Kyle Kuzma's contract is spectacular. Like I keep talking about it. I think it's 25, 23, 21, and 19.
And it decelerates, which is kind of wild.
So he's going to be a $23 million player this season. That's crazy talk. And for a player that can do what he can do, I don't know that he's a perfect fit, but like I would prefer him over like Jeremy Grant, because Jeremy Grant's contract goes up to $37 million. And I don't think he's a better player. I don't know that, like, maybe he's a better defender, but I still think it like makes things a little complicated.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, the second trade that he brought up, like John Collins, I think we're all out on at this point.
Yeah, man. I just look, I don't want to, I don't want to like hammer the idea, because it's John Collins as in this scenario, probably like your 8th or 9th guy. And if John Collins is your backup big, that's okay, fine. But at the same time, you're not paying what is he making?
Collins is at 26.5, and then there's a player option at 26.5 the next year.
So he's got 2 years left at $26.5 million a year.
Yeah, so you're looking at like 53, 54. Yeah,
that's a lot, man, for somebody who's not theoretically going to play a ton.
I've always liked John Collins, and even this last year, I know he took a beating. I don't know, whatever happened there. He shot 37% from three. Like this is a guy who averaged 15 points, 8.5 rebounds, blocked a shot a game, and is at a block per game for his career. On paper, he looks like a perfect fit next to not only Domantas Sabonis, but like what Buddha said, like this is a legitimate lob threat. Legitimate. John Collins likes to get up and absolutely hammer on somebody.
Yes.
So but the problem is that his advanced metrics and his on-court, off-court stuff is not good.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. Keith Reed in the chat makes a great point. He's saying Collins is starting at the 4 if you're making that deal. And that's the problem. Is I think an ideal John Collins role is like the 7th or 8th guy, and he's playing a handful of minutes a night in those short, almost like Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford did for the Mavs in their playoff run.
Okay, but like if you did what Buddha said and you were able to pull off both trades, then if you had both, Kuzma would start Collins off the bench.
Sure.
Collins and Trey Lyles at the 5, I think is okay. I think you can get away with that. I think there's no way to hide some of the athletic deficiencies of the Kings with Trey Lyles at the 5. And Trey Lyles, I think, can play a natural 5. And if he makes a Canadian national team, it's probably going to be as a small ball 5.
Yeah.
But his ability to shoot, his ability to rebound, all those things, he has to have an athlete next to him. And that's like, we keep talking about the like oil and vinegar mix here, that the things just keep separating. They don't work. Right. And that's because you have like a bunch of like they're not unathletic players. They just aren't like the biggest, longest, strongest, leapers you can possibly find.
They struggle with bigger athletic players.
Yeah.
That's why you just need something to counter that. Yeah, man. If John Collins was on a mid-level type of deal, and he's going to be the 4 alongside Trey Lyles, and I was going to play 18 minutes a night, then sure.
Yeah.
But I think if you're going and getting him for some kind of substantial role, I think that's a mistake. I'm just kind of out on him.
No, I get that. I do think that he would be a really, really crazy pairing with Monk off the bench, like John Collins, because John Collins does what like the rim running.
So you in on that idea then?
Bigs. It would have to be the right situation. Like, and
is this the right situation?
Maybe
we know what the situation is.
Okay, so look, here's what I would say. Last year, John Collins' offensive rating 116.6, and his the Jazz, when he was off the court, dropped to 115.4. So his offensive rating, the opponent offensive rating when John Collins was on the court was a 123.9. When he was off, it dropped to 118. He was a +6 with the opponent offensive rating. So that's not good. So a net rating.
So his defensive rating.
Yeah. A net rating for John Collins was a -7.3 last season. Yeah. That's tough.
Yeah. I'm kind of out. In theory, Like we talked a lot about John Collins last year.
Yeah.
And probably the year before that.
2 years. Yeah, 2 years ago, John Collins. I mean, there were so many rumors. Even when they traded for Herter, there were so many rumors about Collins coming to Sacramento.
Yeah, and I think the John Collins style of player is exactly what you're looking for.
Huh?
I just don't think it's John Collins. Like that, I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm out.
Well, that and I don't know that Kyle Kuzma is a better player, but what is the difference between a John Collins and a Kyle Kuzma? Like it's like there was a point in their career. John Collins at like 23 years old averaged 20 and 10. I mean, for a good Atlanta Hawks team, and 21 and 10, and like that's at 22 years old. Like what's happened to him since then isn't great. Although I still think he's still a reasonable NBA player.
Maybe he's just miscast on a bad Jazz team.
It has to be in the right situation, right? That's why I totally think it. Like him in the right situation, you might be able to stumble upon something. But at 26, you're talking about 2 years and $53 million. That's a big risk.
Right, and that's and for your backup 4, if in this scenario, if you're also going and getting Kyle Kuzma, so
that's wild.
I don't hate it.
Yeah,
like I see the vision, Buddha, but yeah, man, it's a lot. It's a lot for John Collins.
I would say this, like the alternative, if there's some way for you to get like super quick, if there's some way for you to get Brandon Ingram, you basically are gonna have to pay Brandon Ingram that 40 something. Like you basically could get one Brandon Ingram that's going to cost you more to get, or those two, which will probably cost you nothing to get, or the 13th pick and contracts.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
all right.
I think so too.
All right, Matt Moore, the Action Network. He's going to join us next. We'll talk NBA offseason. We'll talk Zach LaVine and the Kings. You're not going to want to miss it. That's coming up on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. He's here.
Yep. What's up, Matt?
Hey, buddy. How are you?
Hey, Matt.
Can't hear him.
You can't hear him?
No.
Why can't? Oh, because he's not turned up. There we go.
I heard you. I heard him in your phone.
No, now you can hear him.
Hey, guys.
Hey, what's up, Matt?
Hey, Matt.
Good to see you.
Long time no see, dude.
Yeah, I know, right?
I haven't been to Summer League for a long time. I don't know if you've been to Summer League, but like we at least would connect. I think would connect there.
Yeah, we usually see each other.
Yeah. Yeah. You had a fun run with the Denver Nuggets going crazy.
Yeah, that was a fun year. It's cool to cover a championship team. It was I've been in a lot of championship locker rooms, but seeing it in Denver was really cool. Seeing the community that you're in, kind of get so excited. It's really awesome.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I haven't had the pleasure.
Hey, hopefully it happens, man. Nobody did. The two teams, the two fan bases that deserve it most are the Wolves and the Kings.
Yeah, I'm with you. We're coming back at like 32?
Oh my God, we got like 3 minutes here.
We got about 3 minutes, but just so you know, we have the chat. If you see on the side, that's live, and we're actually live on YouTube on other. We're streaming at all times. So we had the big day yesterday. Well, last night with Monk coming back. So that's been a hot topic of
a lot of Malik
of conversation.
Yeah.
Just this is not to say just this, but just the Action Network. Is there anything else you want to plug?
The Buckets podcast, if you can.
Buckets podcast.
Cool. We have this ridiculous. Our friend here in the chat always wants to know, Matt, what's your favorite cereal?
Oh, great question.
Nice. It's Special K with red berries for sure.
Strong choice. That's an adult choice. I respect that a lot. It's a very adult choice.
A very adult choice. Sweet. How has the Action Network been?
It's been great, man. Everything's really good. So
yeah. Cool.
I'm yeah, I will man, I was shocked by the Malik news. I was shocked by the Malik news.
Yeah.
Well, because I've been operating like he was going to leave. Like that's just been in my mind.
Everyone, I got so many texts last night that were just like, yeah, we can't believe it either. Can't believe it.
Didn't even explore it. Didn't even go see.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good for the Kings, man.
Yeah. We heard some murmurs early in the day that it might not go that way. And then to have it switch up like that and have it like happen is was pretty shocking.
Yeah, I saw Woj's tweet and my heart just like went poof. It's like, oh no.
Oh no.
It's been fun watching these watching Woj and Shams like beat each other up.
No.
It's like
yeah,
just full blown boxing.
Yeah,
It's so fun.
Full blown, like no holds barred, just going at each other.
going back and forth.
All right, 60 seconds here, guys.
60 seconds.
Matt, do you have a heart out or anything?
Nope.
Okay.
Cool. Somebody said they cried.
Aw.
That's hilarious. Kings fans, I get it. Like Malik means a lot. Such a fan favorite.
And I think a lot of people had just resigned themselves to him leaving too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think earlier in the day, like it was pretty gut punch. Like, oh.
Something else.
Now we got people. You cried when Hallie got traded? Wow.
When was the last time you cried over the Kings? 909 1320.
916-909-1320.
No, phone lines are blocked.
Sweet.
Yeah, last segment. I'm done with people trying to call with 4 minutes left in the show.
Not going to happen.
All right, here we go, guys.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, and joining us now from the Action Network, you can also hear him on the Buckets podcast. Subscribe to that wherever you get your pods. Matt Moore at HP Basketball on Twitter. Matt, thanks so much for hopping on with us, man. How are you?
Good, man. Thanks for having me. Appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah, of course. So you wrote in the Action Network. You wrote a whole notebook of off-season notes, and one of the things that was in there that jumped out to us here in Sacramento was that the Kings have called the Bulls about Zach LaVine. My immediate question on that is that like a recent thing, or has that been an ongoing discussion between those two clubs? What have you been hearing there?
Yeah, I think there were discussions back at the trade deadline. Based off what I heard, that there were some conversations that happened at the trade deadlines. The Bulls desperately tried to develop a market for Zach LaVine. I think they've kind of been revisited with the Kings still looking at various options for moves this summer. And so I think this is one of the things I think is hard to tell is when you get information off. I can't count how many times it's been. I'll follow up on something with someone and be like, hey, I heard this. I'm like, well, yeah, that definitely happened 6 weeks ago. And then you're like, okay, cool. Just checking in. So trying to figure out like what's the most recent thing I think is really difficult. But I do think those conversations have been going on because honestly, a lot of the time, not always, there's always things where it just happens very immediately. But a lot of the times there's deals that are revisited, that are brought up during the trade deadline, and then they can't get something done. And then they're brought back up in the summer. You have more time to kind of work it out and you understand a little bit more of where your team's at. So you get to kind of think on it for a few months. And that happens pretty commonly, I think, in the league.
Yeah, Matt, I know that I had heard a lot about Zach potentially coming to Sacramento, or at least the idea of it early in the season before he got hurt. And, we started hearing that Zach would love to pair with De'Aaron Fox in the backcourt. And this is, of course, after LaVine years earlier had signed an offer sheet with the Kings. The Bulls matched and he went back and then was like, hey, I'm so glad I didn't get stuck in Sacramento. And so I think it's interesting because these deals do take a long time. But just as a player, the problem I've always had with Zach, and I like the offensive game. I like his playmaking. Like, I think he has a lot of positive attributes. But two things stand out. Number one, he can't stay healthy at all. And number two, his contract is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I just, do those things make him, whether it's the Kings or someone else, do they make him one of the hardest players in the league to actually find a trade partner for?
Yeah, I think so. I think the contract in particular is just really bad for trying to get somebody to want to invest that kind of money to tie up that kind of cap space, especially given the new apron rules, right? Like everybody's really scared of getting close to the apron. So if you're going to add a guy like that, you've got to feel like Zach LaVine is a guy that's going to be a pillar for your team. And there's not a lot of confidence that he is that. The injury stuff, I think, is pretty variable. I think there's concerns. Obviously, he's had a pretty bad injury history, but we've seen guys move past those in their careers, and I don't think that LaVine's so reliant on his athleticism that it's going to decline at an extremely high rate. The other thing I think that really happened to him, honestly, was I'm on a little bit of an island on this. I think that DeMar DeRozan going to that team was one of the worst things in the world for him. He had revamped his shot selection. He had become much more of a playmaker. He'd become much more of a dynamic, efficient player that led to like better offense. And then DeMar got there, and it was like slowly over time. In the beginning, they were sharing duties, and then DeMar just kept taking more and more usage. And the problem with DeMar is with the mid-range stuff is like all of your spacing is cramped and you just can't really do it. And when you have Vucevic, now it's like you have a mid-range guy and you have a guy usually in the paint, or if not, it's just a big kind of rotating up and pick and pop spots. And it wasn't really the kind of system I think that allows for LaVine to be what he's really great at, which is being a really explosive 3-level scorer who can also make really great reads. He wasn't able to be that guy with DeRozan. And so I think that really limited his upside, where now, he's thought of as like the defensive liability, just kind of a gunner. Why are you going to pay this much for him? When he was on track for I thought he was like all NBA borderline before DeMar's season where he got there. So I think that there's still like a lot of upside for him. Now that was several years ago, so maybe not. But I do think that LaVine right now is a little bit underrated by where the market's at, in part because of how people view that contract.
Matt Moore, the Action Network. You can also check him out on the Buckets podcast. So do you think that there will be a trade market for LaVine this offseason?
I think they're going to move him. I think yesterday kind of shows the willingness of that front office in Chicago to just basically do a deal and just reshape it. They want to reshape that team for a number of reasons. Everything I've heard is that DeMar DeRozan's going to be back, that they're going to re-sign him on a huge deal, and they're going to build around DeRozan, which good luck to you. But I do think that LaVine's going to be gone, and I think there's enough teams looking for scoring options between. I think the Wizards are actually a team that's interested in LaVine. I think that the Magic are at least willing to have those conversations because they do understand the need for them to add some scoring punch. I think you look at some other teams that might be willing to be like, hey, this could be a really good move for us if we get the right deal. Especially because if Chicago's going to set the kind of terms that they did with Caruso, I think there's a pretty good opportunity there to get a buy low spot on LaVine. And it doesn't sound like the Bulls are dead set on getting great value return, which is going to make it interesting if the Kings decide to keep those conversations up, or if they return to them, if they're dormant, of exactly, how much do you have to give up? Because the Kings have a very good trade package that I've heard that is being offered around, and I don't necessarily know they have to give up all those pieces in order to get Zach LaVine outside of just satisfying the salary requirements.
Yeah, the salary requirements are, it's crazy because you're going to basically have to package, 3 players probably. We've heard whether it was last year or even like midway through the year, the package of Herter and Barnes being shopped. It's something that you also reported. The one question I had for you is, when you heard your information, you mentioned both Caruso and LaVine. And was that something like as a package? Because it seems to me that LaVine's contract is so prohibitive for most teams that you might have had to give up a Caruso to move off of LaVine. And that's something that kind of stood out for me with your reporting specifically, that it was both of them that the Kings were interested in.
Yeah, so I think that it was kind of a we'll take the LaVine contract, but we're going to need Caruso along with it. And this goes into something that an executive told me. I talked about this with an executive last summer. He said one of the problems that you run into in trades is it's hard when you have an asset that the other team knows is available, because if it's just like you have that asset, they're going to want that regardless, even if you're like, but that's not part of this deal. I don't want that as part of this deal. They're like, well, you have it, so you need to include it. And so that's one of the things I think that actually kind of switches here is the Kings now have to decide, like, is the LaVine deal, and other teams have to too, that I think we're involved in. There were 2 teams I don't know of that had also called about this package of LaVine and Caruso that I think now you have to evaluate, do you still want this? Because now it's like, you can't ask for Caruso, he's gone. You can't get Caruso with this deal anymore, but you can still pull this deal off, and you can't add LaVine, even if you take off some of the assets for it. Do you still want that deal, or were you only in it to try and get Caruso? Now the Bulls, I think, manhandled this in terms of what they got for Caruso, but I do wonder how that impacts the conversations about LaVine, because you no longer have to resist including Caruso in a deal because he's already gone.
Talking with Matt Moore of the Action Network. Also, check him out on the Buckets podcast. We've been talking a lot about Malik Monk today here in Sacramento. Of course, if anyone missed it, 4 years, $78 million for Malik Monk to return to the Kings. I'm wondering if this tracks for you, because it felt like the Orlando Magic were the team that was most likely to offer Monk a deal in the range of 4 years and $100 million. We'll just call it that. And when you look at his skill set and kind of what they needed, it's like, man, that would be a really perfect fit. But then he agrees to re-sign with the Kings before ever officially exploring the free agent market. Do you think that had anything to do with the contract he was going to get from the Magic, or is that an indicator that the Magic went, yeah, we like you, but we're really, really going to pursue Klay Thompson first, and then we'll get back to you when that's settled?
I actually think it has more to do, I think, with a testament to Sacramento's culture of them having built an environment where players want to make these kind of decisions and stay because they want to be part of something where they can compete at the level that they want with the guys that they want. And the reason I say that is, like, I don't think Orlando was I don't even think Orlando was the highest bidder. Now, a lot of the way that this works out is sometimes it's the players' representation is spreading stuff. And so, there was this offer for X amount of dollars that later you ask and they're like, no, that was never out there. But my understanding was that Detroit and Charlotte were both willing to make huge offers for Monk, like very considerable offers, north of 100 million for Monk. And that what wound up happening and there was a shock in the league circles I talked to last night of he didn't even he left so much money on the table to come back to Sac. Now, maybe that's not true. Maybe Monk's value on the market, maybe that shifted in the last couple of days. And I have heard things about Charlotte maybe pivoting to taking on being more of a rebuild situation where they want to take on bad contracts in exchange for assets. And if you're doing that, you don't necessarily want to hand out that kind of money. So that maybe that's one of the things that shifted in the last couple of weeks. But my understanding was he was going to have no problem getting an offer north of what the Kings could max out offer. And so the fact that he came back, I have to attribute that to how much they've done to endear that kind of response from the players, that there's that kind of trust and support. So really, I think it's a testament to Sacramento and to what Malik wants for his career, because you just don't see guys leave money on the table very often. And at least from my vantage point, I think he did.
Yeah, that's a really interesting take. And, to be honest, we heard some murmurs earlier in the day that was very true, that there was a potential deal out there that was north of 100 million or 20 million plus more than what the Kings could offer. And so it started to get a little dark and gloomy. And then to see the tweet come through is pretty crazy. You also mentioned Kyle Kuzma in your piece with regards to the Kings. Where is this at? Because this has been, I mean, from the time that he was almost traded for Buddy Hield, along with Montrezl Harrell from the Lakers, to even last summer, Kuzma and the Kings has been like this weird on the outskirts, just never gets consummated type deal. Where are you at? What are you hearing with this?
So I actually heard that some of those conversations were a three-way deal with Chicago, that it was going to involve either LaVine and Kuzma both coming to Sac, which I thought that was a bit much given the requirements where the roster's at. So that didn't make much sense to me. Or that LaVine was going to wind up in Washington and then Kuzma goes with Caruso to the Kings. With Caruso, I think that changes some of that dynamic. I do know that Washington, I think, has at least some interest in LaVine, and which is crazy given the Jordan Poole situation, but it is what it is. But I do think that, I think Kuzma is going to continue to be an option tied to the Kings for quite a while. I think that there's a willingness on both sides from Kuzma, and the Kings are interested in him as a player, and Kuzma, I think, is interested in the Kings as an organization to facilitate that. But this may also wind up being one of those where my inclination is that it probably won't happen based off of the fact that I think Washington values Kuzma a little bit more than the market does. That's pretty common, right? Everyone likes their own players more than the market does. And if you're looking for a King's ransom for, pardon the pun, for Kuzma, I don't think you're really going to get it. I think that the Barnes Herter draft pick is, honestly, with Caruso going for no picks, I'm very curious to see what happens with the market now, because now you have this player that everybody was like, man, we would love to have Alex Caruso, and not getting a single pick for it. That has impacts on these other things. So now I think it's hard for you to be like, yeah, we'll throw in a pick for this other guy who may not be as impactful. Not necessarily saying that's Kuzma, because Kuzma is more of an offensive guy, and a little bit more balanced. And I think he has better defensive days in front of him on teams that aren't, the Wizards. So I think there's a lot of upside there, but I do think that there's enough for those conversations to keep intact. And even if it may end up happening that the Kings are involved in a three-way trade and Kuzma winds up going back, I think that those those kind of conversations, I think, will probably continue as we get closer to the end of free agency.
Matt Moore, this is great stuff. Everybody make sure to follow along at HP Basketball on Twitter. You can find his work at the Action Network. You can also hear him on the Buckets podcast, wherever you get your pods. Matt, this is great. Thank you so much for stopping by, man.
Thanks for having me.
Good seeing you, buddy.
All right, that was awesome. Matt Moore, like I said, the Action Network at HP Basketball on Twitter. Man, that the take on Malik Monk I thought was fascinating.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he heard Detroit and Charlotte. I don't know if that jives with what you had heard, but definitely the thing that jumped out the most to me when news came down that Monk re-signed is we get Kenny Caraway in here for the handoff. Kenny Caraway in the building, everybody. D-Lo and KC coming up here in about 10 minutes. But the thing that jumped out to me when Malik signed was, wow, he's not even waiting for free agency. There's going to be more money out there, like for sure. It might not be 25 a year, but there's going to be more than 4 and 78. So that to me said something about where the Kings are organizationally, that Monk went, yeah, hey, this is where I would like to play basketball for the foreseeable future.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I said a couple of days ago, if I was advising Malik, I would say your best bet is to stay in Sacramento if basketball is number one on your list.
Mm-hmm.
If basketball is not a number one on your list, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you're money motivated and money is the biggest thing, I'm not here to judge you.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go where the top dollar is.
Mm-hmm.
But if basketball is what's at the top of your list, the best combination of everything that you could be looking for, like basketball is number one, money might be number two. Like to get the best of everything,
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Sacramento. And I also think I thought, me and Jesse talked about this a lot. I never really thought he was getting more than a $20 million a year offer. And if it was 20 and I was like one of the homies or whatever, I'd be like, hey, you might as well just stay for 17.5 or whatever, compared to 20 in a situation that you're not really sure about. You might as well stay. If it got up to 25, which I never really saw, but if it got up to 25, then decisions would be tougher to make. But if it was 20, 18, 19, 20, to me, it's kind of an easy decision. You just stay inside.
Well, and I think the situation in Sac, he knows exactly who he is and what he is to this team. He knows what Mike Brown expects from him. He knows that Mike Brown is going to be here for another 2 or 3 years at a minimum. You can go somewhere else, and like what happened with Detroit can happen overnight.
Mm-hmm.
Something in Charlotte, they just went with a brand new head coach and Charles Lee, right?
Yep.
And we don't know if Charles Lee is going to make it or not. Like Darvin Ham just like flamed out, and those guys were in competition. They're both assistants with the Bucks for years, and one of them got a head coaching job, and boom, he's already done, and he's back being an assistant. So you don't know what's going on with Charlotte. You've already been there. You've already gone through the rigmarole with them and had a bad experience. Detroit just literally fired their head coach like 2 days ago. Just wild.
Insane.
And so
totally insane.
I think there is a moment of reflection where you're like, why am I questioning what I have? Like the grass is not always greener. What am I doing? Because I could end up damaging myself long-term, my career. You brought this up earlier, Kyle. Like when he gets done, or maybe it was Damian, like if he were to go to Detroit and, 3 years from now, he might have to opt into the final year knowing that he's not going to make hardly anything on the backside because it doesn't matter how many points you put up for a bad team. Like it's a bad team and you can't save the team and people start looking at you in a different way. And all of a sudden you're a $6 million player, not a guy who could potentially make 30 in your next deal. So I think it's a really interesting sort of dynamic.
That was not a point I made. I wish I had, though.
No,
it's a good one.
Dave's been talking about that for a long time, and it is a great point. It is a great way to look at this situation where, we'll talk about it a little more in depth, and I just keep thinking about it. What if Malik Monk here in Sacramento turns into CJ McCollum? Now you get $78 million. What is CJ just got $130 million?
Yeah.
In like his fourth contract at that point. Like, what if he turns into that? your best opportunity.
Ski mask job by CJ there. That's crazy.
Your best opportunity to get to that level will probably be here in Sacramento. So it's not just the contract that's in front of you. You got to sit down and think, where do I have the best opportunity to maximize the next contract and possibly the contract after that?
It's just so cool. And this is what we talked about at the very top of the show, that the Kings are in a place where a free agent like Malik Monk wants to stay. Just at all, under any circumstances. Didn't go chase a bag, because this is a spot. I think if you're Malik, and you and I talked about this, we've all talked about this at various points, but it's like, if you're Malik and you're looking at the Kings and, hey, I want to compete for a playoff spot, I want to compete for a championship, that's what I want to do. And if I didn't get hurt last year, we're a playoff team. I believe that. I'm certain he believes that.
Right.
And so, hey, you're going to come back. I'm talking to the Kings front office, knows, hey, this roster isn't going to look exactly the same next season. It's going to look a little better. We're going to make a real run at this thing over the next couple of years. It's just crazy to think of where this team was 3 years ago compared to now.
And you know what though, Kyle, too, you're spot on, but it's also a testament to the things that all of us have been saying for a long time, and you never really got to see it play out because the Kings haven't really been that good as of late. And the situation hasn't really presented itself. But regardless of what the outside perception is, historically, when players get here, they like it here.
Yes.
They're like, oh, it's pretty cool. Like, I like it here, whether, it's another contract, whether I've retired and I'll live here when I'm retired. Kent Bazemore lives here. Kent Bazemore
lives here?
He lives in Folsom.
What?
Yeah. That's how Steph was. That's one of the reasons why Steph was playing. I think Coach Molly said his daughter was out here for a volleyball tournament, but he went with Kent Bazemore to the gym. So, like,
that tracks.
That's just, like, it's a cool place. It's not New York or LA or anything like that. But when you get to a different point in your life and you're like, I want to figure out, like, where I want to live for the rest of my life with a family or whatever the case may be. Historically, people look at Sacramento, once they get here and they experience it, it's pretty cool. And then as a player, you see, like, how the fan base is and how, people are so excited about the Kings, and they've said a number of different times. It's like a college atmosphere, and it's just, it's a good place to be if you're a Sacramento King. And I think we saw that played a factor in Malik deciding to stay.
I would add this too. I think having Malik, not only does it impact what you do this summer, right? Everyone, we've talked about it. Like, now you got your core four. You know exactly who your core is moving forward. It also, when De'Aaron Fox is about to come up for a contract extension, he can get I think a 3-year deal this summer. And if he would have made All NBA, he could have got a 4-year deal. But next summer, realistically, you can get a 4-year deal. And if he makes All NBA, I think he can get a 5-year deal. He can get the Supermax. And now it becomes a lot easier to make sure that Fox is staying here. And it makes it a lot easier to make sure that to recruit players to come in and play for this team. It makes you like a desirable spot because you have desirable players that people want to play with. Absolutely. And I mean, we're talking 3 guys right there that average over 5 assists a game when you add Sabonis.
Yep.
And like, who wouldn't want to play for a team that scores 125 a night and shares the ball and everybody's having a good time? And, you got the crazy light the beam and the fans are great and all this stuff. Like, that's something that Sacramento has fought so hard to, like, get past that stigma that you're an NBA outpost. But this helps. This does help. And he has an opportunity to be the greatest free agent signing the Kings have ever had. Absolutely. He does.
He's already, is he not already there?
No, Vlade's still there.
Vlade's still there.
Vlade's still there.
But he's knocking on the door.
Okay.
Devin George also lives here.
Now you got 3 or 4 years. Yeah.
I feel like Devin George comes up once a week.
Just
really is a great dude. I love that.
Great dude. Really
Shout
cool.
out to Devin George.
Yeah.
I hope he's listening. Pull up to the studio. Come hang out.
Anytime.
Oh, what do you guys got?
I don't
Anything
know, man.
besides Malik?
Nah, we might talk Euro Cup. No, it's Malik.
Yeah, no, we got France playing some guy named Ned.
Oh my,
it'll be crazy.
It's Malik Monk Day here in Sacramento. Let's go.
All right, D'Lo and KC coming up next. James is out next week. He's taking a little summer vacay with the fam. Love that for him.
Sweet.
I will be back with friends next week, Monday, 10 a.m. Everybody have a great, safe weekend, and until then, drink water and be nice to people. Bye.
Thanks, guys.
Nope. You gotta wait for me.
Oh.
We're good though.
What's going on, fellas?
Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
The number.
That's crazy, bro. That's great. Y'all had them packed in here.
What's good, baby? What's good? What's good, squad? What's happening? Shoot down.
What's up with y'all, man? How y'all doing?
I think all teams should like break good news too, like on Thursday. It makes Friday so much more better.
Facts.
If you got bad news, do that on Sunday or something.
Yeah. Well,
Or
the
whatever.
Kings did do that. They fired Luke Walton on
Well,
Sunday.
it's true.
You know the Kings are doing all right though, and they know how this game goes.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a #1 spot. spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo, what y'all thought this was? One more time. Hey, y'all called for it. Y'all asked for it.
Hey.
Christina Warner, if you're listening. Shout out everybody who called for Young Zell. Let's go.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See now.
Coming down the lane off the rebound.
Rebound.
It's 9-16 now.
Look toward the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam.
Hold up.
Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them, you can tell them.
Stop
like the
doing
beam
that.
Now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them, you can tell them.
Y'all
like
thought
the
we
beam
was
now.
gonna go one verse for Malik Monk? Oh, no chance. Come on, Zell.
Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep, whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke with the team over here. We shaking things over here, don't doubt. We believe over here, we don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear. I only deal with real kings over here.
So tell me what you see now.
Down the lane off the rebound.
Hey, 9-16 now. Hey. Tell them like the beam. Let's go, baby. Just letting.
Let's go.
Just let my man get his.
It's a good day.
Let's go.
It's a good day. Vibes are up.
Let my man cook.
Let's go.
Let my man cook.
You know what that is? That's when Gina used to do the rerun.
Yeah, I remember.
It cracks me up every time she does it.
Welcome into the Friday, June 21st edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The big needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
S. Monty McNair.
I'm in God
He's
mode.
in God
Come
mode.
on, man. Come on,
Let's
man.
go. Hey, look, I want to make this official. We out here, anywhere in the city, handing out keys to the city and all this other stuff. They did that last week at Concerts in the Park. I hereby, D-Lo and KC, hereby declare today, June 21st, Malik Monk Day in the city of Sacramento. Let's go. It's Malik Monk Day.
Talk about
Let's go.
it. Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you we ain't going to get cussed out when we get off stage. I don't tell you that right now. That's a story for another time.
That's for the Patreon.
That's for the Patreon episode of D-Lo and KC. Yo, man.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Boy, Sacramento Kings fans, take a deep breath. Relax. Chill. To the nearly 2,000 people in the chatty house watching on Twitter, watching on Twitch, watching on YouTube, take a deep breath and just relax, because now Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox, Mike Brown, this front office, this coaching staff, this ownership group, they could start building out the next version of the Sacramento Kings, because the most important component has landed. Malik Monk ain't going nowhere. He's staying for the 478.
Yeah, man.
He's got an option in year number 4. He is in full control over everything that happens with his financial future. And the biggest offseason story for the Sacramento Kings has been put to bed well before free agency begins.
Hey, I'm going to be real with you. I can't believe this happened. Not that he stayed, but last night. Last night. Kamara asked us about a week ago. He said, what's the chances as soon as the finals is over, we get a Malik Monk tweet from Woj or something like that? That's a 0% chance. Bro, it's only like 4 days later.
Yeah.
I said, you'll probably get something after the 4th of July. Maybe somewhere like that at the earliest. I couldn't believe and I'm happy to be wrong in this case. I couldn't believe that happened last night. I couldn't believe it. I'm over the moon.
Let's talk about this. Robinson asked, is it finalized yet, though? It's not. It won't be finalized till July 6th, I believe.
It's like the same thing with Siakam signing his deal with the Pacers.
Yeah,
basically.
like Malik's not going to change his mind because, I mean, that's very, 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 very rare. And you almost never see that with players the caliber of Malik Monk. I think we saw it with, was it one of the Morrises in San Antonio, maybe?
That's a good call. I think that's where it was.
We saw someone kind of like change their mind there. There's the old Carlos Boozer, Cleveland Cavaliers. There's that, but it doesn't happen very often. It cannot be finalized till July. I wouldn't put any energy into sweating it not being finalized yet. Malik is here. Malik is a Sacramento King for at minimum the next 4 years.
And the other thing that I would feel great about this situation is the way I read it. You can tell me if I'm wrong or if it even matters. But the way I read it, because he was name dropped, I think this came from Jeff Schwartz.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah.
So,
I think Woj acknowledged as much in the tweet.
He name dropped him. So I'm not saying that makes it, he signed on the paper, but the agent ain't gonna go out there and say all that.
He can't sign, like he can't put his name to paper yet. But yeah, an agent's not. Again, I wouldn't put any energy into worrying about that. Agents don't allow that stuff to happen. Right. Franchises don't allow that stuff to happen. It'll be finalized July 6th. Everything you hear from now until July 5th won't be finalized till July 6th. No matter what happens when free agency gets underway on June 30th, none of it is real until the new league year starts, which is July 6th. Yeah. So, again, I wouldn't put any worry into that. It was damn near euphoric on Twitter last night. Like, what an amazing response to that tweet from Adrian Wojnarowski. That Malik Monk is, in fact, staying here in Sacramento.
So I'll just tell you my little experience, right? I was out playing in the backyard with the kids and all this other stuff. And, it was just chilling, just kind of, decompressing a little bit from the day. And I didn't have my phone by me. I get to my phone. I see the group chat going up. And I'm like, you guys think it's shoot or work. No, we don't talk outside of the show.
We don't even like each other, to be honest with you, especially after what happened with the eggs yesterday.
Yeah, I can't come to Damien's house anymore.
That was classic. Well, I see the group chat going up. There ain't no game going on now. I'm like, man, what happened? And then, I see a couple things. I was like, oh. Well, Jesse said one thing. I ain't going to step on it. You can talk about it. But Jesse said one thing. I was like, oh, damn. Did we miss out on him too? He got traded too? Damn. All right. So I checked the Twitter. I'm not thinking it's anything Kings related. And I see that Woj tweet. And I said, oh, we up. We up. My boy said we up in the chat. I said we up to Ryan. She's looking at me crazy like, why are you telling me this?
She looks at everybody crazy.
I'm like, we up. Let's go, man. It was a party in the house for the rest of the night.
Yeah, it was quite the evening. I told my experience to Jesse. I told the insiders earlier. James and I both got a message that, hey, this thing with Malik, I think, has gone south. There is a team that has offered him. It appears there's a team that's offered him like a good, like a game-changing amount of money. And I didn't like tell you because I was like, all right, because it wasn't from the people we normally talk about. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna follow up on this tonight and see what we can get. Sent the message, was like, hey, do you know of any team throwing a bag that's just gonna throw Sacramento out of this at Malik? And got a response maybe like 10 to 15 minutes later that said Malik is staying, Woj has it. So I'm like, so this is where
I would have lost my mind.
This is, but that not so in that moment, I'm not even thinking. I'm like, my first thought is, I'm looking at the text like Malik is staying, Woj has it. Malik is staying in Sacramento. Okay, Woj is going to report, and then so I'm thinking, can I report this? And I'm like, all right, I don't think I can.
Yeah.
So I'm not. So it didn't matter because the Woj tweet, I go to the show thread. I go to the station thread. Yeah. And I'm going to text you guys like, hey, I think Malik is staying. Woj's tweet went out before I even got to the thread. But I still haven't been able to get an answer to that question. And I heard Matt Moore talking to the insiders a few minutes ago, and there seems to be at least a whispering belief that Detroit might have talked to Malik about a substantial amount of money. Detroit just fired their head coach.
Was it $1 trillion? Because if it ain't $1 trillion, that ain't enough to go to that situation.
Well, again, I don't know. The number, it was substantial though. The number was approaching 20 million. But again, I can't get any of this followed up on, but there seems to be enough whispers about it. Like, it sounds like there was something there with Detroit. Detroit fired their freaking coach a day ago. And it's like, and so this is the conversation we were having though. This is the conversation you and I have had for months. It's not just 3 years, 4 years, 2+1. It's what you can do with your next contract. You could have gotten $100 million from Detroit, and that would have been it.
Yeah, you would have faded into.
You would have been done. Yeah. In my opinion, as great as you would have been, and you would have scored, you would have done all of this stuff. You might have had to fight, Jaden Ivey for possession of the ball or whatever. But you would have been Malik there. No one would have cared because you were in Detroit, and then immediately you come off that contract. It's going to be more difficult for you to sign because you're older and you're coming off a bad team, and people are going to feel like, well, we've got to get Malik reacclimated to the league. He's been in Detroit. Here, Malik is in control of a very lucrative financial future because he's going to be on a good basketball team. He's going to be a very, very important part of a good basketball team moving forward. The things that we have about 4 hours to figure out is what's his role on this team? Is it different than last year? Is Malik's role one thing today and going to be something totally different in 2 weeks? These are all things we're going to work through. Kyle Madsen's going to join us. We're going to work through them together. James Ham is going to join us. Chris Biderman's going to join us.
Hey,
I had Chris locked in before the news broke.
It's lit. Look, hey, look, everybody know the vibes are up in Club Malik.
Let's go, KC.
Let's go, baby.
Head over to @KingKC_ something or another and submit your resumes.
The vibes are up in Malik's.
Let's
they
go,
want to
baby.
know, is there a cover charge in Malik's? Hey, I'm trying to make it
Let's
free.
go
We
old
gotta make
school.
sure.
We're going old school.
Are we going 15?
We're going old school.
15 to 20.
No, ladies free before midnight.
Oh,
ladies free before midnight.
Ladies free before midnight.
Y'all know what it is.
Let's go.
Kyle Madsen joins us when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Man, we see y'all in there on Twitter and YouTube, man. Hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button if you're new, man. Welcome. Appreciate you having me. Come on, man. Ain't no dress code in Malik's.
Nah,
gotta be fly, though.
Hell nah. Yeah, you
gotta be fly.
Gotta be fresh.
Gotta be fly, but we ain't gonna turn nobody away like Kenyatta used to.
Is that what who we saw at the
yeah, it's Kenyatta.
Okay, she can come back.
Yeah, she'll run the door. Yeah, we have to get her out of retirement. But she can run the door.
Come back.
Just know she won't take anybody's shit. And
well, no, that's what we need, though.
She's licensed to carry.
That's what we need. We don't need no mess.
No, we don't.
And there
ain't gonna be no mess with Malik.
Our guy Joe talking about, can I be a bouncer? Joe, you ain't no bouncer, bro. You a promoter.
Joe,
a promoter out here. You ain't no bouncer. You a promoter. You handling the
now,
VIPs.
John Poles.
Now John Poles is
you could be the bouncer. Yeah. John Poles is the bouncer at Club Malik's. Yes, indeed.
We ain't having no mess.
Lizzie, you already know. Lizzie. Come on, man. Come on, Lizzie.
Malik's is turning.
Come on, Lizzie.
Going up.
Come on, boy.
Malik's is going up.
We get DJ Complex out there on the turntables. We get Lizzie as the videographer. John Poles
going up. Boy.
John Poles and all his buddies, the bouncers. Warren's the bartender. I'm with it.
We got them pulling up from across the country.
Hey,
from across the country.
Okay,
is going crazy.
We'll build a little helicopter pad.
Yeah,
so Miss B can land. So Miss B can land.
It's not like she's going to Sac International.
No.
What is
she gonna do? Take an Uber like the poor people do?
Where did the PJs go? PJs go to the executive airport.
They go to the executive airport.
Yeah, so that's
don't act like you don't know. Don't act like you
I don't know. I've never been on a PJ.
He doesn't know. He flies a helicopter to his PJ.
You know what? I don't know if I'd fly on a helicopter.
Well,
I don't like that.
I know.
I don't like the way
I
that
know.
looks.
I know.
Well, I've never seen a bad situation. I just don't like the way that looks.
Well, Drew Down, yeah, you could. Where's Drew Down? Drew Down could be the live guy. Hey,
You always
be the
need that
live
guy. That guy's
yeah,
very
you gotta
important.
have that
Like,
one.
yeah, like look at that guy's
Gotta
having the
have
time
that
of his
one.
life right there.
Yeah, gotta have that one.
You always need the loud guy. Malik's is going up, bro. I'm telling you right now.
See, Bryant, most of us don't, but we're not.
What? I don't even know where the. You know what? You want to know why I know where the executive airport is?
Because
it
that's
was
where
in my
your plane
neighborhood.
lands.
It was in my neighborhood.
Where your
Stop
plane
playing.
lands.
That's crazy.
it's
You
in
live
his
by a
neighborhood.
private airport?
He has an
No.
executive airport on his property. That's crazy.
Man.
The executive airport is in the hood.
crazy.
No.
What are we talking about? It's in the hood, right off of Freeport. What are we talking about? Ramsey knows. It's in the hood, man.
Okay, boy, man, it's tough when you're calling for Ramsey. Ramsey, help me out in here.
I do that once a show. I'm like, and then this guy who played for the Ramsey, who's he play for?
Ramsey always knows too.
I'm not even going to put
Ramsey
this message
always
on the
knows.
screen, but Sal, stop. Stop. I'm not putting it on the screen.
Can't
Did
even
you
see
guys-
Sal.
Did you guys know Malik means king?
I haven't heard
Does.
that.
Yeah, does. Yeah. Shout out Mark Jones. Sal, stop. This
Oh,
is
I
not-
see it. What's
Stop.
wrong with that? Why
Because
can't
it's
we
not
put that on the
true.
screen?
It's not true.
What do you say?
Oh, I wasn't gonna say anything, but the chat brought it up.
It's not true. I would pay that much for a T-shirt. Stop it.
Casey
get my-
bringing up the comment just so we go look for
I
it so
get-
we can bring
no,
his
that's-
publicity.
I saw it. I
get
just
a-
wasn't gonna say anything.
I get a lot of my shirts from Target. I ain't got no problem
You
shopping
didn't
at
Did
Target.
you get that from Target?
shirt from
No,
Target.
this was not from Target. I'm just saying.
Where'd you
I'll
get that
shop at
from?
Target.
Oh my God.
What's
No,
wrong?
what are
What's-
you
This
talking
is
about?
No.
crazy.
No, did you? Where'd you get that shirt from? Come on, man.
I got it
Why
from the
are you
store.
shy?
I got it from
Where?
the store.
What's Mark Jones say?
He says, "Where your blessing."
Well, so don't be bashful when you're blessed. It's fine. This man tried to cushion it by talking about, I get shirts at Target.
I do. I be getting.
No,
my
you
graphic
get-
tees,
yeah, I'm
like
sure
the
you got
Aaliyah graphic
undershirts,
tee and-
yeah,
No,
no.
I wear
My
out.
brother in
the-
Christ, you did not get that. At
You
Target.
did.
I didn't say I did.
When's the last
I'm
time you
just
bought a
saying,
shirt at Target?
It's been probably about a month ago.
Dog, that T-shirt's a car paint.
No, it's not. Stop it. They
What-
don't-
okay.
I'm on the website.
This is it.
I didn't get it from the website.
What shirt did you have on at the Juneteenth festival?
T-shirt.
This dude right here.
Is it more of a flex to buy it from the site or more of a flex to get it from like the owners?
Do I have a Gucci
Ooh,
T-shirt?
That's a good one.
Do I
that's
have a
a good
Gucci
one.
T-shirt?
I haven't worn it yet.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Who in here? Raise your hand if you got a Gucci T-shirt.
Why are you bringing up stuff that's got nothing to do with nothing?
It got.
Don't try to turn everybody on other people.
But I'm just saying that's a different level. I just don't do that. All you guys don't do that.
I'm wearing
And
a
you
tank
don't do
top.
that. Get off that website.
I'm wearing a tank top and I will admit though, I look
that
spectacular
cardigan
today.
is fine.
I look spectacular.
This is how you know we work in the office all day and we're like
Yeah.
somewhere all day
Yeah.
until it cools off.
Yep.
I got jeans on.
Yep.
He's got a cardigan
Yeah.
on. It's supposed to be
It's 97
I think-
degrees
yeah.
outside.
Doesn't
I always ask Siri, hey Siri, what's the what's the temperature outside? It's 97 degrees. And I just was like, well, it doesn't really matter.
We literally get to dress however we want. If
Yeah,
we want it to be winter, that's fine.
If I want to come in here looking like New York undercover, I can. It's not a problem.
We're literally like basketball players. Like you see like all those people from the finals, they come in. What did Jalen wear like leather jacket with leather pants on June 6th?
Yeah.
Like it don't matter.
Yeah. Today he had on shorts and a t-shirt.
He did, yeah. 'Cause
He
gonna
was
be
at the
outside.
parade. Yeah, he was out at the
He was gonna be
parade.
outside.
But hey, all I knew is I'm gonna be fly today because it's Malik Monk Day.
It's Malik Monk Day. Hey, more air horns for Malik Monk Day.
Yeah, let
more
him
air
rock.
horns.
Let
Let's
him
go.
rock.
621 for forever in the city of Sacramento is Malik Monk.
Kyle is thoroughly enjoying our nonsense so he can finish his lunch. Like that's the beauty of what we do here. Kyle's just like, no, y'all go ahead, get your stuff off because I got to finish my lunch here.
Hey man, got to eat to live. That's what Chicago said in the in Poetic Justice.
You
when
got to
they
get
went up.
nice t-shirts too. What's that?
You would know. You would know.
That's
Stop.
good. Oh man. Well, hey, Kamara's waiting, and if anybody would know,
yeah, he needs to shut the hell up. That's who needs to shut the hell up.
If anybody,
I done seen his on
if
Instagram.
anybody would speak on an expensive wardrobe, it is our
I done
brother
seen
Kamara.
his jewels. Well, pause. You know, no, pause that. No, pause that. Pause that.
Hold on. You might. Oh no!
I got the pause in first.
No.
I got the pause in first.
I don't think this has ever happened before. Hang on. Oh,
no, I got the pause in first. I got the pause in first. I got the pause in first.
No, it's too late.
No, the pause came before.
Hey, man, that is wild.
You
my.
stop.
Oh my
I'm
God.
disputing that flag. I'm challenged. I got the pause in. I got the pause in first.
Oh,
man.
You said you went. I've seen his jewels.
Oh,
Well, pause.
oh, man. Oh, we need somebody
That was correct.
get Kenny a sandwich.
Hey, yo, that was wild, bro. That was wild. I ain't gonna lie to you. That was wild. Hey, it don't count. I got the pause, but that was
Hey,
wild.
you've already been tossed, buddy.
Brother, you Pete Rose, you're banned for life.
Wow.
Kamara has
man.
really nice jewelry.
No, too late. No,
Yeah,
don't try to
that's
clean it up now. Lord have mercy. Holy crap.
Come on.
Kyle, your thoughts
can't
on Kamara's jewels?
We can't even have a conversation. I hate it here, man. We can't even have a conversation, man. That's all we're trying to do, man. It's
Kamara's a distinguished attorney. He's like, I'm out of here. This is why I don't come back to Sacramento.
Happy Friday, everybody.
No,
I'm seeing.
no. Welcome to Malik Monk Day, everybody. Malik Monk is now associated with this.
I'm seeing how many of Kenny's T-shirt Malik Monk could buy with this year's salary.
Oh yeah, it's good.
What?
That's,
Yeah.
that's a good
12.
idea. It's a good
You
exercise.
get 12. Yeah, 12.
That's a good number.
Like I said, I don't even know where you guys are looking at. This is inaccurate. It's not accurate at all.
God, that was wild.
Welcome to the show, Kyle Madsen.
say.
Man,
Oh, boy.
welcome to the show. Man, you guys got the day off to a great start. Obviously, the vibes are immaculate. Kings fans are feeling terrific. Malik Monk is back with Sacramento, and I'm. You joked the other day. It's the offseason. Now the work begins. Well, I'd argue that now the Kings got work to do. It's like the most important thing happened. Thank goodness it did. The most important thing happened. Okay, that's great. We're gonna have fun today.
Have a good time today.
Yeah, but come Monday,
It's time to get back.
we're 2 days
back to
away
work.
from the draft. The conversation is gonna change a little bit. The tone's gonna be different because it's like, hey, what are we doing now?
That's it. Like that's the next step here. But to that point, this isn't a scenario where like the 49ers with Brandon Ayuk. That is, hey, this got to get done. Like the offseason's not really done until this is complete. They got boxes to check, and they checked a bunch of them, and there's the one right at the top, the very glaring one they haven't done. With the Kings, this was the biggest one. It was Malik Monk and Mike Brown getting those two things. Those are out of the way now, and that's great. But that doesn't mean the offseason's over. There's still a ton of work to do, but to that point, there's less work to do than had they not retained Malik Monk, and that is the key thing for me today. Because if Malik is walking, now all of a sudden, and we talked about this on the Insiders, you have to replace his production on the court, you have to replace his presence in the locker room. You heard every single player that talked about or was asked about Malik Monk at their exit interview with the Kings. Every single one of them brought up his leadership, how vocal he is, how he is the only player on the team that is like that. De'Aaron Fox is not. Domantas Sabonis is not. Keegan Murray is not. All due respect to JaVale McGee, but if JaVale McGee is your vocal leader, like you're building your team.
It's almost like TT.
So
JaVale's better than TT though. TT, you know TT.
I agree. No, you're having a tough start to today's show.
It's almost like TT. That's what.
It's just weird.
Halliburton
The voice
called
you were doing, it was weird. Because you TT, TT.
I don't know who TT is.
It's Tristan Thompson.
Tyrese Halliburton used to call him TT.
We're still unclear as to why he was doing that, but he was just doing press conferences. Yeah, TT told us to.
That's what he called TT.
First of all, don't do that anymore. Also, don't listen. We don't need live. Well, that's a great question.
Is a good question.
That's a great question.
But because if he does that with some bass in his voice, I think
I think it was the other one.
To your point, Tristan, when he was here, he would do all this. Yeah, we got to be better. You guys, he would do all this talking. And it was like, bro, you
cool,
can't
man.
even get off the bench. So,
Yeah.
I mean, not to disrespect JaVale. I think I like JaVale a little bit more than Tristan Thompson. So, but to your point, like he can't
he can't be the guy. Sure, he can lead a
For
huddle.
the record, I like JaVale a lot more than Tristan Thompson.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not even close. It's not even close.
I'll turn that.
Okay.
JaVale's one of my favorite players ever. But if he's your guy breaking down the huddle and being all fired up pregame, great. Like that's awesome. But he can't be your vocal leader that everybody looks to in a key spot. Like, hey man, what do we got? So
well, it's okay once. Like in those situations, it's okay once or a couple of times throughout a season. That can't be the guy you turn to, 4 games in a row. Okay, JaVale, how do we get out of this one?
Yeah, no, it's so it would have taken a lot to replace Malik Monk, and then also go do all the stuff they need to do about adding size and athleticism. So now it's like Monk's here, and not just for this season. Now moving forward, it's De'Aaron Fox, it's Malik Monk, it's Domantas Sabonis, and Keegan Murray. Those are your dudes.
Yeah,
there's a real direction now. Mike Brown is under contract for the next 3 years. Like they know, hey, this is the group that is going to move forward, and that's such a huge deal. How often over the last, pick a number of years, have we talked about the Kings needing stability, needing a direction, and then needing to get a foundation that you can then build off of? And now, hey, this is the foundation. But now, to the point you brought up, Damian, you got to build off it. Like, this is great. You have your base layer now. Surrounding that with the right pieces on the margins is going to be vital.
And both of you guys are 100% correct. I agree with you. The thing about getting the Malik situation taken care of right now is it allows you to lock in.
Yeah.
It allows you to lock in and really pinpoint what you want to do specifically with this roster, who you're willing to trade, if it's a free agent, whatever, what you're willing to give up, because you've got that out the way. You know what I mean? And it's a level of stability, like you mentioned, Kyle, to this roster, to this organization. And now to build this roster out, you can get laser focused on, all right, we're laser focused on getting Kuzma, Ingram, or Levine. And then, we can go get a John Collins or whatever the case may be. But worst case scenario, we can run it back and be somewhat confident that we can get to the playoffs, right? Worst case scenario. We're not resting on our laurels. We're trying to improve, but worst case, we know we've got these guys that we felt really good about last year back in the fold, and it's just monumental being able to sign him in general. But when they were able to do it, it's also another big caveat to it.
Yeah, that's a really, really important part. That's kind of new to all of this. The collective bargaining agreement changed. They're allowed to negotiate with their own players. Now we can talk about how this stuff really works and how things are circumvented and done, but like they can talk to each other and they can come to agreements and release them to the public. The fact that it's never getting to an opportunity, like, and man, I can't, it's hard to not think about the fact Domas never got to the point where he was going to be able to negotiate with other teams. Malik Monk never got to the point where he was, in reality, going to be able to negotiate with other teams. The fact that those two guys locked into Sacramento, like, I know that the Kings aren't exactly where we want them, but man, it's hard for me to look at them and go, hey, they're not in a good position. No, they very much are. They're in a really good position. And I think some of these little moves, as stupid as some of the Mike Brown stuff was a couple of weeks ago, this team is in a good spot. They need to do more to get better, to become like a true championship contender. But this team right now is in a good spot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. But now it's not, now to me, everything we talked about with the offseason was size and athleticism, right? Like you need wings. This is a wings league. You need wings. They need more help there. And now that's the focus. They don't have to worry about, hey, who's the sixth man going to be? How are we going to replace Malik? Can D'Anthony Melton do it? How much do we pay that guy? Like, no, now it's just, hey, go get size, athleticism, and somebody who can score it. Like that's kind of the
what you said last is extremely important for me in my development. You can go get that guy, but I need a guy that can get a bucket. I need a guy that's going to be a threat. Whether he's a guy that can do it off the bounce or he's just a catch and shoot specialist or whatever the case may be, but he has to be able to score, because the thing that I keep thinking about all the time is if you don't care about what they do on the offensive end, look at Jared Vanderbilt and what became of him. I know he was injured a lot last year, but in that playoff series
year before,
where he looked so vital, he got up against a team that said, in the Warriors, said, we're just not going to guard you.
Yeah.
The Nuggets, we're just not going to guard you. We're going to play 5-on-4 on the defensive end. And Darvin Ham eventually said, I can't play this guy. He's a really good defender, but I can't play him because my stars are getting double teamed because nobody's respecting this guy. So I agree they need the size, athleticism, and all this other stuff. You got to make sure the guy can get a bucket. Like I said, whether it's attacking the basket, cutting, catch and shoot from three, whatever, they've got to be able to get a bucket to balance everything out.
Yep.
I have a name I want to throw at everyone. I feel like people won't like it, but it's just a question. And it's not like the move, the next move. It's just, I'm curious what y'all think. Given what we saw yesterday, what if Lonzo Ball was available?
Lonzo would be fine. I mean, he like to sign.
You probably have to trade for him.
I'd give like a second rounder, but sure.
Yeah, I'd take a flyer on Lonzo for sure.
For sure. But
would you trade Davion Mitchell for Lonzo Ball?
No.
Because I don't know if Lonzo's ever going to play basketball.
And I know I'm going to get minutes from Davion.
Okay.
Lonzo, I like the player for sure.
But
by all appearances, he's working, he's playing like it looked bad. I get a strong impression he's playing basketball next year. I just don't know if he's playing for Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago. If Chicago says, "Hey, we'll take a second round pick," and if I don't know, if the Sasha Vezenkov thing is like beyond fixing, and he's like, "I want out of Sacramento," and Sacramento's like, "Great, we'll figure it out," and you want to throw him in, then fine. But I wouldn't do like a lot more than that. And even I'm not even sure I'd want to give up Sasha for him.
Really?
Just at this point. Yeah, it's not having nothing to do with him as a player. It's just I don't know for sure if how much you're gonna get out of him.
If he is able to stay healthy and play, I could see his career kind of panning out the way Sean Livingston, where Sean Livingston was supposed to be a superstar prospect, starter, franchise type player, had the unfortunate injury and kind of morphed into this super sub where like he's because of the injuries, you can't play him like a starter. You can't put that type of workload on him, for a season or for his career, but you can play him sparingly off the bench, and his high IQ and his just natural skill set was able to be magnified with that Warriors team. I would love to take that chance with Lonzo Ball if he was available.
Yeah.
The other thing about all this as well is, and this is something I'm sure we're going to talk about throughout the day, is I'm not closing the door on Zach LaVine. I'm not closing the door on that.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not closing the door on that. And
why not?
That's all. Well, there's a couple things to it. Number one, I'm saying that with the idea that Malik Monk might start. So I could see you going relatively small with the small guard lineup with Fox, Malik, and LaVine as the three guards. Put Keegan at the four. I know a lot of people want to think I feel like I might be the only one that's like, let's stop playing around. Keegan's a four. Like he's not. I don't think he's a three. He may be able to guard some threes and stuff like that, but I think you maximize who he is and who he can be as a player by having him as a stretch four. And that's the way I
that's kind of interesting.
But if you go with the three guard, I think about it like this. I think about let's work backwards here. Let's start with the Western Conference champions. If you have Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, and Zach LaVine, who on Dallas is playing Zach LaVine off the court? Or Malik Monk? Nobody. Like you just stick one of them two on Derek Jones or who was the other one that was playing well?
Maxi Kleba?
Maxi, or I was
PJ Washington.
They don't do nothing. They ain't going like this ain't the 80s and 90s where they get a mismatch and they're gonna take you to the block. Like, no, these guys are gonna stand around on the perimeter. You put Keegan on Luka or something like that. and you rock that way. We can work backward with Minnesota. Fox guards Conley. You could put whoever you want on Anthony Edwards. It's going to be tough regardless. You put Malik Monk or something on McDaniels and all this other stuff.
You don't think they're just going to hunt them with switches and then go to work?
Hunt who? What are they going to
Zach
do?
LaVine.
They're just going to be on the perimeter. Like when you talk about, if I'll put it to you like this too, if you want like them to hunt and not move the ball around and do all this other stuff, by all means, go ahead. They don't like the point is they don't have multiple guys that are going to hunt those guys off the court. At least Minnesota doesn't. Dallas, you got Kyrie and Luka and doing all this other. They can hunt. They're gonna hunt regardless. It don't matter who you have in there. They're gonna hunt and they're gonna try to find that matchup regardless of who you have out there. So my thought is have the I want to be devastating on offense. I want to, and the Kings are like almost there, where somebody looks at them and like, damn, how do we match up with Fox, Monk, Keegan, and Levine, and BI, and Kuz? Like, how do we match up with that? Because at some point it's going to be a problem. Some point there's somebody that can't guard one of these four, at least one of these four. And I think that would be the mindset I would have for it.
I thought the Levine stuff might be dead.
I did too, until the stuff that we read this morning. But
what did you read this morning?
Guys, that I think it was Jake Fisher was saying that he still believes the Kings are.
Yeah,
like if
I'm wary on that. I'm wary. I think Jake Fisher is piggybacking off of what Matt Moore said. He wrote like it sounds like the Kings are the front runner for Zach LaVine. But then if you go read Casey Johnson at NBC Sports Chicago, who covers the Bulls, he said that the Bulls are in active talks with the Sixers and Jazz about LaVine. Doesn't mention the Kings.
And then someone reported yesterday, yeah, that's not true. The Sixers are not involved in this at all.
We got Woj and Shams all over again.
Yeah, so there's all sorts of stuffs out there, but like
I don't know if anybody offered Zach LaVine.
The Jazz trading for Zach LaVine would be so funny.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Like we're talking 3-guard lineup. The Jazz are there like 5 guards.
Also, crazy. Danny, what are you doing?
Yeah,
like
no idea.
What are you doing?
The whole point though is I wouldn't close the door on LaVine. He wouldn't be my first choice. I
still
want Kuzma first and probably be second.
Is Kuzma above Ingram? Is that just financial?
Oh yeah.
Really?
That's easy
financials.
Yeah.
I think Kuz is a little bit of a better fit.
Easy work.
Yeah, Kyle Kuzma I think is a way better fit for Sacramento than Zach LaVine is.
Oh no, Bi. Did I say?
I thought you said. I thought you said.
Oh no. Oh. Sorry. Let me backtrack this. 3, 2. We'll just cut this.
Yeah. No, this is
okay. Here we go. Segment 2.
Yeah.
No.
Keep that part.
Re-rack the beginning of the segment right here.
That's a Zay. That's a Zay meme.
But that is on Run It Back at 4:00.
Yeah. I want to remind you, the official left his post, walked into this studio, threw a flag, and threw you out.
He caught a flight from Secaucus.
He did.
I said
the replay center left.
Watch yourself.
Well, Secaucus is a real place. Grow up.
Malik signs to the Kings, and we don't know how to act.
No. So let's rewind.
So I may have misheard you. Sorry.
You have Kuzma and then Ingram.
I do. Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm with that too because Ingram has that. I don't.
Ingram, you're gonna have to max now.
Yeah. Well, but you probably won't, right? Because it's more financially beneficial for him to wait.
Well, yeah,
but you always got to have that in the back of your mind.
He has 1
year
left,
and
so
like,
next year.
but like like he's going to be a free agent. Like he's going to be able to. It makes there's no Domas situation here for him. They're not going to be able to do that again. So Ingram would enter free agency, and whatever you traded to get him is gone, and you're hoping he resigns, and you're signing him at an incredible dollar figure. Kuzma's under contract for 3 years. He's a really good basketball player, and he is on it's not my money, so I don't really care about this stuff as much as other people do, but it's on a very team-friendly contract.
Well, it matters for the salary cap and stuff. And being realistic about how much the Kings are going to pay over it. But yeah, I think.
Yeah, again, that ain't my money. If they are good, I don't care.
I don't actually really disagree. I just know that everybody's very high on Brandon Ingram, and I am not that high on Brandon Ingram. I see the fit, I see the vision, but I'm not I've never watched Brandon Ingram be like, oh man, he's going for 40 tonight for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't like. I get that he's good, and I get the numbers, and I've seen, but I also am like, I feel like I leave Brandon Ingram games underwhelmed more often than not. And
go ahead.
With Kuzma, I think somewhere along the line we got this idea that but people got this idea that Kyle Kuzma like sucks, or is a good stats bad team guy, or something like that. Kyle Kuzma can play. He is a very good player.
So you have Kuzma over BI too.
Yeah, now that I'm talking it out, yeah. I was just surprised that I thought I didn't. I thought that would
I think
be
I'm
kind of a
more. I
wild
think
take.
my Ingram line of thinking is more in line with yours than anyone else's. Go ahead.
Two things that you said. I'm probably in that camp with Ingram. Like his numbers don't match up how I feel about him. Like I'm like, yo, he can go. Like he is a bucket. He can get you whatever you want anytime. And then I go to Basketball Reference and he averaged 20 a night. It's like, damn, I could have swore he averaged 25. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I could have swore he averaged 25, 26. But that, I feel like he's that type of player. The other thing, what you said about Kuzma, I feel like people are doing that a little bit with Levine. Like they kind of treat Levine like he's trash. And Zach Levine, he can go. And you're also talking about, like, maybe he's not a franchise guy, but he comes here to Sacramento. He's like your third option. It's almost to a certain degree with a more balanced roster, Bradley Beal and what happened in Phoenix. Bradley Beal just couldn't stay healthy. When he played, he had a really good season with Phoenix.
But do you feel like that worked?
It worked because they didn't have the roster around. The Kings have
It didn't work.
It didn't work.
Yeah.
And they still got higher than they got into the playoffs. But it didn't work because of injuries, and it didn't work because they didn't have the roster around those three players. That I don't think is a problem for the Kings. I think they have a way better supporting cast than what Phoenix had when they got.
Do you think Levine makes them a championship contender? Don't answer, because this is radio and we've got to convince people to stick through the commercial break. No, it's seriously. I want you to give an expansive answer. Assuming he's leaving, but you're welcome.
I have a lot of
whatever
stuff to
you
do,
want.
and I would like to not be at work anymore if that's okay with you guys.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
You're welcome to leave. You're welcome to leave. That's Kyle Madsen of the Insiders. We'll come back. Casey will answer that question about Zach LaVine, and we're talking about Kyle Kuzma. We aren't the only ones who want to see a Sacramento Kings Kyle Kuzma trade. We'll explain what we're talking about when Dillon and Casey return here. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Great tease.
Kyle's like, yeah, like you think I want to sit around here all goddamn day with you two idiots?
Kyle doesn't want to play radio no more today.
Well, see, I'm a nice guy, and James is going on vacation, so I said, hey, don't worry about the podcast today. I got you.
You are a nice guy.
So I have that to do. I still got to do videos. Traffic always sucks. I got an hour and a half drive, man.
You do.
Come on, man.
We
Come on,
appreciate your dedication.
What are we doing here? These shirts could be 70% off. These shirts could be 70% off and cost more than my entire outfit.
Is it $1,000? Is it $1,000? No.
That's a bit crazy. Is my shirt $1,000? It's not, so relax.
That's nuts.
You ever been to Roanoke Park, Kyle?
To Roanoke Park?
Yeah.
Maybe on accident. I've been to I've been in and around the Santa Rosa area.
I've only been to Sebastopol. That's the only place I've been.
Sure.
That area. But yeah, we got a baseball tournament in Roanoke Park.
Oh, okay.
Never been.
That's one of those places that's just far enough away that, like, if you were in Walnut Creek, I'd be like, shoot, let me know. We'll go grab a beer. Walnut Creek's like 35 minutes.
Right.
But Roanoke Park is one of those that doesn't feel that far.
Far away.
It's like an hour and 40 for me.
It's hella far away. My son, we were talking last night.
Love you, John.
He brought up a good question. He's like, Roanoke Park's in the Bay Area, right? I said, yeah, Bay Area.
North Bay.
He goes, so is it close to Oakland and San Francisco? And I said, no, not really. He's like, well, how is it in the Bay Area then? And I was like, that's a good point.
Yeah,
I think they would classify themselves as being in the Bay Area.
That's the North Bay. It's the nine county Bay Area.
It's like an hour and 15 minutes from Oakland.
Yeah.
Something wrong with that.
And it's not an easy drive either. It's a bunch of free. It's nice though.
I'm looking for. I've never been.
I live in Oakley.
Drew down. I saw that. Their
All right, Joe,
AI is broken.
Can I shut this computer down?
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Aldrin, when we get a chance, I'll try to answer your question. Aldrin wanted to know my thought process. He says the league is everybody in the league, the lineups and everything getting bigger. Why would the Kings go smaller?
Appreciate you, my man. Have a good weekend.
You too, my guy.
Have a good weekend.
Thanks, brother.
Aldrin, for me personally, it's not like I said, it's not like, oh, they're gonna be, they're gonna be big and play bully ball on you now. That's not how it is. Like the league is guys getting bigger in the lineups. They just standing out on the perimeter. They're not taking advantage of anything. Maybe they rebound a little bit, but you can get away with it, I think, today with the way the game is played. In my opinion.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
I didn't like your little giggle. I got to see what the hell.
Check the group chat.
The AI summary of the YouTube show today reads: the live chat is buzzing about Kenny Powers grabbing Kamara's family jewels during the show.
Yo,
leading to speculation.
Now you guys see why I don't like robots, man. They just throwing anything out there.
Leading to speculation about the potential consequences and reactions. Boy,
I gotta say, with how AI is going and all that, like if it was humans versus AI, we're sweeping them in 4, easy.
YouTube really nailed this
crazy.
one. Kenny Powers grabbing Kamara's family jewels.
Yo.
Wow.
No, man. Come on, man.
Hey.
Come on.
Well,
we gotta do something about this AI. It's getting ridiculous.
Man. That is tough. That is tough. In any event, man, let's open up these phone lines for you. 916-909-1320. We'd love to hear from you all throughout the day.
Yeah, man. Malik Monk Day. We want to hear from you guys on Malik Monk Day.
Indeed. Chris Biderman's going to join us later on in the show. James Ham is going to join us, of course, in the final hour of the show before he heads off on his vacation. So lots to talk to James about. Excited for that. Excited to talk to our man, Chris Biderman. When I text Chris, I text him maybe 10 minutes before the news broke. And it was just like, hey, we got a Friday. We really talk about anything. I just saw you wrote an article about the A's and the stadium in Sacramento. And of course, we got 49er stuff, and we'll talk Kings. And then Woj tweeted. So there's that.
Woj stopped everything around these parts, man.
So we will be talking about Malik Monk with our man, Chris Biderman. I asked you just before the break, as we were wrapping up our conversation with Kyle Matson of the Insiders. We're talking about Zach LaVine. I thought maybe the Zach LaVine conversation might die down or just die a little bit following Malik Monk's signing here. You feel differently. It's fine. I asked you, do you think Zach LaVine catapults the Sacramento Kings into a Western Conference title contender? I said title contender. I'm going to walk that back. I'm going to say a Western Conference title contender. And your answer is?
I won't be on the fence. My first thought would say no, right? That would be my first thought. So you can mark that down as my official answer. But I'll follow it up by saying he can. Like, he can elevate them, and it depends on, how he meshes. Some of it depends on what happens with Keegan Murray, and if he's able to up his game a little bit or whatever the case may be. I think I can see a scenario where they're a top 3 team in the Western Conference with that. And I know a lot of people
see that?
if he can stay healthy, right?
A 50+ win.
Yeah.
Top 3 team.
Absolutely. And I understand the concerns. Like I said, he's not my first choice at all. But I do think that people are kind of selling Zach LaVine short at this point. Like with the vitriol, like, no, I don't want nothing to do with him. That's a pretty good ball player. That's a pretty good ball player. Like, I know people hate the contract. There's a reason he was able to get that contract with his skill level and what he could bring to the table. Like I said, Is he a guy that you build a franchise around at this point? Absolutely not. But if he came to Sacramento and he was, maybe your second or third scorer, your shot creator and things of that nature, he could flourish in that role for sure. And that would help the team, I think.
It goes back to a line Kyle Madsen had during the season about Domas being your second best player is easy. Like, that's not a problem. Domas being your second best scorer might be problematic. Just because of the way he chooses to play, just because of the way he plays. Like, he doesn't force shots, he doesn't take bad shots, and he is always going to look to get everybody else involved. Having a guy who will be a little more aggressive, and this is where, like, I think another big Malik Monk conversation comes into play. There was certainly nothing written about this last night, and even some stuff Keith Smith has written in the past had me thinking, like, we're assuming, like, Malik to Orlando starting there, Malik to here, he's just starting. Like, I think when Keith wrote about Orlando, he talked about Malik being a bench option for Orlando. Now, he's not reporting this as an insider who's connected and getting all this new. He's just looking at the roster and laying out what the Orlando Magic with Malik Monk would look like. There was nothing written about what Malik's role with the team is last night. And I'm of the belief, I don't think we know. Now, we can operate, and I don't think it would be dangerous to do this under the assumption that he'll be back in the role that he was last year. My feeling is, though, right now, this second, Malik Monk is, he's that guy, the six-man guy that we saw last year. Keon Ellis is starting, and that's how they're building. Right now, on Malik Monk Day, June 21st, that's what I think the look is. We hope this roster continues to evolve. As this roster changes, I think that idea could change. If a Kyle Kuzma situation presents itself and Harrison Barnes winds up moving to the bench, of course, assuming that Harrison Barnes is still here and it's Kevin Huerter that's gone, I can see a situation where Harrison Barnes and Keon Ellis are the guys coming off the bench and Malik Monk is starting alongside Kyle Kuzma and the rest of the guys. I don't think Malik's role is defined yet, and I feel like Malik knew that when he signed or when he agreed to stay with the Sacramento Kings last night.
I could believe that. I could absolutely believe that. I do feel like there's an understanding without being said, maybe, that it's like, all right, it's time to try him as a starter. Especially with and I know Keon had a great finish to the season, and I love Keon and what he brings to the table. We talked about it on here, like he has all defensive team potential. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about him. But now with Kevin Huerter kind of out the way as the potential starter, it opens up the door for Malik now that he's coming back. And I'm starting to wrap my head around that. Is like that's the move, and what could that look like? And the first name that continues to come to my mind, and we mentioned it a little bit a couple times before, is CJ McCollum. Fox and Monk turn into a version of Dame and CJ. And is it out of the realm of possibility to think Malik Monk could be CJ McCollum? I got a couple of numbers. CJ's second year, he was 23 this year, his second year in the league, played 62 games. Obviously, there's something going on. He only averaged 6.8 points per game. Like, maybe it didn't mesh with the coach or whatever the case may be. In the third year, in that second year, he was averaging 15.7 minutes a night. In that third year, he shot up to a full-time starter, played 80 games. He scored 20.8 a night. But the thing that I'm really looking at when I think about Malik Monk and saying, can he be that, is the minutes per game shot up to 34.8 minutes a night. Malik right now, I think, is at 26 a night.
Right.
And is it inconceivable if you move him into the starting lineup to think that he can maybe it's not 34 minutes a night, but what if it's 32? Can he get to 18 points a night? I think he can. As your starting two guard, I think he's got that type of skill set, that type of skill level to say, a CJ McCollum type breakout from him as a starter is conceivable.
I'd be curious to hear anyone's argument that that's not possible. Malik was 15 points per game, you said, this year? Giving him 6-7 more minutes in this conversation, that's giving him a handful more of shots. Because unlike Domantas Sabonis, you're not going to have to beg Malik Monk to find his shot.
It's my kind of player.
And my man is going to find it.
Yeah.
So, no, it isn't even remotely inconceivable.
Yeah. So
that absolutely is a possibility.
So I think about that, and that's why I think about the possibility of him starting and being okay.
Remember your original epiphany that we needed Dame Lillard?
Yeah.
It might be we actually needed CJ McCollum. The epiphany has come full circle.
Good call. Good call, man. Yeah, I'm mentally preparing myself, and I'm ready for the Kentucky connection to finally in the NBA be on full display. You know, I thought we might have it on draft night in 2017. I said, go ahead, go get Malik Monk. It didn't happen. They separated, went their own ways. Fox is here. Malik finally gets here. I was pushing for him to start from the beginning, but I understood after a while. I was like, that's fine. Kevin Huerter's fine. It's cool. And then Malik played so well as a 6-man. I was like, oh no, leave him there. It's good. But now you got him here for 3 to 4 years. He's clearly a part of your core. Go ahead, man. Start the man. Let's go.
You said a couple of things there I want to get to. Namely, you talked about, draft night, Malik going elsewhere. I talked about this on the Insiders, and I don't want it to wind up being like 2 minutes over the course of a, 6-hour day where we don't discuss Malik's story and getting drafted by Charlotte and how he's gotten to this point and the control that he has moving forward. And we'll get to that in a minute. Guy, I'm really excited to hear from our man TC.
Hey, TC.
916-909-1320. TC, what you thinking, dog?
Hey, tell him like the Dean. Tell him like the Dean now. Hey.
Yes, sir.
Hey, listen, man. Hey, y'all know I'm fired up. Jesse put in my when I called, Jesse said, man, you put the pressure on Malik. I said, you know what? I didn't want to pressure him, bro. I just was saying we got to make a move, whether we bring him back or not. But, hey, you know what, Malik? I love you, bro. When I get home tonight, man, I got to go throw on my city edition, man. For sure.
There you go.
Yeah. Straight
there
up.
You go. Because TC actually has a jersey. He doesn't talk about just.
I'm getting the jersey. He signed. I'm gonna get the jersey. Okay. Don't do that. Don't do that. But I got a whole nother. We'll talk about it. I got a whole nother issue now.
Got to get that Steph Curry jersey.
Stop it. Will you stop?
And can you afford jerseys and that T-shirt? Never mind. Go ahead, TC.
On, man. This guy, man.
Go ahead, TC.
Hey, D-Lo, stay on his head. Hey, before I get started. Both y'all look nice today, bro. I like that cardigan, and I like that shirt. I like them light colors, dog.
The cardigan fire, bro. Today. I'm telling you that for sure.
Nah, for sure. Hey, but look, Casey, I'm with you though. Hey, let's stop trying to sell Levine and Kuzma as King fans, bro. Like so low. We get those dudes, bro. Either one of them. Those are certified bucket getters. Now we got Malik back. You got Fox, Malik, and whoever you want to throw out the three. Either it's Levine or Kuzma. I'm with you, Kenny. Keep kicking out the stretch four and Domas. Who's stopping that 5, bro? When you got Keon and Davion, say if you're not giving up Davion in the deal, right? You got Keon and Davion coming off the bench with Trey Lyles, and we'll worry about we'll fill in the rest. But we talking about the starting 5 right now, bro. That's a nasty starting 5, dog.
It's a good call. It's a good call, TC. I'm happy to. I was excited to hear TC today. TC's been, if he's here, he's here. If he's not, he's not. We got moves to make. Wow. I definitely thought of TC last night when that deal got done. So TC put the pressure on him.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, TC, for putting the pressure on him, man.
Yeah, get it done, man.
You know what I mean? You got to do what you got to do.
Go put some pressure on Kyle now and get Brandon Ayuk signed.
Well, I mean, Brandon's got Brandon gotta. All right, Brandon, come on, man.
Brandon needs to stop doing podcasts or FaceTime
That's what I'm
calls.
saying.
Or
I'm about to
he's
say the
doing.
same thing. Like, yo, just
wait it out, bro.
Let's be in good faith here. What we're doing here. Let's not negotiate through the media.
You a little in your feelings right now. Knock it off. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM. West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well. Twitch, YouTube, Twitter is jumping. Shout out to the nearly 3,000 people watching live. We appreciate you so much. Jump into the Matthews Mattress Chatty House here, where Matthews Mattress has an Independence Day sale going on right now, where you can get no interest with 48 months special financing with 0 interest, no money down on approved credit with equal monthly payments required. No matter what your favorite bed winds up being, whether it's Beauty Rest Black, whether it's Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, Stearns, and Foster, whatever it is, Matthews Mattress is going to take care of you. And they'll beat any advertised price by 10%. Yes. Don't forget that. Go to MatthewsMattress.com, find the location nearest you. You find an advertised price better, take it to them. They'll beat it. That's what they do.
Sure. And don't forget, if you buy by 5, you can be sleep in that bed by 9 with free same-day delivery.
Oh, that's important. The most important part. Telling me from the Chatty House.
That's what you got to do.
Telling me from the Chatty House.
In the Chatty House. D-Lo and KC sent us.
Yeah, don't.
They're going to be like, okay.
Well, I can't.
Okay.
I don't know that's exactly how they're going to react, but definitely.
They won't treat you like you said you're KC in LA. Just know that.
Yeah, don't do that.
Well, they're not going to treat you like the guy who treated me. He was like, yeah, all right.
No.
They ain't going to do that. They're going to be like, oh, okay, Chatty House, D-Lo and KC, all right.
Instead of, all right, pal. Enjoy the game. Let's get Biggie in here, 916-909-1320. Biggie, what's going on, baby?
Happy Malik Monk Day.
Yes, sir. Talk about it. Talk about it.
Yes, indeed.
Yo, Jesse told me someone was on the line ahead of me, but I didn't know it was TC. I was like, should I hang up? Like,
nah, man, you good, man. It's all the greats are in here today, man.
I don't know about that, but I just got to say I'm all in on Kyle Kuzma. Like, I don't know what the trade's looking like, but if you get a starting 5 of Fox, Keon, Keegan, Kuzma, whether they're 3 or 4, I'm not sure, and Sabonis, like, that's nasty, like TC was saying.
Yeah,
I think that would be. I think they could do something in the playoffs with that. What you fellas think about it?
No, I love it. That's the move, and we're not the only ones who think that. We'll tell you who else does. I think we got Leezy there, right? 916-909-1320. Leezy Scorsese, what up, baby?
Yo, D-Lo and KC, happy Malik Monk Day. What's popping with it?
What's up, HAL? Happy Malik Monk Day, baby.
That's right. Hey, I can't wait for the grand opening to Club Malik. I'm gonna be there with my camera. It's going down for real.
Hey, Malik's is going up, bro.
Yeah,
I can't wait. Malik's is going up.
You got to wear T-shirts that cost at least $8.50 to get in.
Well, I guess I can't get in.
No. Go to the website.
Yeah. Hey, that's what's up. But yeah, I'm glad the Kings got Malik. Whether he comes off the bench or starts or whatever, it kind of depends on this whole Levine deal. But my biggest thing is like, do you guys see the Kings upgrading like the wing position? Like, even if you get Levine, which would be great, you still got to upgrade at the wing. This is kind of a name that's kind of gone away. I know it's not as popular, but what do you think about maybe getting like a guy like maybe Obi Toppin or even Miles Bridges? Do you think Kings kick the tires on either one of them, or would they be too pricey?
Just for those who missed it, he said Miles. He didn't say Mikal. He said Miles.
I mean, look. Hey, look.
Now, Miles, I think, is a signing.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. That could play a little bit of a factor into this, but
I'm gonna. We just got to be real with it and be fair to the situation. The guy's he's in the NBA. Like it's fair to have a conversation. He's in the NBA and say, hey, would you sign this guy? It could be, nah, man, I'm good. All right, cool, but. He's in the league. He's a player. He played this whole year. He's potentially, or he is a free agent. It's okay to have the conversation.
But you're not in on the idea. I just noticed. I'm sorry. I just noticed securing the Monk changed his name to securing an HB
no, wait
trade.
a minute.
Hey, he hasn't really missed either with his names. Like everything has happened. So
Well, his first one.
All right, well, come on, everyone. Like
that might have been the
Yeah.
biggest miss.
His name was Securing the Bagley.
Yeah, that was a big miss.
Then I think we went with Securing the Beam, and then we got Securing the Monk.
Yeah.
And now he's changed his name to Securing HB Trade.
Hey, we might have
Man.
Well, look here. Hey, we might have to just forget about that if we did what we had to do to sign Malik.
Just let it ride.
I mean, if that's what they wanted,
all right.
Game is the game.
If that's what they wanted, then
All
all right,
right.
we'll see you next year, HB.
Well,
you here?
My man.
If
Yeah,
HB didn't want to move,
can we get a Securing the Kuzma?
yeah.
then?
Well, why we
Like-
got to secure getting somebody out of here?
Yeah,
no, if
like,
we're gonna
well-
do this, it's like securing the Michael Bridges or something.
He said securing the HB trade.
That's tough.
So this was sparked. Obi Toppin is a restricted free agent. I don't think he's leaving. I don't want to I don't want to ignore what Leezy was talking about, or I don't like this name. Securing HB Trade pointed out.
I don't like it either.
He's a restricted free agent, but I don't think he's. I think Indiana is very, very, very intent on keeping him. And I mean, I'm certainly not connected. I have no idea. I feel like he was a good fit there. He's a big part of what they do. I don't think he's leaving.
I don't think he is either. But now you also, with that situation and them getting Pascal Siakam and seeing Tyrese on the horizon, you got to worry about what they want to do financially as an organization. Are they just signed Miles Turner as well? So are you willing to venture into the tax? I don't know if that even puts him in.
You got
tax.
to.
I'm
Yeah,
just
no,
asking.
that's how I got the Obi stuff. Giving him, I think, like the mid-level area, they're right underneath it.
That's good.
But this is their team, and committing to Obi also, like, to solidify. This is our squad. This is who we believe can get us in the, can at least get us in the ring with the Boston Celtics. Right. Time will tell if we're able to, give them the old Tank Davis, 1-2, but we'll at least be in the ring.
I'm with you though. You got to do it. Just like
absolutely.
It's the same thing I feel with like the Kings. Not hey, you got a little situation here with Fox, Sabonis, the potential of Keegan Murray, a guy like Malik Monk. Yes, they all need to be signed. And then if you want to help those guys get to the next level, you're gonna have to go find a Kuzma or Brandon Ingram or something like that. And it's going to put you in the tax. You got to pay. Like I said, you ain't got to pay it forever. You know what I mean? Maybe it's something that, all right, let's see what this team could do for 2 or 3 years. I'm willing to do that because I'm going to have some money coming in with the TV deal, with expansion, with playoff sales and all this other stuff. So I can make a lot of, if I'm Uncle V, I can make a lot of money and still shell out this luxury tax for a couple years, but they're going to have to show me a little something after a little while. And that's perfectly fair too. So, but yeah, I like Obi. But I'm with you. I don't think he leaves.
Yeah.
What was the other name?
So I cut you off. You're not interested. You'll have the Miles Bridges conversation, but you'll move on from it.
Yeah, I'll have the conversation. I'm not there. I'm not really what it goes.
Perfectly fine.
The other thing about that too, though, is, if you're a front office exec, if you're Monty McNair or Wes Wilcox, and you're saying, hey, let's have this discussion. Maybe you get to the point where let's talk to Miles. Like, I want to have a conversation with him. Maybe that happens. And
you're right. I think there's also with a player like that, I think it's, if the organization is doing this right, it's not just Monty and Wes. It's like, hey, excuse us maybe for mentioning some names. Let's get Kendra in here.
Yeah,
because Kendra, has to build.
We're gonna need her to.
Well, Kendra builds, like, can we have women's night? Can we have some of these things that, like, she's in charge of with him on our roster? Let's get Kendra in here. Let's get some of our other female department heads in here. Let's have an honest organizational conversation before we get to the Miles. Before where you were going is maybe we sit down and say, let's get this conversation done first,
right,
before we think about approaching that conversation.
Oh, facts. And me personally, when we're having that inner office conversation, it's just not I don't know if it's ever worth it, but I can just say right now, it's not worth it.
I don't think it is
that
either.
road.
I don't think it is either, because there's no matter how you rationalize it, a lot of people will not feel that way. But it's a
in that same Zach LaVine article by Jake Fisher, he also talks about Bridges later on. Says that the Kings did inquire about him at the trade deadline.
Miles.
Yeah, Miles.
I'm okay with that. Like I don't have a problem with it. I just hope that you do right by your organization. If you're honestly having these discussions, I just hope you do right by all of the people in your organization, and you at least, again, you're not going to be able to make everybody happy. Which is probably the ultimate downside to this. There could be people like, oh, I don't like Zach LaVine, but you can't say the same things about Zach LaVine that you say about Miles Bridges. And that's the difference.
And the reality of the situation is, like, this is professional sports. Maybe it's one of the reasons why, like, I couldn't be a GM, because I'd let, like, in a situation like this, like, man, I can't pull the trigger on that one, man. But some people are like, look, it's my job on the line. Like, we have to win. It's just what it is. We have to win. And if this guy can help us win, and there are people who will say, okay, I'll look past that, or I'll make the phone call, because we have to win. And that's what happens in professional sports. Like, that's just what happens. So I don't ever want to, I try not to, at least, like, look down. Like, I'm just throwing out a team, the Atlanta Hawks, and they'd sign Miles. How could you do that? Like, hey, man, it's professional sport. I may not always agree, but I understand the game that they're playing right now. So that's the Kings calling and inquiring about that. That's, once again, it's professional sports, man. There's jobs on the line. There's things that you just got to do sometimes.
A couple of things, only because I don't think we've really addressed this before. So let's do that. Our man Patrick, and that is 1,000% our man. Messages in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House. Terrence Davis was on the roster. The team had Artest at one point as well. It's funny you didn't even bring up Darren Collison, who was probably the most egregious of all of those. But Patrick and anyone else who brings up Terrence Davis, I would bet you that T-shirt that Kenny is wearing,
what?
You don't know the situation with Terrence Davis. I know what's reported. KC knows the situation. I know the situation. It's been shared with us in great detail. It's not Miles Bridges, dude. It's not. It's not even remotely the same. And the fact that label is on him, again, given what we know, that's tough. Because they are not the same things. I don't really remember the Ron. I remember something vaguely. I remember something at his house in Loomis. I can't say that I remember that one very well. But again, Patrick, you didn't even bring up Darren Collison. If you're going to bring it up, bring up Darren Collison.
And Patrick,
that happened in the Kings uniform.
Yeah. And Patrick, I hate to, I'm not trying to disrespect Patrick or anybody.
No, I know. A lot of people have asked that. Patrick was just the most recent one.
I'm not trying to tell you guys Santa Claus ain't real, but
because that'd be insane.
Professional sports, like, what was the line? Well, it's more football, but they were like, if Hannibal Lecter could get to the quarterback,
Amy Trask. If Hannibal Lecter could get to the quarterback, GMs would convince themselves he had an eating disorder.
Right. It's professional.
And you're 100% right. It is far more prevalent in football. Shout out Jerry Jones.
Well, I'm about to say,
that was not a
he
cue.
got knocked out again, I think, the other day.
Jerry Jones got knocked out?
No. Greg Hart.
Oh, like, man.
I don't get into the ring.
Okay, we need to go to.
I'm just happy
for
Malik Monk Day.
Brought to you by.
I'm just really excited to see what the Kings are going to be able to do with Malik Monk, because I want them to win so bad.
Stilo and Casey on ESPN 1320. I have a confession. I ate the chocolate donut, bro. I'm sorry. I was here.
Wow.
Wow. Really?
Wow.
I saved them for my guy for like 4 weeks.
Why not 5?
No, it's fine. Just for the record, y'all can go to hell. There's actually people in the office today. That's what made that funny. No, it's not lazy. No, lazy. I've been asking that question for a minute. And truth be told, what's today? It's gonna get asked again. Leezy, by the way, while you're here, we got approval on our PSA. So I'm going to be posting this Monday morning. I'll fill you in on all of the details later. But Chatty House, I'm gonna need your help with something. I'm launching a campaign I've never done before. It's a pretty big campaign for Sacramento on social media. I'll throw the link in the Discord when the video goes up. But if y'all could show us some love on social media when it gets there, that'd be a really, really big deal. That's what it was. Thank you. Thank you, Rich. That's what it was.
You couldn't walk a mile off in my Air Forces.
Alvin Kamara. These dudes, they be kind of wilding out with the I want a new deal.
Yeah. Well, that's because they all signed bad deals.
Well, did you see? Hey man, like I said, get your money. But did you see rumblings of Trent Williams wanting a new deal? You just signed a deal a year
I
ago.
didn't see that.
He's got like 3 years left on. He's like, I might want to renegotiate my deal. Wait, what? What? All right, guys, let's settle down.
Leezy, yeah, I can go to a parade, but I mean, all my teams are like all over the country, so.
What's what is it a Dolphins Super Bowl parade? You would go to that one?
Yeah.
Oh man, it hurts. I was so ready to go to the parade. Oh man. I just knew it was going to happen this year, which means it'll probably happen this year coming up. Because they never happened with the Red Sox. Like when the Red Sox lost that Game 7 off the Wakefield, the Aaron Boone home run, it was like it's probably never.
6-year-old Jesse crying his eyes out.
It's probably never gonna happen. Like in the very next year they come back, do the unthinkable.
Like that's the thing too. Like Yankee fans, like whatever, you win the World Series this year, spend all the money. Like you guys lost 3-0. You guys were up 3-0.
Well,
we'll never forget that.
They might have company.
Tune into the NHL tonight.
Company. I'm gonna watch that.
Yeah,
I'm watching that too.
Yeah, I am too. You can't tell the Chatty House anything.
What they do?
Well, I told him during the commercial break I had gotten approval on a PSA that Leezy and I shot for the city of Sacramento.
Okay.
So I was like, hey,
okay.
No, wait a minute.
This dude literally is like for the representing the city around the world at this point. You see this?
Mr. Worldwide.
He didn't even tell his boy.
Damn. No, I did tell you. I told you because Leezy was out with you the night before. I said he got up with me.
It was a little secretive. He's like, yeah, I got to do a little something with D-Lo. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know he's out here representing the city of Sacramento to the whole world.
You didn't have level 8 access.
G14.
No, just let me know when you two are finished.
G14 classification.
Right, go ahead.
No, it's good. That's fine. You guys will find it even funnier when you find out how I got to be a part of this.
Talk to the president or something?
Well, no, way more important than that.
Don't forget your voice of the Valkyries coming up.
Oh, that's not true. That's not true. Well, now it doesn't even matter. Now the jokes are all about me. No, I was trying to get a joke off about the Chatty House, and then it said, "Hey, I need your help with the PSA." Brian Cruz says, "PSA: Don't let your friends have unsalted eggs." But no, you've turned this on me.
That's how we do that. That's how you do that right there. You take the heat off of you and you push it off to someone else.
Unsalted eggs.
I still stand by my take yesterday too.
That one did numbers.
It did.
Numbers.
Bro, I told Jesse I was getting texts from all over the region about that clip. I got a text from a certain radio host in a suburb of Sacramento. I was like, yo, what is going on over at your building?
Unsalted eggs, they're provocative. They get the people going.
Apparently. Boy, man, it's been a wild week of social media videos.
Oh, man.
Goodness gracious.
If you were going to say something before, I don't want to step on it.
No,
but
you're fine.
Before, or, in the last segment, you talked about, I think it's important that we talk about Malik Monk's journey.
That's right.
And I agree with you.
Yeah.
Because it's a hell of a journey.
Yeah. Drafted by Charlotte, who are.
And before you get there, we talked about a number of different times. I was a huge Malik Monk fan in Kentucky. I said, this dude is like the old school dudes I used to love in the 90s and early 2000s. Like the hit, I said, he's next. He's next. I thought he was, I don't even know what to compare him to. Like, I thought he was going to be like John Morant, like that level of score. And he still may end up, I don't know. But coming out of college, coming out of Kentucky, the way John Morant came onto the scene, I thought that's what Malik Monk was going to be. So that's just the preference. Like, coming out of college, that's what people thought about him. And then
and that's what you wanted in Sacramento when the Kings had those picks. And obviously De'Aaron was the guy at the top of that draft. And, they were there with the opportunity to get Malik. Obviously they went in a different direction. But Malik winds up in Charlotte, and it's often lost. Like, Charlotte is as big of a mess as Sacramento has been. Like, Charlotte remarried the same coach twice. What?
And got the same result. Actually,
the
got worse
same results.
I think he made the playoffs the first time.
Man, and it was Charlotte wasn't a good organization. It wasn't a functional organization, and it was a situation where Malik did played out his rookie contract, and then it was kind of off. And he winds up in LA, playing on a big time team, had a decent role there, made NBA terms nothing, and played so well the Lakers couldn't afford him. Comes out after that and lands in Sacramento and outplays his contract almost immediately. Plays so well that the thought is immediately, hey, what happens when Malik Monk's contract expires? When can we re-sign him? Can we re-sign him before the season's over? Like, how's this going to work? Then everybody became familiar with early bird rights and all of these different, contract terms that did apply to Malik Monk or didn't apply to Malik Monk. And it's such an incredible story to me because we're used to, and a lot of this is the media for sure, but we're used to like Tatum's. We're used to guys being drafted, at the top of the draft and getting a ton of attention and getting the big push, as they say in wrestling. You get the big push, and you rarely have the Kofi Kingston guy or the Daniel Bryan guy, the guy who's really good, but hasn't been afforded the opportunities that the other guys have had. A guy who's really good, but is in a constant state of like having to prove themselves. And Malik has been in a constant state of having to prove himself up until yesterday. And he agrees to sign that contract for 4 years, $78 million, which he still maintains complete control over, because we are witnessing with Malik what we talked about for months. Stay in Sacramento. Are we biased? Yeah, absolutely. We wanted this moment right now as much as Malik Monk did.
Yeah.
But in 3 years, when he opts out of that deal and can sign a longer contract with Sacramento for greater money because of the way he's playing, that's the moment right there. And that's going to make him one of the incredible stories in basketball. It gets glossed over because he's been good now for a really long time. Pascal Siakam. Like, I know we joked about the contract was done. We all knew what time it was, all that different. What Siakam did to get to that point that he got to earlier this week is incredible. Yeah. Those stories need to be told just as much as, we like to, these guys spend, hours a day questioning whether Jason Tatum is really good or not. Is he good? Is he bad? Does he just copy everybody else? Is he tough enough? Is he this? Is he that? Tell the story about Pascal Siakam and where he's at now. Tell the story where he started to where he got to. Tell the story of Malik Monk. Tell the story where he started with Charlotte and how he got here to this point. He played on your beloved Los Angeles Lakers and played so well they couldn't re-sign him. Came here to Sacramento, made a difference, a massive, massive difference, and agrees to sign that contract, and now just has, maybe for the first time in his career, full control over his NBA future. Yeah. And I'm not talking about like trades, like we know, like all of that stuff. That's true with every player. Mm-hmm. But Malik playing the way that he's capable of, Malik playing the way that we know that he can, Malik meaning what he means to this Kings team, there's no trade conversations happening around Malik Monk. The thought of signing Malik Monk in 3 years is already in Monty McNair's head. Absolutely. Because you're calculating dollars for De'Aaron, you're calculating dollars for Keegan and Domas and these guys, because you believe this is our squad. This is the, go old school here, the core of the group that's going to get us where we want to go.
100%. You talk about those players. I was thinking about Fred VanVleet as well. His journey.
It's a great one. It's a great one.
What he was able to secure. And once again, we've talked about it. I just mentioned it as well. Me personally, I was just a really, really big fan of Malik Monk's game coming out of college, and was really, I believed in what he could be in this league and as a basketball player. And he had some hard times, and it's referenced, but it's not brought up a lot. And I'll bring about, because I think it's important, for his journey. He had a drug suspension. We kind of talk about it. We talk around it or whatever out of respect to him, because that was, I'm sure, a tough time
part of the
for
story.
him. But he had a drug suspension, and everything that people like myself thought he could be in this league, and I'm sure himself, what he thought he could be in this league was on the brink. Like, it was almost all gone. And for him to get up off the mat and, get back focused on the game and on his career and on him as an individual and play the way he played in Los Angeles, and then to come to Sacramento and play the way he's played. And now, like you've mentioned, to be in control of your career again. I'm sure it was a bit of a long road to get to this point, but he did it. And I'm very, very happy for him. Very, very happy for him. And I was happy for him before he signed with the Kings, right? Like, to get to the point he was at yesterday where he had these options and he could, do all this other stuff. Just salute to him, man, for getting off the mat, continuing to believe in himself. We talk about this word a lot, having the discipline to change course a little bit. And I'm really, really happy for him. And one other thing I'll say on a maybe a personal or selfish level, as somebody from Sacramento, Malik Monk signing that 4-year, $78 million deal. I don't, you could tell me if I'm being a little too dramatic or whatever. We will never forget this. Here in this city, we will never forget.
No.
We will never forget. Like, and I mean that in the best way possible.
We did it!
What they gonna say now? Hey, is Malik Monk leaving Sacramento? I guess we'll never know.
So we just want to be funny today. I've been nice. I've been nice. What are you talking about?
You turned on me when I said I ate the chocolate donut, and then you got all funny. When I
you call
mentioned
that turning
Sacramento.
on you. I call that having my friend Kenny's back.
Wow.
Salute.
Wow.
But
you ain't say nothing the 4 weeks I left them the chocolate donut. By the way, what's the chocolate donut that you like?
It's just the chocolate donut with some toppings.
Right.
It's all
right.
But no, we will. Bonte Hill uses a term about Bay Area eats for free. People say goated. Malik Monk in this city will never forget what you did last night and what you did for this city and this fan base. He is goated in this city. He's got a home here.
It's not. I don't think it's ridiculous or overstated. Like, we still talk about Chris. Like, how many? That was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
We still talk about Chris resigning here. It was a big deal for this team. It was a massive deal for this city. And yeah, I don't think this is any different.
Well, look, and with Chris, tell me if I'm wrong, but Chris was a little different because sure, he wanted to be in Sacramento. I believe that, but I think the Kings also could give him the most money.
Yeah,
in
right.
that contract.
Yeah, it wasn't
so financially
identical situation,
right? Financially,
but yeah, there was still fear we were going to lose him.
No, for sure. Flip side, the Kings could not give Malik Monk the most money.
Yeah,
and he still said, "I'm staying, and we ain't never gonna forget that. Malik is gonna be goated. We halfway. It's a little tongue in cheek, half baked idea, or whatever. But if they really did have Malik's in Sacramento,
that place would be.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
my God, he needs to talk to us because he really needs to do. Like, he could be making some money with Malik's. We love Malik Monk in Sacramento.
They've been trying to get the 3-7 version of D'Lo and Casey on with clubs for months. We've been holding out for Malik's.
That's it, man.
This is what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for Malik's. I'd love to know what the other conversations were. I'd love to know what Jeff Schwartz's conversations were with, the likes of Detroit, maybe San Antonio. Orlando, I really feel like is the scenario that we presented. No, we really like Malik. He's not number one on our big board. So, like, we can't tell you what we'd pay Malik right now. We can't tell you what a contract offer would look like for Malik right now. Because we don't really know what Clay wants to do. And Clay is kind of at the top of our billboard. We're flirting with D'Angelo. We're playing footsie a little bit with D'Angelo Russell. We're not really sure what he's doing yet. But once we get that all straightened out, then we can talk.
Don't forget, Paul George might be out there too.
Well, apparently.
We got to. Sorry, Jeff. We got to talk to him too.
Yeah, but after that, and if you're Malik, like, I can't wait for all of that. Because what if Clay does sign there? And then someone else signs in Detroit, and then someone else signs in San Antonio.
Right.
Now, of course, he'd still be welcome back here. But if the Kings got the inclination that he was leaving, hey, we gotta. TC told us on the radio.
TC let us know.
Hey, shout out to the 3,100 people watching live now between Twitter and YouTube. That is by far the biggest live number we've ever seen. I don't know what.
And the game wasn't even played.
Shout out to X, whatever it's called. It was cooking.
Yeah. The other thing about Malik that kind of had me a little confident he would say, and maybe it had nothing to do with nothing. I'm just trying to figure things out. I remember when he first came here, he did an interview that was on the Kings YouTube page. He did a little, YouTube interview, and they were just asking him how do you feel about being here? You haven't been here long or whatever, but how do you feel or whatever? And he's like, oh, it's cool. He said, it's not LA, but I'm not shout out to Twitch too, by the way. Thank you.
Shout out Twitch. We really love all 14 of y'all.
He's like, yeah, it's different than LA, but he's like, I'm not really an LA guy. I don't really like the big city. I'm a country boy from Arkansas. I like my space. It doesn't have to be this fast moving area for me to be comfortable. I like to just kind of chill, be at home, have some space and do my thing. And I always remembered that, man. I always felt like Sacramento gives you the best of both worlds when it comes to something like that. You can have your space in your room, but you're not in the middle of the country.
You know what I mean? No pun intended. But like you can go to a downtown and be in a city environment, but you don't have to be stuck in a city environment, so to speak. So I always thought that that might be something that plays in the city's favor and in the King's favor, that he's not a guy that's looking for them lights, so to speak.
Yeah. Which is funny because he feels like a them lights kind of guy.
Star. Malik is
He's
a star.
100%.
Did you see he won the League Fits award?
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw
Congrats,
that.
the air horns for Malik
that's
on Malik Monk Day. Well deserved.
I'm not sure what Malik is happier about. The contract or the League Fits award. I see he had it shared on his IG page.
Yeah.
Get that man the award.
Absolutely.
He the one.
He beat SGA.
That's what I mean.
Which I feel like I mean SGA be fitted sometimes, but sometimes I just don't understand it.
SGA, you know who I really have grown to like?
Kuzma?
No.
I like Kuzma sometimes.
No, but he's a little different. Is Jeremy Grant?
I don't think I paid attention to Jeremy.
Jeremy Grant's it's a little again, it's different. It's a little, I want to say it's out there. It's different. And I like it. I think this that I have that I was like, I saw Jeremy. I was like, well, I probably can't afford what he's wearing, but like I can mimic it.
You can.
I can mimic it. And yeah, a Jeremy Grant inspired outfit is what I'm wearing today. But I like his style. His style's fine.
As I say, Kuzma, I've come up on this league's fit picture.
Well, there you go. That's how Kenny Caraway pulling up to concerts in the park with Pilo. That's how Kenny Caraway pulling up concerts in the park with Pilo. Pull up on us. Wow.
There's Kuz again. Kuz be doing his thing.
That's old, right? Like that's not a new get up, is it? That's old, isn't it?
It says one day ago. I think all these people were in Paris. Oh, there goes Jeremy Grant right there. There goes Jeremy.
Oh yeah, look at that boy. That's good. He had he's a Louis Vuitton guy. He had a crazy Louis Vuitton. It was
a Louis bag is crazy.
It looked like a Louis trash bag. It was
the
so
one
big.
with the holes. This one he has right now. It's like cut out holes. Like look, if you look close, like look.
No, that's
focus,
yeah. That's that. I don't think that's the one that I was looking at. I was looking at a different one. But yeah, he can go. But hey, shout out to Malik.
Malik is the king. He is the king of League Fits,
and that matters. And you know why it matters? Is because Malik Monk once told me in front of other media members he liked what I had on. That's a shoot. That happened. Matt George, I believe, witnessed it. Of course, all these guys walk around with all these damn cameras in their hand, and no one caught it on film, but it happened.
You goated.
I kind of feel that way. I kind of feel that way.
Absolutely.
We mentioned this a little bit ago. I've actually been scrambling trying to find the exact article. I have the gist of it in our notes, but I said that we aren't the only ones who wanted to see a Kyle Kuzma to Sacramento trade. ESPN wrote an article about trades we want to see in the coming weeks. And one of them was Kyle Kuzma to the Sacramento Kings. It was maybe a little bit richer than it needed to be.
Well, what they talk about?
Barnes, Herter, and a protected first-round pick. And I'm not
a future pick, so you get to still have this pick.
Correct. Correct.
That is a little rich. I don't know.
It feels like it. It feels like you could. I don't know. I'm not in these conversations. It feels like you could probably get the deal done with one of those players, and not
one of those players. And I hate to.
You can go ahead, do it. Go ahead, do it. Do it.
Throw Sasha in there. Why?
Well, I'd probably just save Sasha for something else. That's dollar figures.
Oh, so you're saying no additional player, just one of those players in a future pick?
Yeah. I mean, they just traded Alex Caruso for Josh Giddey. They were telling us last year that last year, my ass. They were telling us 3 months ago it's going to cost 4 first-round picks to get him, or 3 first-round picks, or whatever stupid ass line they said.
They said what was the story or the rumor that they turned down a top 10 pick?
Yeah,
because they thought they wanted to make the playoffs.
They wanted to make the playoffs.
Which I mean,
People like talk bad about the Bulls management for that. I'm not. Maybe I'm just playoff deprived. I'm not gonna sneeze at that. They wanted to get into the postseason. They wanted to do that. So
Did they?
They didn't.
Oh,
they didn't. They
There's also like shout out TC, like be real with yourself.
Well,
that's true too.
Like even if you get to the playoffs, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
TC a legend on this show.
He
You really are just getting to the playoffs for the sake of getting there.
Yeah, like just to say like you made the playoffs.
All right.
Well, I mean,
Do
you think that we would sneeze at that here?
But
no, we
can build
wouldn't,
off of
but
that.
Yeah, I think we're in a different situation than Chicago is.
Maybe they thought they could build off of
it. With what?
You got Caruso, you got Kobe White. Maybe you make the deal for Levine and you can get somebody. Maybe Lonzo comes back. I don't know.
Okay.
Be real with
It was the
yourself,
wrong
Chicago
move.
Bulls.
It was the wrong move at the end.
Well, this is uncomfortable, but Kamara's on the line. I don't.
There's nothing that should be uncomfortable. I'm
Well,
talking about
I-
the chains the guy got on, man. Come
That's
on, man,
not
and the
what-
bracelets, man. Stop.
Kamara, I
man.
sincerely
Oh,
apologize
Come
for,
on, I work with children.
for-
Ain't that what you say all the time? I work with a bunch of children.
for Kenny's behavior earlier today's show.
He a fan. He a fan. He a fan.
Oh no!
Oh,
no! Oh no!
Oh, goodness.
no! Call me a 69 God. Oh my
Hey.
gosh!
Wow.
Listen, man, it's all good.
Kamara is rich though.
no.
He is rich.
He is rich, yeah. Now,
He-
we joke about being rich. Kamara actually
He,
is rich.
he works out in the shirt I have on.
No, that's not
at
true.
like 2 a.m.
That's a-
Kamara, did we wake
Yo.
you out of your sleep last night when you with the news?
Nah, man, I never sleep.
Yeah, that's gonna
That's
think.
how
I don't think
entrepreneurs
Kamara
get down.
actually goes to bed. Because
No.
Kamara's up late, and then like he's up early, and then when I pieced the text messages together, I was like, "Bro, what are you doing?"
Make some money, man. That's what you got to
Hey,
do.
I ain't mad at that.
There it is.
I ain't mad
Listen.
at that. What's going on with you, dog?
So, first of all, great news last night, and I started texting my people from a certain organization regarding this, the prospects of the Kings landing a big fish, particularly Kuzma.
Bro, we know it's the
And,
Magic. Why are you doing
No,
that?
no, we knew it's the Wizards. That's his connect. Is the
Oh, that's
Wizards.
right. So that's
Yeah,
right.
he said a particular organization about landing.
Well,
Kuzma.
actually, the truth is, he got a
No,
couple
he got
connects.
a couple connects.
He got a couple connects. But go ahead. I'll stop interrupting you.
So, yeah, no, it's all good. And so one of the people, he was saying, listen, I'm going to be quite honest. Kuzma is a hot ticket item to a lot of teams. He said a couple teams in the East Coast and a few teams in the West Coast who are mid to competitive teams. And he said, the thing with the Kings is I see the fit, but I'm going to be honest, there is a lot of weighing on competitive offers. And so it's going to come down to just what the bids are. He said, and they're not opposed to keeping him, but there is a high market for Kuzma for the reasons you guys listed: the contract, the fact he won a championship, his versatility in the front court, and there's teams out there who are extremely interested in the idea of adding Kuzma. So I would love to see Kuzma on this team. I really would. I would, but I just want to make sure everybody's aware that Sacramento's not the only one kicking the tires on that particular trade scenario. And I don't know if our assets are enough even to lure Kuzma. It's just a competitive market for him. So.
All right, we're going to dissect that a little bit. Kamara, we appreciate you. That's some good insight right there. Let's come back. We'll come back. We'll talk about what Kamara said about Kyle Kuzma and what this might look like for Sacramento. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. He said he a fan.
Yeah, 69 God.
Man. Hey, run for your life. Hey.
That song is gonna be one of those songs, because I told you I don't really like the song, but I know all the words. I recite all the words. Song comes on, I'm rapping along like I know all the words.
Stop, fuck them up. I'll say it to you because I said it to Jesse, and if I didn't say it to you, it'd be like I was ducking you. I listened to Family Matters this morning.
You're the only person I know that says you're not impressed with that song.
It just gets worse every time I hear it. I told you, but here's where I'll stay consistent. I told you this when I first heard it. It's how I feel about push-ups too, which is why, and you know I don't like push-ups. Everything that I don't enjoy about Drake is encompassed in those songs. Like there's cheesy ass like rhythms and lines, and it's like, which is what makes Not Like Us so funny, because there are all these like sing-along parts. And like that's what Drake does. Like Drake is the master of that. Yeah. And I feel like that's what he wanted certain parts of Family Matters to be, like the different cadences that he had. Like I was like, okay, this is so he did this in push-ups together. And then you have like that first person shooter switch, which was just like, I don't even think I like this song anymore. I never really like, I didn't like it, but I was like, whatever. So I'm out on Family.
He would have had it with anybody else. Not with Kendrick though.
Perhaps.
Not with Kendrick.
Perhaps. A run for your life. A. That wop dot fuck them up. That's the man.
Do your stuff. The second verse of Not Like Us is probably my least favorite. It's awful. Like the guy's talking about give somebody a wedgie and Malibu's most wanted, and it's like, this is below Kendrick. This is whack. The third verse he bounces.
Well, Malibu's Most Wanted, I think, had a point. Malibu's Most Wanted had a point though. Like that's a direct shot at
the OVO. Like, what does that even mean? I ain't gonna even say it. But like, what does that even mean?
I don't know.
Like,
but the whole all the Inglewood knew the words to it.
Oh, I know the words to it. Well, like that second verse was whack. The third verse he bounces back. You go in again. He go in again. But that second verse that was bar wise, that was beneath Kendrick. That was kind of whack. It was awful.
Okay. All right, that's fine. That's how I feel about all of Family Matters. Hey, run for your life. Hey. Is this the Jake Fisher article everyone's talking about? Kings likely.
It's coming back up now.
Kings most likely suitor for Bull Star amid 76ers buzz. Yeah, this is just referencing Jake Fisher. Jake Fisher reported Levine is merely a backup option. Levine is a natural fit next to Maxey. Blah 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 blah. Still, the Kings have some interest in buying low if Levine can be had for little return. All right.
That's an interesting aspect. I'll pause you real quick. That's an interesting aspect because
I
think Matt George talked about this in a tweet. He's one of the intriguing parts of acquiring Zach LaVine is when will you be able to get a player that good for that cheap? Now you also have to pay his contract and stuff like that, but you're giving away none of your core players pretty much to acquire a guy that's a multiple-time All-Star. I think he's multiple-time All-Star. Like somebody that good. And I think that's the intriguing part for a guy like myself, or maybe for the Kings organization. It's like, man, we can add this talented guy for damn near nothing.
Well, it's not nothing. That's
asset-wise. You got to pay the contract, but asset-wise,
I feel like that's a bit disparaging. I think the Kings need to move on from Kevin. So the
I don't know if Kevin Huerter be involved in that deal.
The Zach LaVine deal?
Yeah, I think it's sounding like it's just a straight salary dump. And now you got to get salaries to match up, but maybe you get a Sasha and Duarte and maybe Herter's involved or whatever, right? But Herter might not even be playing for you.
I feel like you got to involve Herter.
Probably so, money wise.
If you're going to leave anyone, leave, because they have Herter, Barnes, and multiple first round pick or future draft picks. It doesn't say first.
But now that Malik is back, Herter's a guy that's probably not even in your plans. Like not that he's bad, but he's not. Where's his minutes coming from?
That's what I said. You include Herter in this.
I'm agreeing, but you're saying like that's kind of harsh or diminishing Herter.
No, I'm not talking about Herter.
Oh,
I was talking about Harrison.
Oh,
I was talking about Harrison because, one of the concerns about Zach LaVine is how many games is he going to play? I know Harrison's probably playing 82, and we can be upset at like how Harrison plays in those 82. But for a lot of those 82, he's going to do something that's going to help the Kings win. Like he's going to be available. He's going to be on the floor. He's going to be a leader to a certain degree. I don't want to say that's for nothing. Like you're losing a guy who plays night in and night out for you. That's something.
Oh yeah. That's who I was thinking. I wasn't considering the deal. It was Harrison.
Yeah, I wouldn't want Harrison in this deal.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider him.
But wouldn't be the deal breaker either. Because you could want a salary dump if you want to, but we still have to make, we're not a team that has, $30-40 million in open cap space or $20 million in open. We have to shed salary in order to make this work.
Yeah,
which is probably why Philadelphia is in, because Philadelphia, you could have a true salary dump.
Yeah.
But it's not, it doesn't appear that Philadelphia is even remotely interested in that.
Yeah. I'm not, I guess the biggest thing with me is I'm not out on Zach LaVine.
That's fine.
I think a lot of people are like, nah, I'm not out. He's not my first choice, but I'm not out on him. And if the deal were to happen for Zach LaVine, I think it could be a positive.
Okay. What do you think about what Kamara shared with us a few minutes ago? Maybe the market for Kyle Kuzma, because it's worth expanding on that a little bit. I don't think it's just us that have recognized Kyle Kuzma's deal's not that bad.
It was a secret.
we have a great group of fans who really I don't think we're the only ones who have spotted this. I also don't think Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox, should they actually have interest in Kyle Kuzma, I don't think they're the only general managers who have noticed this. So having a Kenny Caraway bidding war, if you will, having multiple suitors for Kyle Kuzma shouldn't come as a surprise at all to anybody. But as Kamara was laying out there, like, who are those suitors and what do they have to offer? And more importantly, because we could talk about what you have to offer, that doesn't really matter. What you have to offer doesn't always matter in these situations. It's more, what does Washington want to do? And this ties in with what you were talking about Chicago a second ago. For what his contract is, a salary dump seems a little bit like the wrong term to use for Kyle Kuzma. But what exactly are you trying to do in Washington? What's your 5-year plan, pal? Like, what are you expecting this team to look like moving forward? Hey, you got these nice little new district uniforms.
Those are nice.
All right, cool. Like, what's next? I don't know, the Stars. I always have a problem with the Stars because it reminds me of Chicago. It's like, well, but I get it. Wizards, whatever. It's fine. I like the original ones that they did with the big district thing when John Wall was still there. But outside of your uniforms, what are you guys doing? And
I don't know. Do they they got a new GM, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's last year. They should be trying to wipe the slate clean with that team.
Well, they did. They started with Wes. They started. I don't mean to laugh. That they started with the coach.
Yeah.
And it's okay. Like,
get all.
What are you doing now?
Off. I would leave Jordan Poole. You know what I mean? I would leave one of Kuzma or Jordan Poole. Like you can leave one of those guys there, but I'd be trying to stink this year. Make a good draft. Hell, if you could add a draft pick, that may be one of the aces in the hole for the Kings is they have a lottery pick. Maybe there are other teams with lottery picks that's willing to deal for Kyle Kuzma, but maybe not. Right? Like they have a lottery pick that they're willing to give up for a guy like Kyle Kuzma, and that may be one of the things that moves the Kings up towards the front of the line and guys they want to deal with. Because if you're the Wizards, you're looking for expiring contracts and as many draft picks as possible. And the Kings, they got some of that. They don't have the most, but they got some of that.
I wonder who the. Let me go over here and take
Man, I just thought about something.
Okay.
You know where he might be crazy at.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, see.
Oh God, I hope not. That's not what I thought you were gonna say, man. I hope not.
That'd be crazy.
Because Kamara did say the East and the West, and I guess I'm Kenny Caraway today. I thought about New York. Who has the?
Well, if they got OG, they wouldn't.
That's right. Yeah. Miami. I can't figure out who the team would be because I don't think just looking at these. Maybe Cleveland gets involved here.
Cleveland has some players.
Maybe Milwaukee. I don't
know if they have the expiring deal.
I don't know that unless they one out of the Bobby Portis.
And your original point was it's hard to decipher what the deal might look like because we need to know what Washington's looking for. Whereas I'm just assuming, and I'm doing about how I would look at it. I would want like expiring contracts or close to it and draft capital. And if we're looking at teams, maybe that's what we should be looking at. Who can give that combination to like beat the Kings?
Of course, it feels like Oklahoma City can beat virtually any deal.
They can put players in the deal if they need to.
Yeah, looking at Dallas, Phoenix. Yeah, again, it boils down to how we started this conversation: is what does Washington want at all of this?
You know who might be able to do something.
We're ruining Malik Monk Day, by the way. This is just absolutely killing Malik Monk.
We're gonna turn it back up in just a second, but you know who might be able to do something? Damn. Oh man. San Antonio wants Kuzma.
So okay, help me out there. One, that doesn't scare me. I mean, good for them. Like it makes it good for them. But what do you see that looking like?
That's like off the top of my head. That's like Keldon Johnson, and they got the fourth.
Yeah, if they're moving off of Keldon Johnson, then you're flirting with the wash at that point.
Nah, Kuzma better than Keldon Johnson.
Yeah, no, sure, that's fine, but not monumentally better. He's better. That's fine.
If Keldon Johnson is, we'll do it in 2K ratings. If Keldon Johnson's a 78, Kuzma's probably an 88.
You think they're that drastic?
Yeah, I think.
Kuzma's,
okay. Not saying that you didn't.
Well, you can explain this to Keldon Johnson when he's traded here. Man,
but they could throw. And they don't even have to throw in Keldon Johnson, but the only reason I'm looking at because we're talking about assets, they can take whatever little expiring they have, and they got the 4th and the 8th pick. I'm not saying trade them both, but you can choose between one of those two.
I forgot.
You can choose between one of those two and give that to Washington.
Well, okay.
If Memphis wants to get in on it, they've got some guys that they can send over there, and they've got the 9th pick.
We got the 13th. That's not that much further down.
It's not, but wait, this man, they could get the 9th pick.
Give you 13 and Sasha.
There we go.
How you feel about Sasha?
But like you said, though, ESPN wants it.
ESPN wants
it.
Oh, that I don't want to derail us too much. I just make a quick mention of it. Did you see the Stephen A. article? It wasn't
I saw
a Stephen A.
tweet. Yeah,
It was
I saw his demands, what he wants.
Lord. Wow. That man said, I want $25 million a year.
That's a know your worth situation, I guess. As much as we don't like him.
Well, what's crazy is
well, I like him,
apparently there's a standing offer for $18 million.
It's crazy. And he said that's not enough.
25 million for the business that this is a little unrealistic, I feel.
How much you think he generates though?
I don't think it. So that I was talking about that with Charlie and Complex earlier. He doesn't. There's no. You pay him $25 million. You're never seeing that money again. He doesn't generate $25 million. And here's why. I don't mean this to be demeaning. There's like there's levels, right? There's a certain point you can go where you look at ESPN. Like Cowherd left. Cowherd was valuable for it. He left. Skip. Stephen A's, he left. Stephen A at one point was gone. Mike Tirico left. Dan Patrick left. All of these guys left. ESPN survived. ESPN through these changing times in media watching, it survived because it's ESPN. I used the analogy before. It's WrestleMania. Fans right now are shelling out $5,000, $10,000 to go to WrestleMania in next year in Las Vegas, having no clue who or what is going to happen at that event. It's the name. Something happens in sports, cheating scandal, death, arrest, big trade. You're turning to ESPN. And if Stephen A is there, Stephen A is there. If L. Duncan is there, if Kevin Nagandi is there, it doesn't matter. You're tuning to ESPN.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. Do you think, like, I think it's ESPN. I'm with you, but if he leaves his first take, you think they still be the #1 morning show?
Yeah, because what you're talking about is the #1 morning show in sports.
Just got to beat Skip and Keyshawn.
Absolutely. There's no that other
What if
show
he
is
goes
nothing.
over there?
I don't think it works. It's better. It's probably better, but it doesn't work. It absolutely doesn't work.
Stephen A comes off as the kind of guy to me where if he does leave ESPN, he's gonna just start his own thing.
Well, he
already has.
Well, I mean,
too.
like that, but just maybe go all in on that.
Yeah, that's
like I don't think he's going to as FS1. Like Stephen A is basically his own brand at this point.
No, I agree. I think it's kind of crazy for him to like scoff at $18 million for what he does. He works hard. He puts in work, but like you're not playing. But then like what is like? Do you
remember part of the work he puts in isn't for ESPN? The Stephen A, the show, the YouTube show, that's not a ESPN.
No, but he
entity.
puts in a lot of work for ESPN. Like a lot of work.
No doubt.
He's all over the place. What do you think? What do you think Robin Roberts makes for Good Morning America?
Not $18 million.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Like I didn't know.
Like I'm not sure who's the host of the Today Show. I should know that. I have no idea who the host of is it Hoda?
I don't know.
Like that, they might make $25 million. Like they're on every day on the biggest, like First Take can't compete with the Today Show. NBA Countdown can't compete with the Today Show. So if his basis for that, and again, I have no idea what they make. I think we could look up Matt. The last contract I remember was Matt Lauer's. Matt Lauer's was like, I didn't know people like made that much. But Robin isn't the main anchor every morning, Monday through Friday.
Gotcha.
They're probably in the vicinity of that $25 million number.
Matt Lauer's made like around 25 mil per year, 20 mil per year on some of his contracts.
Okay, so and that was so it might be higher because that was before
2016, 2012 type stuff.
They're like, and then so Stephen A might be looking at like, yeah, I can't make their money,
buddy. This ain't Good Morning America or the Today Show.
Yeah,
bro, you're not even Kelly Ripa. I'm sorry.
I mean,
you don't even have the biggest like countdown show either. Like Inside the NBA was way bigger than yours too.
Yes and no to like, because to your earlier point, people don't stop watching Today Show if Robin Roberts or whoever ain't there. No, like they gonna watch.
No,
like,
I think that I disagree because the options there are different. Like no one's watching that trash that Fox puts out. But if you're not going to go to the Today Show, you're going to go to Good Morning America. Like that's a legit. It's like it's the Tonight Show stuff. It's the Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon and all that. Like that's a real battle.
Mm-hmm.
ESPN and Fox is not a battle.
The one thing I will say about Stephen A. Smith in this particular situation, once again, I can't even that we talk about like sports and all this other stuff. I can't fathom being a media personality and be like 18 million isn't enough. Like that's crazy to me. But I'll say on the flip side, RIP.
Damn shame what happened on the flip side.
If they willing to give you 18 million, they see some value in you. $18 million, and they're like, yeah, let's offer them $18 million. Like that's some value. Like I'll ask for 20 and we can, or I'll ask for 25 and we can meet at 20. $18 million. It's not like they offered him 2 and he was like, I want $25 million. They said, nah, he's worth 18 million.
I'll say he's not like I doubt that he's just pulling a number out of the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Like him and his agent, I assume at CAA, put together like we could probably make this argument.
Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying though? Like,
yeah, no,
like,
absolutely.
He's crazy for asking for 25. Well, they did offer him 18.
According to
that's crazy.
Do you think he knows he's on his way out? Like for them to offer you 18, like that's a massive number, and for you to be like, no, I want 25, like that's a massive gap right there.
I think with his YouTube stuff, he's been preparing for, and smartly so, he's been preparing for be able to survive if he's not with ESPN. Now I don't think he's gonna make $25 million off the YouTube show, but I think he's always had that in his back pocket.
I didn't mean to go like this, like deep dive into this, but Good Morning America is 2 point. Like this is just 1 week I'm looking at. This is called live plus same day, meaning the live rating plus the people who watched it on DVR that day. 2.8 million. That's Good Morning America. 2.7 million. That's the Today Show. 2.2 is, I think their show's called like CBS This Morning or something like that.
Gail King, shout out.
That's like 9 million people watching morning television, choosing between those 3 networks. I don't know that First Take, and I don't think Skip tops 100,000. I don't think he tops that, and I don't think First Take even approaches 1 million.
I don't know.
That's the difference.
I don't know. I feel like I've heard like 1 point something for First Take before.
Wow, that would shock me. That would
I could be wrong, but because I remember he was destroying Skip. Somebody put
that's because Skip's numbers are. There might be more people watching this show right now than watch that trash that airs on Fox.
Sports Business Journal in January 5th this year said that First Take averaged about 464,000 viewers.
Bro,
that ain't in the same ballpark.
Sit down, Stephen A.
That ain't in the
Sit
same
down, bro.
ballpark.
You want to make $25 million a year?
He
you go
can't.
To
like, to be honest, this is my point though. He shouldn't have to sit down if they're willing to give him 18 million.
Well, you're right.
They see something to say, we'll give you $18 million.
You're right. And that's why if I'm ESPN, I don't even budge. Because 18, that's just contracts. You pay your talent. Like I remember when Greeny was the highest paid guy at like 8 million or 7 million, and we thought that was incredible. And then Stephen A topped that, and I don't know that anyone has topped Stephen A. People think Pat McAfee has. Pat McAfee hasn't. Part of this, I'm sure, is his distaste for what's happened with Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee, to the way I understand this, is not an ESPN employee. His show is licensed. It's leased by ESPN. And so all of those guys that you see on the show with the mullets and the pro wrestling t-shirts, Pat McAfee pays those guys from what ESPN pays him to have the show on. I'm sure Stephen A saw that and said, yeah, you're going to have to pay me to do the same thing. Like this is my network now. You need to pay me for it. And if I don't even know who runs that company anymore. I'm just like, oh, thank you for your service.
Well, I think if I was
Al Duncan, come here. You're getting a raise. You're the new face of ESPN. El Duncan and Kevin Nagandi.
And I forget my girl with the bald head. I like her. She does a good job.
I forgot her name too.
She does a good. She was hosting NBA Today yesterday.
She was on, I think, as a guest yesterday. I forgot her name.
Well, there we got in the chat. Russell says those D'Lo and KC numbers.
Oh.
Well, hey, today
Is it Christine Williamson?
Maybe. I don't know. I just know her on Instagram. I think her Instagram is like the bald head girl.
Yep, that's her.
Like that. She's really good. I like her when she's on First Take, when she's hosting and stuff like that. She does a good job.
Well, we can't solve all of the problems at once. It's Malik Monk Day.
It's Malik Monk Day, baby. Let's go. Our boy Malik said, "I ain't leaving."
I'm kind of bugging out. I'm refocusing. I'm just bugging out at that 400,000 to 2.8 million number.
Yeah, there's levels to it.
Like, man, holy crap! No wonder them anchors over there are getting paid, or anchors, hosts, whatever you call them, are getting paid. You know, I imagine upwards of $30 million at this point.
That's a lot. That's a lot of money.
That's one of the most important positions. That might be the most important position on television.
The morning anchor.
Yeah,
I mean the numbers.
The national ones.
The numbers are still there, so clearly people are watching. But like, how long do you think that lasts?
The fact that it's still happening now leads me to believe it's not going away.
You think Jesse and his demographic is getting up watching today?
No.
So like when we're done watching TV, like when I don't even think we watch it, but like people a little older than us, when they're, RIP, gone, like the number's still gonna stay the same.
I think so. Well, here, like,
who's watching them though? That was my point, because I don't think Jesse and them were watching them.
I feel like
they'll eventually watch it.
Yeah, you stream it, like watch it later on.
That's what you do. You wake up and you turn on the news.
They'll turn on something else.
We know they ain't watching. You ain't gonna watch Office reruns.
They gonna turn on whatever streaming service.
Well,
and watch.
You can watch NBC.
Well, no, and watch a show, not really watch.
I don't think that's true.
They'll throw on YouTube.
I don't think
maybe
people
they put them on YouTube.
I don't think people are gonna stop watching the news. I don't think people are gonna stop watching the news. They're always gonna watch.
Hopefully, I'm here for a long time, and I can.
I hope
help that continue to go. I still read the newspaper.
No, you don't.
Do you really?
I thought we ended that.
Hold on. Reading the newspaper.
You are single-handedly keeping Chris. You're the one guy who gets Chris Biderman's article in the paper.
No, I don't get the paper anymore, but I got the digital.
What do you mean? You're not the only person who does that. Everybody does that.
That doesn't count.
What are you talking
about?
We
all go to the SAC B.
I'm not on my computer. I got it on the iPad. I read the paper.
That's what we do. You, at one point during the show, were actually reading a physical paper.
Yeah, that's when
it's not the Sacramento Bee that you're reading that's amazing. It's the fact you were actually walking to your porch to the end of your very, very long driveway.
It's
picking up in your silk robe, picking up the paper and popping the rubber band off. And let's see what Chris Biderman's talking about.
Maybe you got a coffee in hand as well.
Nah, those were the days. That's when
slippers on and everything.
A white chocolate mocha.
That's when we first bought the house, and I wanted to feel like I got a house, so I had the paper delivered. But they didn't always deliver the physical paper every day, so I was like, I just gotta go to
paper guy on the phone, like, yeah, it's just one idiot in Elk Grove. I got to drive to his house every day and drop this damn paper off. Just drove past Chris Biderman. He's like, what are you doing? I got to go drop this one damn newspaper off.
You ever seen someone drop off a paper before? Like one time, this like Mitsubishi car drives down my street, throws a paper. I was like, oh, so that's how it goes down.
It's not a kid on a bike.
I used to have a paper route. Yeah.
Well, we know that. It's Malik Monk Day.
Hey,
and, we're celebrating with our man Chris Biderman, who's with us now. We'll come back. We'll talk with Chris Biderman about newspapers, anchor salaries, and probably most importantly, Malik Monk and the Sacramento Kings. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Biderman, what's up, baby?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
What up, Chris?
Good.
I'm gonna go grab my drink real quick, guys. I'll be right back.
I haven't heard you. I've been busy. I haven't listened to the takes about the Kenny and Friends, the pop out concert. What was your takeaway? You're a Drake guy, right, Kenny?
I like Drake, but see, the thing about it with me, unlike a lot of people who followed this whole thing, is I like Drake, I like Kendrick, I like them both. I think they're both dope. A lot of people just hate hate Drake. Like, oh, Drake sucks. Like, no, he don't suck. That doesn't mean I don't think Kendrick is dope.
Yeah.
I thought the show was amazing.
Yeah.
It was a moment in history. He killed that, man. He did a phenomenal job with that. That was iconic.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't even know it was happening until Kyle Madsen was texting about it, and I went to the A's Royals game Wednesday night to do a little reporting, and I was like
leisurely to A's Royals. I was like, wow.
No. I was doing some work, and I ended up. I was gonna leave before the game starts because you get to a baseball game for like open clubhouse. It opens at like 2:45 for 6:40 first pitch, so you're there forever. I was like, I'm gonna get out of here, beat the traffic, whatever. And then the concert comes on my phone, and I'm just like, all right. I ended up sitting in the press box watching the concert for the first like 4 innings.
That's a great way to spend a day at the ball yard watching that concert.
Yeah, I mean, it was
funny you say that about baseball, like, because I cover basketball games, right? So
yeah,
I just, even with me, because I don't write articles, so I get to the game. Like, if I'm like there for some time, I get to the game at 5:30 for a 7 o'clock start.
Yeah.
Champagne and campaign, mingle with people a little bit, and then
Yeah.
I'll stay till afterwards, maybe about 9:30, 10 o'clock. It's good. Baseball, that's a crazy day. Like, you're there for batting practice, for the Ron Washington infield drills and all
Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, I think Kotze, so they opened the clubhouse at 2:45. Kotze talked at 3:50. And then he talks for, you get him for 10 minutes or whatever. It's 4 o'clock and you got 2.5 hours until first pitch. Whereas like you do a Kings game, Mike Brown talks at 5:15 before a 7 o'clock tip. It's like, I understand why people have really soured on covering baseball. It's like, man, it takes your whole damn day.
Yeah, that's a long, and then the game itself is 3 hours.
Yeah. So when I first got into journalism as like a failed college baseball player, I was wanted to write baseball. But like the first couple 18 inning games followed up by getaway day with a 12:30 first pitch the next day, and you have to be at the ballpark at like 9 a.m. It's like, nope, give me football or basketball.
Yeah, man. Everything good with you, dog?
Yeah, man. Everything's good. How about you guys?
Good, man. Good,
baby.
Enjoying your off season.
It's Malik Monk Day, baby. It's a great day.
Man, those
are fun.
How surprised were you guys? Because I was pretty surprised.
Yeah, we were pretty surprised. We were pretty surprised.
I'm very curious to see what the roster ends up looking like over the summer. We'll talk about it, but I wonder if there were not stipulations, but maybe assurances as to what the roster is going to look like that might make Malik want to come back a little bit more.
Yeah, be able to tell him, like, hey, man, we already got this lined up, dog.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing. Tell us. Let us in on this, man. Let us in on this.
Well, you guys know, like, Malik is quite easily the biggest personality on the team. So just from like going in there and like talking to guys, he was far and away the best, most quotable dude. And even just like someone to just, talk whatever, like just talk with, he was great. So selfishly, as someone who covers the team sometimes, like I was hoping that he sticks around, just because far and away the most interesting conversations I've had with any of the players have been with Malik.
Hang on, Chris. We're coming back right here. Well, let's get right into the conversation, man. It was funny. I think I text Chris maybe like 5 minutes before the tweet came out. And I literally text Chris like, hey, man, you free tomorrow? It's Friday. I haven't talked to you in a little bit. And we can literally talk about whatever you want. It's like, yeah, no, I think that'll work. And a couple minutes later, Adrian Wojnarowski tweets about Malik Monk and probably changes the course of this conversation a little bit, as Chris Biderman, who's with us now, does an amazing job covering the Sacramento Kings for the Sacramento Bee, does an amazing job covering the San Francisco 49ers as well, and Candlestick Chronicles. But Chris, it's Malik Monk Day, and we were just talking on the live stream, on the video stream on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. You were, like we were, a bit surprised that this was announced so quickly.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, if you just say to Malik Monk, like, "Hey, Malik, what's good? What's going on?" He'll tell you $100 million. That's like one of his like go-to responses when you say, "Hey, what's good?" And so, even listening to De'Aaron Fox after the team lost in the play-in New Orleans, talking about, the possibility with Malik hitting free agency this summer, De'Aaron Fox wasn't exactly exuding a whole lot of confidence that Malik would be back. He was like, "Yeah, it'd be great to have Malik back, but it's a business." And the reading between the lines, it sounded like Fox thought there would be better offers elsewhere. And, in my mind, I was like, yeah, if you can go play in, a state like Florida with no state income taxes and get $100 million from the Orlando Magic, then like that would be a pretty advantageous situation. You'd still be on a, playoff team. You could be a key part of a playoff team there. And in my head, that's kind of where I thought this would go. And I know, he obviously was a great fit with the Kings, is a great fit with the Kings, Mike Brown, De'Aaron Fox, the whole roster. But I was a little bit surprised because I do think he took a discount. And I think he took less money to maybe stay in a place where he's more comfortable, where he obviously is a really great fit. He makes it very clear over and over again that he loves playing in Sacramento, that he loves the fans. So it's a huge deal for the Kings, because had they not been able to retain Malik, this offseason looks a lot different, and it probably becomes a lot harder for them to improve the roster. So with Malik back, they still have avenues to improve the roster, and I think they're sitting in a pretty good spot. So it's a huge development for the Kings, because I was pretty surprised, man. I thought he was going to go get $100 million from the Magic, or wherever else. I thought there was going to be a better offer out there, and maybe there were, but I think this shows that he was pretty committed to being in a place where he's a really good fit in Sacramento.
See, the thing, Chris, that I always believed was I didn't think, I could be wrong, might definitely be wrong, but I didn't think there was $100 million offer out there from teams that made sense, right? Like,
sure,
we talked about, possibly Detroit.
Yeah,
and Detroit could throw $100 million offer out there, but like Damian said earlier, enjoy that, because that might be one of your last big contracts. So. Right. It really wouldn't work out the way people thought it might. Orlando, I never thought Orlando was going to get to 100. I never thought San Antonio was going to get to 100. I thought he was at best about a $20 million a year guy, which would put him at 80, which was not far from the Kings 70, 78. And I always thought if it was that close, you might as well just come back to Sacramento, where this situation. They in some ways tailor the offense and what they do around your skill set, and like Dame pointed out perfectly so many times, is that lines you up to get another $100 million potentially or more with your situation here in Sacramento. So I always felt, if that was the case, if it was somebody saying $20 million a year, Malik, we want you to play, I'd be like, I don't think that's enough to get him out of Sacramento, unless he's just like to the penny money motivated. And I didn't know if he was or not, but I hoped he wasn't.
Yeah, and there's the element of, the last year, what's been reported, the last year is a player option. So that's about as much of a sweetener as the Kings could offer him, given the financial restraints with the early bird rights and those things. So yeah, man, I think it's nothing but positive for the Kings. I think, like, honestly, I was surprised, but I everything you said, I agree with. Like, maybe the market, maybe we're so used to the market being inflated and like seeing these Allen Crabbe and Evan Turner deals, and always thinking about like the cap spiking and, oh, guys are just going to get paid because the cap's going to keep going up. Maybe teams are just, a little bit more reluctant to throw big contracts around because they've seen what's happened with Evan Turner and Allen Crabbe and those types, and just said like, no, we're going to be more prudent. And maybe the free agent money comes back to earth a little bit this summer.
And we've been pretty adamant today, like, hey, we're going to have fun. We're going to, this is a big deal. Malik Monk is back. We're going to celebrate it. We're going to have fun. But come Monday, it's like, it's a question I'll ask you. Okay, now what? Like the draft's 3 days away, free agency's a few days after that. Like, all right, great. No, it was fun. Had a great weekend. Props from Luke Belair. It was a good look, but okay, what are we gonna do now?
So, there's Jake Fisher from Yahoo's been reporting about Zach LaVine. The first question I have about the whole Zach LaVine thing, and I guess I'll ask you guys this: would you rather have Kyle Kuzma than Zach LaVine?
I would, yeah. I think we,
because the contract is like quite literally half as much with Zach LaVine. You're looking at, I think it's like 43, 45, and 48 with a player option in that third year for Zach LaVine. So he would come to the Kings and be the highest paid player coming off foot surgery. That's kind of scary to me. And I think, the number, they play different positions, obviously, but the numbers are pretty comparable with Kuzma. What they bring to the team would be pretty comparable. But Kuzma's at like 22 and then 20 and 18 over the next 3 years. It's like half as much money for similar production. And I don't know, if Kuzma's even available, I don't know that you would have to give Washington a whole lot more in a trade than you would for Zach LaVine. And not to say, getting Zach LaVine, I think he would give the Kings some much needed punch, particularly in the playoffs or in a postseason setting, giving them another scorer, really a third scorer, to pair with, De'Aaron, Malik, and Keegan. I mean, a four scorer, if you want to put it that way too, to surround Domas, who would be a screener, distributor, passer type guy. It would make sense. Just the health concerns and the contract scares me. And I wonder, man, like, wouldn't you rather have Kyle Kuzma, who's making half the money that Zach LaVine is, over the same years? Like, I think to me that makes more sense, but I would totally understand the upgrade that Zach LaVine presents. I would just be a little worried about the long-term financial ramifications of paying a guy like that over $40 million for the next 3 years. Cause more likely than not, he's picking up that player option in 27, 28 or whatever it is.
Yeah. And that's one of the things we've always talked about on here, right, Dame, is like, there isn't going to be a player that you acquire if you're the Kings that doesn't give you some concern somewhere, whether it's their contract, whether it's injury history, whether it's performance. Is this guy good enough to put you over the top? All this other stuff. Somebody's going to have some type of warts to their resume.
Contract and money length being long, or in the BI case, too short.
Exactly. And he got injury issues as well. So I'm the guy I would want most is Kuzma, but kind of like you alluded to as well, Chris, I do see benefits in the possible Zach LaVine acquisition, even with Malik Monk there. You talked about the playoffs and having another guy that can go get a basket. I mean, I think that I think that's an underrated trait to your roster that nowadays. Like you need, a bucket getter, whether it's a guy that can create or hit an open jump shot for you or whatever the case may be, just to keep them dogs off of you. You know what I'm saying? If you're De'Aaron Fox or if you're Sabonis or Keegan or whatever the case may be, if you can surround those guys with another scorer, it can only help. So I know a lot of people are down on the thought of Zach LaVine, but while he's not my first choice, I see benefit in Zach LaVine being here.
I mean, the biggest benefit might be you can get him on the cheap, right? Like if the Bulls are really trying to offload that contract and you can get him for Harrison Barnes, Kevin Huerter, and 13 or whatever the package would be, like that, that might be a way to upgrade the team on the cheap that otherwise wouldn't be available. And again, I have no idea what Kyle Kuzma would cost, but I wouldn't hate the deal. I would totally get it because this is a team that, you're trying to win playoff series. You're trying to, I think their best way to get there is add scoring punch. I don't think that's a mystery after seeing what's happened in the play-in and the first round of the playoffs the last 2 years. Right. So yeah, Zach LaVine would make sense. It's a lot of money, man. It's a lot of money for a guy coming off an injury like the one he has, and I would have concerns about that too, for sure.
Do you think anything, Chris, is what do you think Malik's role is the same next year? Do you think he's a six man again?
That's a good question. I know he said he wanted to start, and Mike Brown always says it's not really about who starts, it's who finishes games. But I mean, I think if you're paying him, you're probably starting him. But then, where does Keon fit in? Are you going to start? Are you going to start small and go De'Aaron, Malik, and Keon in the same starting lineup? Do you bring Keon off the bench, and is Keon as effective off the bench? I really like Malik in his current role, and I do think like that there's value to him bringing that energy off the bench. I think there's a ton of value to that. I don't think the Kings, necessarily need to start him just to start him because he'll be one of their highest paid guys and now clearly a part of their core now that he's on this contract. I like where he's at, what he brings, and the flexibility, the ability. You start off slow and then you inject Malik into the game, and his ability to run with the second unit and play with Davion and with De'Aaron at different times. Like I like the flexibility you have of bringing him off the bench. I wouldn't have any problem with starting him, but I do wonder, like, given the Kings' overall sort of lack of depth, if it were me, I would keep him coming off the bench. And then obviously he's still going to be a crunch time guy for you. So I care less about who's starting. And I'm kind of with Mike Brown in the idea that, like, you want your best guys finishing the games, and starting is less important.
We don't know if this is the case at all. We're just having a conversation. We're not reporting or whatever. But if in negotiations Malik said, "Yeah, if I come back, I want to be a starter," and Mike Brown is there too, so it's not like they're doing this without Mike. But everybody's of the understanding. Yeah, I want to start. Would you? Because I'm with you. I would like for him to come off the bench, but if he says he wants to start, that wouldn't be something that would keep me from signing him. It's like, all right, well, that's okay. If that's what you want to get back here, then let's do it.
Yeah, and you figure that out, and maybe that's something that changes down the road. But, like, I think we've seen in the NBA, Manu Ginobili, Andre Iguodala, guys like who can be super important players on championship type teams who come off the bench, and it's less important, the fact that they're in the starting lineup and their names being read during intros. I do think it's less important, but, like, I don't know, man. Like, what happens to Keon if he's not starting? Right? Is, like, if you're bringing in Keon midway through the first quarter, is he the same guy that he was last year? Is Keon benefiting from getting a lot of minutes with the second unit, or do you maximize Keon by playing him with the starters, just saying, hey, go be a dog defensively and hit open shots when the ball finds you? Right? Like, I think that's how you maximize Keon. I just think everything fits a little bit better when you have Malik coming off the bench. But yeah, like, if Malik's like, yeah, start me or I'm leaving, I'm not tied to keeping him on the bench. I'm like, yeah, sure, we'll start you. We'll figure that out later. Like, that's all good with us. So I get both sides of it. I don't think it's ultimately going to be that important, but we'll see. Like, I think, like I said, it's who's playing in the last 5 minutes of games that matters.
I think there's also a scenario where, like, Malik's coming off the bench right now today on June 21st with the way that the roster is made up. But we got a few other ideas in mind, and if those things start to shake out, maybe it does make more sense for Malik to start, because now we have a stronger second unit, and we would like him in that starting lineup. Of course, that's all who knows at this point. But I'm still of the belief that Malik will do what's there. Like, everyone is in the best interest, working within the best interest of what will help the Sacramento Kings win basketball games.
Yeah, and my second thought, after just the pure surprise of the idea of Malik taking a discount to come back. Okay, what's this mean for Kevin Huerter? Right, like the guy who's been in every trade rumor. Really for the last 6 months or whatever it's been, 5 months, whatever. Is he going to be? He was a starter, super streaky player. I know there was some frustration about his limitations defensively midway through last year. I do wonder, like, was Kevin Huerter's future addressed at all in the Malik Monk conversations? And if Kevin Huerter's on the way out, and say he is on the way out for somebody who plays a different position, whether that's, Kyle Kuzma or even Zach LaVine, like, does that create more of an opportunity for Malik? And was it important for Malik to know, like, I'll have an expanded role because, maybe some guys playing my same position won't be here next year. So, all the chatter would indicate that the Kings are aggressively shopping Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes. And so, maybe that's part of the calculus here from a week. It's like, I'll have a bigger role next year, whether I'm starting or not, because, they'll replace Kevin Huerter with potentially somebody who plays a different position.
We got another AI write-up of the show. Like, so
that happen?
Artificial intelligence
what happened now?
writes these summaries of D'Lo and Casey. This one's in a little bit better shape than the last one is. The chat revolves around the upcoming concert at Malik's nightclub in Sacramento. The excitement for Malik Monk's decision to remain with the Sacramento Kings and various aspects of Sacramento's nightlife and culture, including references to the beach town of Santa Barbara and the band Aldrin Revolution.
Revolution?
Who saw this?
I don't know. The artificial intelligence.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Anyone who ever has concerns about AI taking their job, just check out what YouTube is doing right now.
I will say, I went to school in Santa Barbara my first 3 years. I spent 3 years at a junior college because I was an overachiever. It was when Revolution, I don't know if you guys are familiar, but it was when Revolution was playing house parties in Santa Barbara. And I have a few very distinct, maybe some fuzzier memories of going to Revolution concerts in Santa Barbara. Now they're like a big national band that everyone knows about.
They are.
So maybe AI did a deep dive into my Santa Barbara background.
Could be, because I don't know who mentioned Santa Barbara.
I don't know what what is it?
Revolution.
I don't know what that is.
No, I didn't hear.
It's like kind of like a reggae style band.
Oh.
Like, I wouldn't have thought that either.
I wouldn't either. No, but it explains why your memories of them are a little bit hazy.
Yes. Yeah. Another question I had, if Malik Monk had a nightclub in Sacramento, do you think there would be concerts at that nightclub?
Well, we could do it. We're the ones planning it. We're the ones putting this thing together. We could have YG out there. Instead of Ace of Spades, YG coming through to Malik's this week.
Sure. Yeah. No, I just wonder, the type of nightclubs, I just don't know that they're the type of nightclubs I'm thinking about. I don't really know if they're known for hosting concerts.
Well, no, we don't think that's it's not going to be that type of nightclub.
This isn't James Harden's nightclub.
Yeah, no, this is a nightclub.
What would James Harden's club be?
Oh man, jeez.
I was just going to see if you were going to call it Harden's, because that would be hilarious.
Come on.
That would be hilarious.
Nope.
Oh, all right.
Nope.
You don't have to wonder what it is.
Oh man, I'll stick to going to Malik's.
Man, we're going to Malik's. We're gonna make
Chris.
This
you got to
happen.
come to Malik's, man.
Yeah,
man, I'm there.
The hottest
I'm
nightclub
there.
in the city.
We're gonna make this
The old Hunking Lounge.
Oh, well, maybe we'll find a different location.
The old
Is Brandon
Avalon.
Ayuk invited?
Well, you tell us.
Come on, man. It's got to get done.
When's
man.
we got Malik Monk Day. When's Brandon Ayuk Day?
I think my whole thinking throughout all of this is that, even going back to early in the offseason, when it was apparent this was going to kind of be drawn out, it was, in my mind, it was always like, yeah, this is probably going to get ugly at some point. There's probably going to be social media stuff. There might even be a trade demand, whatever. It's pretty typical for NFL contracts for all that stuff to happen. And then ultimately the Niners have done a pretty good job of getting these deals done. And, one thing John Lynch always says is deadline spur action. There's absolutely no deadline in June for anything, right? We're still a month away from players reporting to training camp. And so typically that report date serves as a deadline, and it has for the 49ers in the past when it comes to getting these deals done with George Kittle, Fred Warner, whoever it may be, Deebo Samuel, who I think was those negotiations were a lot more contentious than these seem to be. I don't buy for a second that the 49ers don't want Brandon Ayuk, like he said in that TikTok video, which in my opinion was him just kind of trolling and just kind of, I think Brandon Ayuk has a really good mind about him and knows exactly how to push the buttons. on social media and how to I don't know if change the narrative is the right way to put it, but how to add to a certain narrative, if that makes sense. It didn't necessarily move me in a way that like made me think, oh, this isn't going to happen, or the 49ers. I've never thought the 49ers were going to trade Brandon Ayuk. I still don't. My expectation is this deal is going to get done. And it'll be a lot like the other ones. I think it's just going to be difficult because the 49ers have so many highly priced players. The receiver market's exploding. And it's just going to be hard to keep everybody paid. So I think it's a difficult contract to do, but I think they'll do it just given their history of getting these contracts done.
Yeah, I think they'll get it done as well. I don't think if he's looking for that $30 million a year or, the reported 30 million, I don't think that's going to happen. And I think he's got to be okay with that. You know what I mean? It's easy for me to say, but I think 26 has been reported. I think that's more than fair for Brandon Ayuk, and especially when you talk about the team, right? Like they're giving you 26 in part because that's about all they can give you. It's not because they don't want to give you 30, but like that's about all they can do. They're giving you almost all that they can while being able to keep a team around you that's super competitive. I don't know. I think it's around that $26-27 million, and I think that's a good, fair deal.
I think it'll probably be a scenario where when the deal gets first reported, it'll be something that averages, 30 million or whatever, just like when Adam Schefter or whoever the NFL reporter is that gets a tweet, it'll be from the agent, and the agent will, blow up the numbers to make it look bigger, but then there will be, void years tacked on at the end, and it'll be probably closer to what you're talking about, 26, 27, 28. My expectation would be, after the first 2 or 3 years of the deal, there would be an opportunity to sign a new one. So he could have another bite at the apple. It wouldn't be the type like Trent Williams, his contract when he signed a few years ago was essentially, it was a 6-year deal, but it was basically 2 3-year deals, right? One that they could opt out of and rework and, give him more guaranteed money and all of that. I would expect something along the same lines with Ayuk. And that's why this stuff is so complicated and gets so drawn out, because there's so many particulars in these contracts. And I will never begrudge a player for fighting for everything he thinks he's worth. But I think it's just going to be complicated, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if it's just one of those deals where, 3 years from now, we're talking like, all right, Brandon Ayuk's he's going to sign another extension and the money's going to be a little bit different. I'd imagine that's what the 49ers want, because they're going to need as much flexibility as possible going forward, because we're going to be, this time next year, we're going to be talking about Brock Purdy getting $50-55 million a year. And that's very much in the 49ers calculus right now too.
He's going to have a Super Bowl on his resume.
Great stuff, Chris. Great to catch up with you on Malik Monk Day. We'll have a VIP table waiting for you at Malik's when it's time.
Drop our name at the door. It's good. If they give you any hassle, just be like, come on, man. D-Lo and KC sent me.
I got you. I'll meet you at the door around the back, not the front door, but the one around the back.
There you go. Oh, yeah. We'll get you in the exclusive door, Chris. Great to catch up, man. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate you.
Good to see you guys as always.
That's our man, Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee, and of course of the Candlestick Chronicles podcast as well, with our man Kyle Madsen of the Insiders. We'll come back. Kyle Madsen's partner on the Insiders, James Ham, talks. Now we can get into the finer details of this conversation, because I have some questions about the Kings, salary cap, what they could do, what they can't do. And, James is in vacation mode, so there's no telling what version of James Ham we're going to get at the top of the hour. But either way, it's going to be fun. That's coming up here. D-Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Okay. Soren, I saw you. Soren, I think it was Soren, said that Friday afternoon, Cialis has been cracked. And I was like, God damn it. I could use one of those right now. Now, I'm refusing to go into the vending machine and pay $3 for one, but have one for me, dog. Well, don't, because that would probably be dangerous, but you know what I mean.
John Bull said pregame. What happened?
Oh no. Yeah, Ham's oblivious. Ham is oblivious. Nah, Tyler, I'm good. Them Celsius are good, man, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I
Use
actually
yourself
think
a Gatorade.
Yeah, I actually think there's a little caffeine in these smoothies I'm drinking. No, there's not. Well, fuck. Whatever. I'm going home and having a drink anyways.
You want to clear that you were talking about Celsius?
Celsius, yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that what it's called?
Yeah, but you said something else.
What'd I say?
You said Cialis.
Oh no, Soren, did you have an oh no. Well, Soren, salute. Have one of those too.
Our guy Mount Celsius though.
Hey. I mean, I wouldn't say this is the most appropriate time to have one of those, but not the kind of pick me up I need right now, man. That ain't the one. Man, I might go. I've been on my Uncle Nearest for like the last, not that I've been drinking for a week, but like last Sunday or Saturday, I've been on my Uncle Nearest. That's what I'm doing. All right, Shannon. All right. Everybody settle down. Well, it's a good point. That's the one they got in the vending machine. No. Yeah, that's the one they got in the vending machine. Well, somebody want to sponsor it. Shit, we could be bought. Well, that works too.
It's been a fun day.
420 hit it today is. Oh, you got to tune in for that, Russell. Got to tune into that. You got to tune in for that. Too many. Mrs. Mac 10 says too many iced coffees. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that is. I mean, yeah, even with just the YouTube number, that's good stuff. I don't know what's going on over there on X, man, but we'll take it. We appreciate you guys being here. If you're on Twitter, if you're on YouTube, I know I don't do this enough, but hit the thumbs up on Twitter. Aldrin, Justin Timberlake actually got arrested in like New York. He was I think he was on his way to the Hamptons or something. And it's so funny that no one cares. Like Justin Timberlake getting arrested isn't even like a big. I mean, arrest is a DUI, which I think people are always like, oh, far too many people can relate to that. But it's just crazy that like no one cares that Justin Timberlake got arrested. Nah, it's all good, Audrey. It was somewhere in because at first when I saw the story, I thought it was New York City. Like, what? Why?
I was gonna say, like, that's probably tough to drive in that kind of state. Yeah.
Like, yeah, no, that's not where he was. It was he was closer to like the Hamptons.
Who's that?
Justin Timberlake. Well, he is, but like Aldrin brought up, like, this is low key old news, but I was like, yeah, no one cared.
Well, you see, hit the cop with, I'm Justin Timberlake.
That cop said, I'm sorry. What's that mean to me? I appreciate you, X. Thanks for tapping in. Thank you. Oh, yeah, he doesn't talk about it very often, but he doesn't.
I don't. Which one of us has been to the Hamptons before?
I don't think I've been to the Hamptons, have I?
I'm sure you have.
Oh, I don't think I have.
Connecticut's close enough.
They lived in the same community as Dan Hurley. Come on now.
Well, I did check this. I actually live by Bob Backlund. That's my claim to fame. That's my claim to fame.
You're pretty connected to Bob Backlund on the show, whether it's the belts or seeing him at the store.
Well, I gave Tatum the Bob Backlund treatment, and look at that. Now he turned into a champion.
What are they gonna say now?
Now you're not gonna get power bombed at the Garden the day after Survivor Series anymore, so you're fine.
We did it.
Oh,
You got to stop, bro, because I don't want to talk. Just be nice, dude.
That's my boy too, man. That's my boy Tatum.
He's
That's my
kind of
boy.
cheesy. I love Jason Tatum. I love Jason
boy.
Tatum.
Oh, that reminded me.
He
I
a
know we
little
got to
cheesy.
get to the phone lines, but a lot of people were asking me last night, are you getting the Malik Monk jersey now? The answer is absolutely I'm getting the Malik Monk jersey. For sure, for sure. But this was the conundrum that I'm in now. I don't want to disrespect my other boy, my boy De'Aaron. I can't have a Malik Monk jersey before I get a De'Aaron jersey.
I'm gonna go out on a limb. I don't know this for sure. I haven't asked him. I think De'Aaron would be okay if you got a Malik Monk jersey.
I mean, I'm sure.
Again, I haven't asked him
because
I think he'd be
he's
okay.
a good dude. I'm just saying, like, I don't want to disrespect my boy De'Aaron, so I'm gonna have to find a way to get both. Man.
So what happens is
have to find a way.
Yeah, man. Can you
Jersey Gate is
he's
frustrating me.
He's got an $800 T-shirt on. He's talking about I got to find a way.
It ain't no damn $800.
No, not what the internet
it's
says.
$799.99. You know how the stores do it.
No, hell no.
It's not what the internet says.
Why don't you just get Tatum, Monk, and Fox? Call it a day.
I told you Tatum is down on the
Tatum
on the total.
USA.
Tatum's behind
Steph.
Steph,
no,
yeah.
not Steph.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards on the list.
Wow. Guy wins a ring and he's moving
You
down
get
the
a
rankings.
Caitlin Clark jersey?
No, but I like Caitlin.
Getting Asia Wilson.
I get an Asia Wilson. That's my I get an Asia Wilson.
Yeah, who did I say I was going to get? Oh, Kelsey. I was going to get a Kelsey.
I get my Asia Wilson jersey.
WNBA All-Star voting is out. Asia Wilson is number 1. Caitlin Clark right behind her. Aaliyah Boston at number 3. Shout out Aaliyah, good ball player.
Good ball player, but that's a little Caruso-ish.
Those Fever fans are no.
That's a little Caruso on the Lakers.
Those Fever fans are working hard. Stewie 4th, Arike Agumbawale round out the top 5. Then you got Sabrina Angel, Kelsey Plum, Nafisa, and Darika Hamby after that. Let's get our man Ramsey in here, 916-909-1320. James Ham coming up here in a couple minutes. What's up, Ramsey?
Just wanted to talk before we get back to basketball, talk about that that night last night in Birmingham, Alabama. I mean, and everything about it, it really wasn't even about the game with the Giants and Cardinals. It was just about everything that happened and surrounded it around the game. I mean, seeing the 99-year-old gentleman Bill Gleason throw out the first pitch, seeing Willie Mays' son with Barry Bonds and Ken Griffey Jr. basically said, we don't want a moment of silence. Let Willie hear you.
That's right.
And then having on the broadcast the legend Bob Kendrick from the National Negro Museum Hall of Fame tell all the stories that he knows off the top of his head that he can recite like clockwork for 4 innings was masterful, and he does it on a daily basis. I mean, it made for a great night, great television, and a great piece of history.
Absolutely. It was.
Shout out to Ramsey, who seemed to have no trouble getting the Negro Museum out. Hey, Ramsey, you still there?
Yes, sir.
What'd you think about the? Did you? And I think this was a different part of the broadcast. Did you see the Reggie Jackson part?
I did. I caught it later, and I have no issue with it. I mean, the man expressed what truly happened to him, life experiences. I mean, if it came out raw, real, and uncut, that's how it has to be delivered for people to understand not what he went through, but what all walks of life went through, regardless of sport or not.
Yeah,
appreciate you, Ramsey. Thank you.
Man.
That
was powerful.
That was
powerful.
That was tough.
And I don't know if there's much they could have done, but I'll still salute them anyway. Salute to Fox who let it roll.
Go. Yep.
They let it roll, man.
Yep.
I thought I didn't get a chance to see it because we were working, but I went back and saw some stuff.
I was gonna ask Ramsey, did you see the clip? No, okay. Ramsey is not on Twitter.
Yeah, I don't know where
I
think Ramsey front, man. Where you just see it,
well,
Ramsey? Where you just see it.
My thought was maybe Katrina showed it to him, but
Ramsey. I don't think Ramsey on Twitter, bro. He talking about, I saw it. How you know? How you just see it, dog? How you just see it?
Can you imagine Ramsey as King's Muse?
Oh my God. That's awesome.
The pregame
that
show,
King's Muse video that they put out of Monty McNair doing the What was it? Yachty
Oh,
doing the dance?
Yachty,
on the
intro,
stage. Yeah.
I don't know how the people be doing.
I don't
that.
either.
Crazy.
I don't either, but
That's
it's phenomenal.
crazy.
Go ahead.
But no, I thought the Fox pregame was fantastic.
Yeah.
I think we always talk about like sports media and studio shows. And the crazy thing about it is, man, baseball kills it on every channel. Like the baseball pre and when they do post is whether it's MLB Network, Fox, Turner, whatever. Like, man, those dudes are really, really good. And A-Rod and Big Papi and Derek Jeter being on there, they did a great job. Did you see when Bond said he would have took Satchel Paige deep? So Jeter.
I actually didn't see any clips of Barry.
Oh yeah, he was.
No, I know. Yeah, I didn't see it because I saw him when we were working, but I never went back to watch.
This one was floating around or whatever because Derek Jeter was like, what, Barry, what would you do, if you went up against Satchel Paige? And Barry was like, who, me? He's like, yeah. He said, be gone, bro. It'd be gone. Not even close. It'd be gone or whatever. So Barry's saying that or whatever, and he's like, yeah, you got to have confidence in yourself or whatever. And the first time I ever really thought about it, I don't know if there's anything there or whatever. King Griffey Jr. had a look on his face like, this guy can't stand this guy. Because Mom said, oh yeah, he'd be gone. I'd take him deep. And Griffey was like, all right.
Well, okay, Ken, settle down. What's Barry supposed to do? Go, oh man, 3 pitches and my ass is back on the bench. Oh man, he's the greatest player of all time.
Griffey, I was like, settle down, Ken Griffey Jr. Relax. I never thought about it, but I wonder if they got a little friction.
Oh. Hold on.
You see it right now?
Yeah, no, y'all gotta see this. Oh, this is good. No, this is good. Hang on. Talk amongst yourselves.
And serial connection, Manny. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, that's my bad. He said Griffey has every right to dismiss that dude. Settle down. All right, settle down. We ain't disrespecting the best baseball player to ever play the
people
game.
have their feelings about Barry. It's fine.
And I'm telling them to settle down.
I don't know, what are you yelling at
doing
me
that
for?
You ain't in Chicago, Manny. We ain't doing that out here.
All right. Settle down, pal.
He says with the Cubs hat.
That's bruh. Giants playing the Cubs today.
No, I made sure they won.
Tell me right now on the spot, what would you do against Satchel Paige?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Gone. You done lost your mind, Jeter. Gone.
Look at Griffey. Griffey all
Griffey look like he want to go.
You all hater, Griffey.
Griffey look like he want to go. Now hold on. I think he cracked a smile here.
Simple. Gone. Read about it on ESPN, Fox News, wherever else you want to talk about.
He having fun with it. He having fun with it.
He was like, oh, this dude right here, man.
That is funny. That is funny. Now to be clear, he does playing into the bid. He is having fun. I don't like that laughter was way too much. Like watch A-Rod. Watch A-Rod's response.
Tell me right now on the spot, what would you do against Satchel Paige?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Gone.
Okay,
little Goodfellas.
Come on, man.
Like Steve Ballmer. Look at his knee.
Look at all 3 of these guys. Look at your boy. Get your boy Poppy over here.
Whoa! What do you mean?
All 3 of these guys. They all do the
Satchel
table
Paige.
slap.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Gone. You done lost your mind.
Yeah, he's doing a little too much there.
They really did. No, listen, play one more time. They really did do a Goodfellas.
Tell me right now on the spot, what would you do against Satchel Paige?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Gone. You done lost your mind.
No, what's my man?
Alex is the worst.
No, hold on.
Simple.
What's that, Kevin Burkhardt or whatever?
Read about
Check
it on
him out. I'm sorry to
ESPN.
play this again, but check him out. That was an aggressive laugh.
Tell me right now on the spot, what would you do against Satchel Paige?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Gone.
Yeah. No, and he moves the microphone back to his face. Come on, man. I hate this stuff. I hate this stuff. Why y'all doing this? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Barry Bonds, Dave Chappelle out there.
Look at all four of them. All four of them. 3 baseball legends and Kevin over there. And Ken Griffey staring at him. Like he just said the stupidest thing in history.
Slapping the table.
Oh, was there a dress code for this and Barry didn't get the word?
I feel like Barry gets the word what he wants.
Barry looks by the way, Barry looks fantastic.
He does, man. I think he's 50 plus.
He looks fantastic.
Looks great. Yeah,
his head is returned to.
Well, I mean, it did when they said he was on the juice and he hit like 30, 35. That's the thing I always talk about. Oh, he only doing it because he on the juice. He got off the. I remember specifically, Wilbon was like, he looks noticeably smaller this spring training.
That is not what Michael Wilbon sounds like.
Well, I wasn't doing a Wilbon impression. I can't do a Wilbon impression.
No,
but
hang on, James.
He said he looks noticeably smaller. No. We'll see what he does this year. And he hit like 45 home runs.
Let me.
You gotta believe in yourself. If I don't believe in me, who gonna believe in me?
That's right.
I'm a drag button. Derek, you said I'm drag button.
I'm gonna take all those people off the field.
We gonna race to first.
Gone. And you, brother.
Why does Barry sound like a 70s?
Tell me right now on
like, listen to it.
I'm gonna take all those people off the field.
Why do you sound like Huggy Bear when he talks?
Gone. And you, brother.
Okay. All right. I've had enough of this.
You, brother.
I've had enough of this. What the hell is going on here? James.
Me and you, brother.
First of all,
he sounds
Kenny
like
was,
the Doctor of Style.
Kenny was doing Doc Rivers as Michael Wilbon. That's so nice
I can't do a
impersonation.
Michael Wilbon. I know that. I don't have an impression for Mike Wilbon.
Secondly, yeah, Barry's head is like he looks like he sat next to the dude in Beetlejuice and stole his number.
Barry looks fantastic.
Barry would hit 25 home runs today.
Barry, okay.
He did 25 home runs. You got it like that. He's that. He's him. He's him.
No,
hey,
no, he wouldn't.
Hey, he would hit 25.
No, he would not. He would not hit 25 home runs.
He just can't run the bases. He'd hit 25.
No, he wouldn't. Stop it.
Don't disrespect.
That's not disrespect. That's disrespecting like every pitcher in Major League Baseball. I hate fake laughter. Oh my gosh. These dudes is goofy.
We got James Ham with us on Malik Monk Day. Before we go into, because we're about to dive in, there was something I saw that was interesting that I wanted to run by you before the day's over. The LA 28 people, like Los Angeles Committee for the Olympics, they announced some of the venues, right? Basketball is going to be in the Intuit Dome.
Okay.
Gymnastics is going to be in Crypto Arena.
Okay.
Swimming is going to be at SoFi.
Okay.
That'll be interesting.
There's a lot that goes into that swimming thing, as I learned going to the aquatic center.
Yeah.
It's really hot.
The pool has to stay warm or something.
So the pool stay warm, obviously, but like it sends out heat like that.
Oh, the
room,
place
it's really warm.
Gotcha. Yeah. They got a picture of what it'll look like. That's gonna look fire. The swimming pool, like in SoFi, because they got the open roof.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fire. Obviously, track and field is the Coliseum. Anybody want to take a guess where softball is gonna be at? Softball and canoeing. Anybody want to take a guess?
I'll go softball, probably at it. Maybe where the Angels play.
Okay, where the Angels play. James, you want to take a guess of where softball and canoeing? They're both going to be in the same location.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm going something with the college then.
Yeah, I was going to say UCLA or USC.
Oklahoma City.
Oh.
What part of Los Angeles? Is that next to Compton? Is that by Watts? Where is that?
Los Angeles did
Who
not.
on stage from the Kendrick Lamar show was from Oklahoma City, Los Angeles?
I'm pretty sure that Oklahoma City is about the furthest thing from Watts and the furthest thing from just
Los Angeles did not have canoeing, slalom, and softball venues that met international competition standards. They're going to be in Oklahoma City.
Huh.
Sucks for them.
No, right? Damn.
Yeah, you get to go to the Olympics, but you're going to Oklahoma City, pal. Like, do you even get to go to the do you have to go to the opening ceremonies and fly to Oklahoma
I
City?
would think so.
Oh,
that sucks. Yeah, that's all bad. I'd quit softball.
Forget my Olympic dreams. I ain't going to Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City, forget it.
And they couldn't. Nobody before Oklahoma City had something similar to that.
Vegas doesn't have something. Well, I don't know. Maybe not canoeing.
Well,
maybe Mark could build something.
It would be 190 degrees, but still.
Wow.
Toasty softball game. Well, you could do it at the new A's stadium. That's going to have that new state of the art venue that's going.
There's
up
that. The hell they could have came to.
Well, we're not talking about the 2050 Olympics.
Oh, no.
Just saying.
I speculated. Have you, had a nice little drink to celebrate Malik Monk Day and your impending vacation?
No, not yet.
Glances off to the bar like that's a good idea.
I'm looking at a bunch of liquor right now. I'm thinking, could I make a real quick Manhattan while we're on the air here? That's possible. I probably could do that.
Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. What? Maybe James could be the bartender at Malik's.
James, would you like the bartender duties at our new nightclub Malik's?
Yes, I would bartend.
You and Warren.
Yeah. Oh, we got it. Oh, we turned it up.
I have a portable bartender set. Like I literally have like a thing that rolls out, and you unsnap it, and it's got like all my bartender tools. I'm just saying.
What is it?
Okay, I got bartender. I don't know what to do with any of them except the shaker.
You got the shaker. You got to have the long spoon, right?
I got the long spoon. I got the strainer. I got that weird. I don't know how to describe it, and
go ahead. No,
I'm
go
not.
ahead.
No, just forget it. No, sit down.
Flag.
Everybody sit down.
We were so close.
Just forget it. It's Malik Monk Day. Malik Monk is back with the Sacramento Kings. Let's start with questions I feel like you can answer. We've had our fun all day. We've talked about this, and you talked about it all morning on the Insiders, but let's dive into like some nuts and bolts here. What are the financial ramifications of this as to what the Kings can do now? Because it's fun today. Draft is coming up on Wednesday. We're gonna hit Janet Jackson mode real quickly with what have you done for me lately, and start talking about what's next. So what are the financial ramifications as it pertains to this offseason with the Malik Monk deal?
Yeah, so it's like TBD. Like that's how I would describe it. So if you're going to sign Monk, number one, you can't sign him until July 6th anyways. So whatever you do in like with trades and everything else, just keep that in mind that there's a very specific order that you sign all of these deals in. And because Malik is, again, he's an early bird, his cap hold is like 12, 13 million. Because of that, you probably will do most of your other transactions before you complete his deal in itself. That if the Kings did nothing else as of right now, they would jump from a little over 150 million to roughly 167.5 million. Let's just say 168 million. On top of that, because they have the 13th pick in the draft, and the 13th pick has a $5 million cap hold, the Kings technically would be over the salary cap. I mean, over the luxury tax. Luxury tax is right at like 171 point something million. They would exceed that, and they would have to pay some sort of luxury tax. I think the biggest thing about the luxury tax that I'll point out is that if you are a luxury tax team, you pay in and you don't get anything back. If you're not a luxury tax team, all these other teams pay in, and then you get a big fat check at the end of the year. And I can't remember what the dollar figure was. It was either 12 million or it was 19 million bucks for this year that tax teams, non-tax teams, are getting from the other group, from the Warriors, from name that team that went well over the cap and has to pay luxury tax. So it's not just that you have to pay a little bit, it's that you also don't get that other money. So it's a pretty big, sizable swing there. But look, first of all, salary cap isn't fully calculated until the end of the season. So you have all this time to figure it out. It would limit what you could do as far as like if they sign Monk and they haven't made trades and they've got their first round pick, they would still, I'm pretty sure, have a mid-level exception. But if you go above the first apron, which is at like 78 million, you are instantly hard capped going forward. So you could not make any other move pretty much the rest of the year outside of like waiving some people. So it's a little crazy. But keep in mind, the Kings have $27 million in expiring contracts. And that's between, again, I call them expiring contracts. I don't want to offend anybody, but like realistically, Trey Lyles has 1 year at $8 million. Davion has 1 year at $6.5 million. Sasha Vezenkov 1 year at $6.7 million, and 1 year at $5.9 million for Chris Duarte. So you still have plenty of room there. You also have 35 million or so combined between Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes. So you have these other players that might work where you trade a $6 million for a $4 million player and move down below the salary, the luxury tax, or you trade for a $34 million player, but you only send out $28 million. So there's $6 million you drop below the cap. So there are ways to actually move around. Right.
I think, yeah, for sure. I think James was breaking all this down. I want to make sure I have him right, though. Like, were you kind of talking about the possibility of the signing for Malik Monk being official maybe later in the process? Like, they got a deal in principle. It's going to happen. But maybe him signing at a different time, which allows him by the cap, which allows the Kings, by the cap rules to be able to will and deal a little bit without Malik Monk's money on the books, or does that matter at all?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. Exactly.
It's the whole LeBron James thing.
Yeah.
Like LeBron would sign his contract late in free agency after the team made all of
it. Yeah, because, well, I mean, it's a little different because LeBron's cap hold is always gigantic because of the money that he makes. And I am not ham in the chat. It's a little less than 12 million. I thought that's what I was thinking. It's 11 point something. That's what the non-tax-paying teams get a check for. So the Kings will get a check for that. So Kenny, they'll sign on the same day, but it's literally what you sign first, what you send into the league first. Like there has to be an order to it. And it's why a couple of years ago, like the Kings had to use up all of their salary cap space before they signed Rashawn Holmes to his to the biannual exception, right? Or one of the exceptions. I think it was biannual exception. He got a 2-year, $10 million deal, and they had to sign all of the other deals that they had that summer to eat up all the cap space, and then use the exception after that. Or maybe they use the non-tax paying but no room exception to sign him. And so there are all of these sort of rules in how you finish the transaction at the end.
I'm trying to remember the vibes. Anyone remember the vibes around the Rashawn signing?
The first one?
No, the second one.
Oh, they're super high. Everyone was super excited.
Oh,
that's
what I thought.
They thought it was gone. Like they thought he had no chance of signing. They thought
his agent did him a terrible disservice.
Yeah, Pedro Powers
terrible
was his agent at the time, and he was telling everybody, including Rich, that he was going to get him $20 million a year, 18 to 20, and then even when he didn't get that, they tried to add on so they added on a 15% trade kicker. So I got that number. Shams got the number that night that, hey, he's signing a 4-year, $54 million deal. And we knew it was the same situation. He was in a bird situation, an early bird situation. And the most he could sign for was like a 4-year, 47 or 48 million. And it's like, okay, that number's high. What are we doing here? And basically it turned out that he had like slightly inflated the number. And because Rashawn got a 15% trade kicker, and he had done the math as if Rashawn got traded like day one, because the way trade, and added it to the money.
He Scheftered the deal.
So
he blew it up a little bit.
And it was bad for us. It looked bad for me or for Shams because we're like, well, why did you guys present a bad number? And it's like, well, because the Kings could have cleared enough cap space. The Kings were very close to actually having cap space at that time. They could have traded like Marvin Bagley and come up with enough cap space to sign him to more money. And that's what, like, initially we're like, okay, well, is that what they did? But then we figured out down the road that no, he had inflated the number by adding in the trade kicker, which again, I assume that Malik is probably going to get the same thing. And basically what that is any year that's guaranteed. So the first 3 years of Malik's deal are guaranteed. If he gets traded, he gets 15% extra for each of those years that are guaranteed. So it would be 17.4, 18 point whatever, 20.1. I think it's 18.6, 20.1. So it would be roughly 55.6 million or something. I think that's the dollar figure. So he could get 15% of that, which is a substantial amount of money. I don't, I think it's around 780 million, 7 million, 7.8 million, something like that. So
Trade kickers have become relatively common and can easily be waived and discarded.
Yes. Yeah.
Like
Harrison Barnes has one.
The player has to. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. Again, it feels like it's normal. I'm not sure Harrison would waive his trade kicker, like get that money, but I don't. Maybe Bradley Beal did. Like some of these deals get done with like trade kickers waived, so I guess they're interesting little things to put in there. But
it seems like maybe a safety type thing for if you get traded to somewhere you don't want to be necessarily, where you can say,
cover my moving expenses, pal.
Like, all right, you guys got to pick this.
Yeah.
But if you like the place, you're like, don't worry about it, man.
You got me going to Oklahoma City to watch softball and canoeing, man. Give me my
Yeah.
good team. But
so we have this too, Michael Gallery in the Matthews Mattress chatty house.
MatthewsMattress.com, find the location nearest you.
Michael, the Malik Monk deal is not 3 years, it's 4 years. There is a player option for the 4th year, but it's still considered a 4-year deal. If anything happens to him, or heaven forbid, he's just not better than a $20 million player, he'll accept that 4th year and be like, it's a 4-year deal. I mean, the fact that it's a player option, that doesn't change the fact that it's a 3 or a 4-year deal. It's still a 4-year deal.
Let's walk through that part a little bit, because Kenny and I have been of the belief that of the different scenarios that we think were out there for Malik, we certainly don't know, but the different scenarios that we think were out there for Malik, like Orlando, potentially San Antonio, Detroit seems to have gotten a lot of conversation here today. Sacramento was the one that felt most likely to where, hey, you can sign a 3 or 4 year contract or whatever, the 4-year deal, whatever you want right now. But your best opportunity to sign another really good contract is probably going to be here in Sacramento, especially if things are building the way that they are. Mm-hmm. He's got an opt out, he has a player option year that 4th year, but he can negotiate, like he can sign an extension after the 3rd year, correct?
Yes.
Or during the 3rd year. I should say during the 3rd year, not after, but during that 3rd year of the season. The 3rd year of the contract, he can sign an extension, correct?
Well, technically, okay, there's a couple of things here. Number one, if somehow the Kings had cap space, they could do the same thing they did with Sabonis, where they renegotiated a year and then extended, right? But that's
not common. Like that, what the Kings did with Sabonis is not super common.
No,
it's just James sniffed it out like 6 months in advance, and it happened.
Yeah. So I totally, that's not going to happen, because the Kings would have to drop below the salary cap in order to do that. And that's what the Kings did. They were so far below the cap that they were able to cut a chunk of their actually salary cap space, stack it on Sabonis's deal, and then renegotiate a longer and extend for a longer term, and then have his raises and his money based off of that new dollar amount. So He went from 22 million. I think they added 8 point something, and then they can do 8% raises off of that dollar figure for an extension, as opposed to him getting just like if they would have had to wait until this offseason to actually extend him, because if not, his dollar figure at 22 million was way too low for him. He wouldn't have, you can only give I think it's a 20% raise for a free agent. Like, don't quote me on that, but it's something around that. So once they gave him the bump in pay and pushed him up closer to his ceiling, his max money for his years of service, then they gave him the 8% raises on top of that. So technically speaking, the Kings could do that with Monk down the road, but it would require them to drop back below the salary cap, which I'll keep saying this. There's no way the Kings aren't going to be under the salary cap, maybe ever again for like the next 10 years. That was one summer where they had money. So now once we move forward with Monk, once they get, if I'm not mistaken, they can get 2 years in, and he basically can opt out of his final year. And if there's 1 year left on his deal, which that would be 1 year left if you only had the one guaranteed year, they could extend him on top of after his second year, but the third year salary would remain the same. It'd be the 20.1 million or whatever. Then the next year it would bump up and bump up and bump up. But again, it would be based off of a percentage of the money that he can make, of a raise that he could make.
So he can make a lot more guaranteed money a lot sooner than I think we originally thought. Like opting out of that fourth year before that third year gets underway. In 2 years, he can sign a contract extension.
And this, I'm sorry, James, but I was just, both of you guys could help me.
So just ahead of the Kings' third championship, he can sign an extension.
They're going for the three-peat.
Yeah.
But this is almost like what we talked about a little bit, where you've got by signing with the Kings, and maybe this was the same for anybody else. I don't know if it's exclusive to the bird rights or not, but by signing that deal with the Kings, you locked in the 78 million. Like that's what you're getting. If worst case scenario, you locked in the 78 million, but you have potential renegotiating and outs and stuff like that, where you can turn that 78 into 130 on this contract. You don't even have to be like like it's going to be an extension of this contract, but because was that exclusive to the Kings, or would he have that same ability if he would have signed with the Magic to renegotiate in, during year 3 or something like that?
No, he would have the same ability wherever he went. It's just the fact that, like, the Kings can, as long as his contract is over, the Kings can circumvent the cap to sign him for whatever up to his years of service going forward, because once he gets done with year 1, he will have full Larry Bird rights moving forward, because that'll give him his third year with the Kings. So again, once we get to year 4, that's when he he'll be able to sign an extension. Now he might still be stuck like Sabonis was with like the 20% raise or whatever. So he might have to wait until the end of year 3 and then renegotiate as a true free agent that summer, void the final year of his deal, and move forward with a new contract then. But again, we're talking about way off in the distance. For me, this is
don't do that. Don't do that. We're getting LeBron. We're getting Malik Monk here for 7 years. That's what we're working on here. We're getting Malik here for 7 years. I was thinking about LeBron because that's what LeBron is facing right now, right? The opt-in, or he can opt in and sign an extension, or he can opt out and sign it like what's essentially a new contract. That's that scenario we're talking about with Malik Monk is what LeBron James is doing right now. We just don't know which one he's doing yet.
That reminds me during the break to tell you about what your boy Bill Simmons had to say.
That's not my boy
crazy.
In any scenario. That's not my boy.
Crazy what he had.
Me either.
Jesse was working.
Yeah, I'm not
like
gonna.
You that man.
I won't stand for that.
Yeah, that's your guys. That's your Boston boy, and you stay listening to that dude. His wording for something he said was crazy.
Wow,
this is your best friend.
Who?
Bill Simmons came to the party with you.
Man, you really did. That's your
not
boy.
good. Yeah,
right,
either
so-
way, I think the one other thing I would point out is that Malik would have he would have only got 5% raises if he went somewhere else, as opposed to 8% raises every year from the Kings. That might not matter if they're offering like 25 million and then they're doing 5% off of 25 million, as opposed to 8% off of 17 million. But still, it's part of signing with your own team. Your own team, you get the option to give them 8% raises as opposed to 5.
They're facing like there's big money ahead of them with the contract Domas has. De'Aaron has an extension that really could happen at any point. Keegan will be coming off of his rookie deal not too far from now, and obviously, Malik's money's a little bit different than those guys, but the Kings got to decide. This is our group. This is This is the group that we believe, at least the core of the group, that's going to take us to a championship contender.
That's what I think. I'll keep circling the word core. I think the core is now set. We know who the core is. The core is Fox. It's Monk. It's Keegan Murray. It's Domantas Sabonis. And that doesn't matter what position Monk plays. Your core 4 is that. And then after that, the rest of these players, like I don't want to say they're interchangeable, but the rest of these players can be looked at as, as pieces to a puzzle. And you have to put the right pieces around the 4, because this is a group who's under contract long-term, who you have dedicated and put money into. And then I'd also point out that Monk's money at $17.4 million, it's really, really close to in line with what Harrison Barnes is making. So Harrison made 17, 18, and 19. And I think that was right around 13% of the salary cap. So if you're getting Malik Monk at 13% of the salary cap, that's really not that bad. And we all know that the salary cap is going to go up 10% a year moving forward for the next 5 or 6 years, right? Well, while that happens, while it's going up, Malik Monk's contract's only going up 8%. So his value of his contract is going to slightly diminish as far as a percentage of the cap over the next 3 years, which is a good thing too.
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll come back. Sorry, James.
No, someone mentioned Keegan. We have no idea what Keegan's going to make. But Keegan,
we don't know what the numbers are yet, right?
We're a long ways away from knowing what Keegan is going to make as a player, whether it's like someone mentions a 5-year 100 or a 4-year 80 or a 4-year 100. We have no idea. Or he could get De'Aaron Fox money, where it's what was that, 5-year 163 or whatever. And
what essentially De'Aaron got at the time was what was the max?
Mm-hmm. It's a max for his years of service.
Mm-hmm.
Where he's
he got the rookie extension max with the all NBA provisions that could balloon the contract up. And
I
mean, this is going to be Malik's year this is going to be Keegan's year to show that's going to be his contract. But he's got a little bit more to show, and we need to see a little bit more from the Kings, and that's what we're going to talk with James Ham, our Kings insider here of the Insiders, when D'Lo and Casey return on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
So there's going to be a word in this quote. I didn't listen to this. I read this. This is just crazy. There's a word that you'll hear and you'll notice. He goes, "Here's my case. Everyone says I should do it. Here's my case. Everyone says this draft sucks." He got a nasally voice. The Celtics are so.
That actually wasn't bad. But go ahead.
I don't know if I want to read this part. Here's my case. Everyone says this draft sucks. The Celtics are so deep. Anyone in this draft isn't going to play for them. Why not take Bronny and you basically hold him hostage? Because all these other teams want him, right? The Lakers, you want him? Well, we took Bronny. Give us Max Christie. How bad do you want him? I would say Bronny, the asset at 30 as a trade thing, is worth more than anybody they could get here.
Can we call him the Brostage?
Oh, James. Don't feed into this, James.
Don't encourage him, James.
Don't feed into this, James.
Why not take Bronny and you basically hold him hostage?
See? The Brostage. Yeah.
Dude is an idiot.
That is crazy.
Look, we don't know what these players are going to look like. There's going to be a couple of players in this draft that are really, really good, and we just don't know it yet. I just don't know. Like, it's going to be tough to figure out. Like, this is a big time gamble draft, especially in the top like 7 or 8. And I keep saying this, like, people keep putting the Spurs in the money situation. Like, they don't have any money. Like, they've got like $7 million in cap space because they have cap holds for the number 4 and the number 8 pick. And those cap holds are like combined $17 million. So that ate up almost all of their cap space. They're at like 117. That puts them at like 134. So they're $7 million under the cap, which is like, again, they can use their mid-level exception. So they didn't really have any cap space, but it's more to my point that like this draft isn't very good at the top end. At least it doesn't look like it's super good. And if we're not guaranteed that this is going to be like a really high quality top 8, I can't imagine dropping $17 million worth of salary, which is again like 13% of your salary cap moving forward on 2 players that you have no idea if they can play basketball at all. So it's tough.
Nah, I just want to point out, Aldrin. I saw you turn on me earlier. Don't do that. I saw what you wrote about. Bill. No,
your boy.
I saw you turn on me, Aldrin. I thought, no, I saw you.
See, sneak back in the chat as AJ. Aldrin, I would answer this with no. If I'm the Kings, no. But what I would do is I would trade Kevin Huerter for a 2025 or a 2026 first rounder and unlock your picks again.
Would you trade Kevin Huerter for the Hawks' stupid pick to just leave us alone?
To just get away from us.
Just here. Take Kevin Huerter and leave us alone.
That's funny.
Hey, right up. Oh, man, it looks like Zay got the KC treatment today. All right, Zay. I don't know what that means. Salute.
Yeah, man. Big up Storm.
Should be making videos.
It's the D-Lo treatment. It is not.
Hey, look, 3 videos have dropped this week, and you've been the star of all of them. Oh, no, that's not true. Jesse's was a monster.
When's your video coming out?
Jesse's a monster. Well, I accidentally said Cialis instead of Celsius earlier, so it could be today.
I was so confused, and you were like, yeah, they got Cialis.
I didn't even
for $3. Wait, what?
I didn't even catch it. I was like, what do you mean I said it wrong? It was Celsius. What's wrong with Celsius? That's not what you said, idiot. Well, all right.
Got Cialis.
Well, I don't know how that stuff isn't in a vending machine yet, but
hey, I'm sure it is somewhere.
Well,
probably is in Vegas.
Hey,
no,
at Malik's.
At
Malik's.
We got you covered at Malik's, dog.
Y'all need a little performance-enhancing drug? That's all right. We take Apple Pay at Malik's. Cialis, Blue Chew, whatever y'all need. We got you. It's all good.
Oh man, Malik's is gonna be fire.
Yeah, Malik's is turning.
Malik's might get shut down the first week.
Well, that'd be on par with a lot of clubs of the early 2000s. No problem. No problem whatsoever. All right, Hammer. This is the big question. We were talking about it with Biderman earlier, a little bit with your partner Kyle Madsen. I've been talking about it with the chat all day. Vibes are high. Just amazing. There's 4,000 people watching this show live right now and taking part in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com. YouTubers, hit the thumbs up. Twitters, hit the retweet, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, retweet for sure.
What now?
This is where things get crazy. I think, like, look, this thing could have been so ugly. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but if Malik Monk decided to go elsewhere and you lost like your 3rd or 4th best player and you had no way to really replace that player, That's a problem. We keep talking about, well, we could see the Kings going and chasing this guy or this guy that might look like Malik Monk and that might be able to pick up some of the slack and all that stuff. Malik Monk meant way more to the Kings than just that. He is the glue. He's the funny guy. He's the curator of vibes. Like Malik means he is a leader on this team. He means a lot to this team, but he's also phenomenal. Like what he does is very tough to sort of replicate. And the fact is, the Kings would have had like a $12.9 million mid-level exception and like $4.5 million biannual exception, something like that. And that's all they would have had to go out and replace him, plus the number 13 pick in the draft, plus any trade. But now that you have him, you're tiptoeing around the luxury tax. But outside of that, like you have all of these pieces still in place to go get better players. And that's where I think Monty McNair, he knows where he's at. He knows what the situation is. He's looking at this the same way that we are, that this is a moment for them to strike, that they do have a core, and that core is all under contract for 3 or 4 years. And, even like Keegan Murray is basically a King for the next 6 years, as long as they don't trade him, because he'll get a rookie scale extension that will keep him in Sacramento. Like De'Aaron Fox, that's the other thing we can just skip over, but like it's going to be a lot easier for De'Aaron Fox to just sign on the dotted line for a long-term extension with his buddy Malik Monk here in Sacramento as well, and his buddy Domantas Sabonis, and like this group of players I think everyone's excited about. So the question is now, how do you build the team around them? And, it starts with the draft on the 26th and the 27th, but like I could see movement before then. We're going to see a lot of rumors, which we're already seeing. We're also seeing like a lot of weird aggregation this season, which is, I think it's kind of been growing over the last few years, where, a guy like Matt Moore says one thing about a guy like Zach LaVine, and then all of a sudden, like Zach LaVine is going to the Kings. Like that's like all these people are out there just saying like crazy things. So I think what we're going to have to see is, who becomes available, who actually becomes available, because we don't know. We think we know at this point, but I would even say that, like the biggest chip the Kings could probably swing for at this point is Brandon Ingram. I don't know if they can put together a package or they can get a third team involved to go get a guy like that. But, he would be really high on my list because of his age. You're going to have to pay him. Kyle Kuzma is going to become another like name that gets regurgitated like always. Kyle Kuzma has been a Sacramento King basically for the last 4 years, it feels like, and just never actually puts on a uniform. So I think we'll get to one of the, at some point, there's going to be some sort of swing for the fence here, I assume, if they can find something. I do not expect them to like kind of slow play this at this point. They got a bunch of guys who are between 26 and 28. This is a time to like hit the gas.
You know who I blame for all of the silliness going on in media right now?
Stephen A.
Kendrick and Drake.
Oh.
Kendrick and Drake, because they had this war of words that got everyone's attention, and it's like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna do that. Now Shams and Woj do it. Now Matt Moore and Guy in Chicago does it, and Jake Fisher saying F all of y'all, watch what I got. I blame Kendrick and Drake. It all started with them.
Maybe
the world has gone sideways since Kendrick and Drake.
Cat Williams tried to warn us.
He did.
Tried to tell us. It was like January 3rd. He was like, look, Shannon, it's time.
Well, he was right.
The great thing about what Malik did last night, and to your point as well, James, is it really allows the Kings not only to know, not only to just get Malik Monk back, because that's big in its own right, but it allows them before the draft and before free agency to lock in on something. If even just the draft, like if Malik didn't let them know what was going on before the draft, they'd have to figure out, all right, well, do we want to trade the pick, but we also got to protect ourselves for if we lose Malik, and maybe we need another guard and we need another shot creator on the perimeter and all this other stuff. And do we really want to pull the trigger on this trade because, we have a potential situation right here that we got to make up for. And with him making this decision as early as it did, it just allows the Kings to zero in on what specifically they want to do to get better, because they know Malik is going to be a part of that. I just think that can't be overstated enough, the timing of this deal going down and how it helps the Kings.
Yeah, that's truly the gift that Malik gave to his team, right? So if Malik wanted to go test free agency and come back on the 30th and say, okay, I'm in, that's a lot of lost time. And the fact that he did this now, I think it might be as big as him coming back, because now you know what's happening. You know what the plan is. You can start, you can jump to the next step, and you can start building out your 3 or 4 trade possibilities, and what team you could get involved in this deal, or you can really start to focus. And I think, in all honesty, I don't think the Kings have been super hyper focused on the draft. That doesn't mean they don't have 3 or 4 players at number 13 that they're like, okay, if we're on the clock and we don't have something better to do at this spot, this is who we'll select. But I think when you have a guy like Malik back and you have that whole entire situation just clear, and everyone in the building should be like a deep breath, and anxiety level just dropped. Now it's like, hey, we just tied the game in the 9th, but we still got 3 more batters to go. Let's see if we can get that one run to get us the win. Either way, we're in extra innings, but let's see if we can play one more run and win this thing. And that's where I think Monty and West should be at this point. They should be sending a gigantic bouquet to Malik and his agents, but they should also just this is a focal point. Now we know the steps forward. How do we execute? How do we get the player that we want to pair with these guys?
Maybe Jeff will love us now.
Hopefully,
Jeff Schwartz. Maybe Jeff Schwartz.
Hopefully, we didn't work 2 deals out now.
Wrap his arms around Sacramento and the franchise. And hey, stuff is in the past. I know that's a movie reference, James. I don't know which one.
Austin Powers, man.
Never seen it.
How about a hug?
Yeah, I've never seen it either.
I've never seen it.
You guys are
I've seen the part where he's trying to get out of the hallway in the golf cart.
In the golf cart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just crazy. I don't know how they got that golf cart there and how they got it up. That's just crazy.
James is laughing so hard. I feel like I need to see this.
There's
He's
a few. There's a few one-liners. There's a few things that happen in that movie. Yeah. Anyway, I reference it all the time, and I just.
And you can knock down a wall, or you got a fake wall or whatever. But I'm like, I've always, how'd they get that there, and then how'd they get it out? How'd they get it out of the hallway?
I just always assume that when I say these off the cuff statements all the time, that people get, because Austin Powers was such a huge movie.
It was a major movie.
Yeah. So I mean, it was everyone was watching Austin Powers. So but now that I know that you guys, neither one have ever seen it, I'm going to rethink all of these things that I say to you guys all the time.
He's trying to make a 3-point turn or something in this hallway. This is amazing.
See?
It's so silly.
You've been missing this forever.
Incredible. Oh,
well, right before that,
fantastic.
I bring this up all the time. All the time. I make this reference. There is a scene right before that where he's driving a steamroller going 1 mile an hour, and a guy's standing in front of him oh no, but they're 10 feet away. He's like, get out of the way. He's like, oh no. He's like, man, get out of the way. And then he runs him over, and he's like, oh, that was horrible. I say that I bring that reference up all the time, because it's how many times is there something that's super avoidable, and someone doesn't get out of the way. The Kings have done that many times where it's
They're
like, man,
standing in front of him.
yeah.
Oh my god. This is hilarious. How have I never seen this movie?
No,
He just
Austin Powers has. Even I know a couple of the moments from Austin Powers. I don't remember the movie, but you got some funny moments for sure.
Come on.
Am I watching this movie this weekend?
You are. How many times have I said?
I know. Now that's when I started to take notice when they got Beyonce.
I think that's the first time I had a crush on a celebrity.
How
they had
many?
the song? I remember the video. You gotta work it out.
Hold up, Beyonce's your first crush?
I think yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Okay. How many Austin Power movies are there?
Oh, at least
2?
3.
It's just
Yeah, I
there's
think it's
3.
Beyonce, I think, was in 2.
Oh man.
And
My
then she
man
came
was
out
like,
with the
no, move.
Oh man. I mean, how many times have I said I'm late? And you guys don't catch that? That's literally
I don't know what that means, James.
That's Frau Farbissina is late. Like
I'll watch.
she is
Austin
now with
Powers.
child. That's what that means. I'm
I will-
late.
I won't watch Napoleon Dynamite ever.
Oh
again,
no, you
but I'll-
tripping?
Oh
that.
my
Napoleon
goodness.
Dynamite, that's the one.
That's a classic.
It's
Yeah,
not.
that is
That
one.
is cinema.
It's
right
only
there.
funny
Cinema.
when you guys like act it out. That makes me laugh. The
Boy,
one
give
time
me
I
some of your
watched,
tots.
like this is stupid.
No, I haven't eaten all day.
Tina, eat the food.
Get your own tots,
Food,
Todd.
Tina.
Hey man, see those mountains over there? Bet you I could throw the football over those mountains over there.
Uncle Rico. What has happened? Oh my gosh.
Malik
Can't
Monk
believe-
Day.
Happy Malik
Apparently,
Monk Day.
Brett Huff has been tweeting updates on the show today, and they're just a series of screenshots of us all laughing. It's a
Damn
good
it.
day in Sacramento.
It's a great day. We got to thank Malik Monk for this, man.
And it looks like Dave Garcia is working on a Malik's design. I see you,
Oh,
Dave.
let's go.
I see you, Dave.
Let's go, Malik.
I like it. I like it.
I can't wait to go to Malik's.
We got to
Wow.
scout locations first. We got to scout locations. All right. All right. So we've got Malik Monk signed here for a minimum of 7 years. We got Malik's on the way. We've maxed out Keegan Murray in his upcoming contract, and we just got to figure out who's next. We got to figure out what the next move is. And there's Zach LaVine stories out there. We were talking to our guy Kamara earlier, who's got some pretty good friends around the league. And one thing I don't think we accounted for, because we're the basketball geniuses here in Sacramento. We figure everything else out, and everyone's behind us trying to catch up. There might be a handful of suitors for Kyle Kuzma, given his talent level and that contract. And that's when we kind of got stuck on, like, yeah, who actually would be a better, put together a better presentation for Washington for Kyle Kuzma. And I guess the one part that we never know, James, is we always look, the Kings couldn't have gotten this deal done. They only get this particular team only gave up this particular player, but it's a lot of stuff has to do with like available cap space, and then most everything has to do with what direction the team that's trading the player is going. And that's one thing I don't think we can quite put our finger on, is exactly where is Washington going with this? What do they want in return? And can Sacramento even keep up with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where you have to look at the teams that might be intrigued by him. Look at the top 12 teams, the teams that are above Sacramento. The Kings have plenty of ways to get up to Kyle Kuzma's salary. It could be, if they want to do a straight swap because they're worried about luxury tax, right? So you could get there with, like, I don't know, Harrison Barnes and Davion Mitchell, or you could get there with Kevin Huerter and Sasha Vezenkov. You have or you could do like 3 or 4 of the smaller contracts, right? So the Kings have ways to get there. They could go Sasha Vezenkov, Chris Duarte, and Davion Mitchell, and that would get you within striking distance. And for me, I think the reason why I bring up all the teams above the Kings in the draft is because I think the Kings have the best pick. And if I'm Washington and I'm in the situation I'm in, this has to be about building through the draft. You've got to get more draft picks. You've got to get and immediate. Like you're so far behind the 8 ball here, and you got a guy in Jordan Poole, which I don't think teams are clamoring for at all. I think that they traded away quite a few of their assets at the deadline, and now it's about like adding. Can they get a couple of picks? Can they? And that's where I think the Kings come in. I think the salary matching is one thing, but it's that number 13 pick that might be able to get you Kyle Kuzma. And whether that's enough, I don't know. But I certainly think that there are teams around the league that, might have like the 18th pick or the 24 pick or something that could say, well, this is a good pick too, but the Kings are just closer. Their pick is better, and they even have some serviceable players that can play for you when you're not a good team for the next couple of years. And that should be appealing to Washington as well.
I agree. I took a look at 2 teams in particular, though, James, that might be able to, put a little bit more on the table than the Kings, and that's the Spurs. They've got 2 picks in the top 10. So if the Spurs, they didn't even have to trade both of them, but if they want to say, hey, take the number 8 pick and player X for Kyle Kuzma, I mean, that seems to be like what the Wizards would be looking for. And then you got Memphis at 9. Memphis may not want another, young kid. They may want a guy like Kyle Kuzma to get back into the playoff hunt real quick. They got the 9th pick. So those are 2 teams that I look out for in that scenario.
Well, I haven't looked at the dollar figures for those teams and who they have to trade. Like, sure, I mean, I know the Spurs have like Keldon Johnson, like they could match salaries with or something. But I also like you have to make sure that Kuzma is that Kuzma is a type of player that basically those teams want, right? I don't know that Kuzma is the type of player that San Antonio is looking for. Maybe he's the type of player that Memphis is looking for, but again, they definitely have like a type when it comes to how they draft and everything else. So, and I haven't looked at the salaries, but it is a lot of money, and you've got to put out a certain amount of dollar to get him back. And so, what do they have? Like, what kind of throwaway contracts or what kind of contracts do they have of a player that they would be willing to give up in order to get those players outside of the draft pick, right? So,
very true.
I like the Kings don't always have the best deal. I can honestly, like, that's been the case like multiple times where even at the deadline with I give the Kings a break for the PJ Washington deal and Daniel Gafford deal. They didn't have what those teams got for those players, right? They didn't have that to offer. And but I think the Kings at this point, they do have, again, they have $27 million in expiring contracts. They've got another $35 million between Herter and Barnes. Like, they've got pieces that they can move.
A couple of updates to our AI generated.
Oh no! How they keep updating
our AI generated chat summaries. This one says the Sacramento Kings won against the Los Angeles Lakers.
Sounds right.
And fans are celebrating their victory. They are excited for the team's future, and many players and commentators are receiving praise for their performance. This one was taken moments ago. Viewers are discussing what to do about a shortage of popular restaurants in the city. Some are suggesting new locations for popular restaurants like Malik's. It gets better. It gets better. While others, I got it. Hang on. While others are sharing their memories of popular restaurants like King of. I got it. Hang on. Others are sharing their memories of popular restaurants like King of Curls.
I'm telling you, we're getting AI out of there. 3 games.
What is AI doing? What are they doing?
You know what the worst part about this is I obviously we have the entire chat from Twitter,
Yeah.
YouTube, Twitch in front of us. So it's not the same chat that you guys see. We see one that incorporates all of the different platforms.
Yeah.
So I didn't really know, like, how are you guys getting this? I go to YouTube and it pops up right there in the chat, and it's a summary of what is being discussed. And that is what AI is determined we're discussing.
Yo, AI is crazy.
That's what, 7 in a row against the Lakers, though?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Beat the Lakers again.
I don't know who's crazier, AI or Buddha.
I didn't see what Buddha said. I was like,
Buddha
hey,
almost broke me.
No, almost nothing. I saw you put your head down. I was like, I'm just going to focus on James. I don't know what's going on in the chat. I'm just going to focus on James.
Buddha came on the show today. He called in.
I'm full for that one.
What Buddha say?
That's crazy.
You got to put it. What Buddha share with the class?
Find it. Try there.
I try to. All right.
Dedication, I guess.
Buddha, we don't need you to do that.
You guys, I don't even know what happened here.
Buddha, we don't need you to turn into bubbles from the wire. Like, you're all right, bro. We're good.
This has been the best Malik Monk day ever.
I can't wait for next June 21st.
We are celebrating. Hey, mark it in your calendars. We are celebrating Malik Monk Day every year moving forward. James, is James frozen?
Man.
Did James freeze?
Froze. Oh my God. I don't think we're topping this show today.
This is the greatest show ever.
This is it. It's 10 out of 10.
James is frozen.
What?
James is going on vacation, and he is frozen with the Home Alone face.
What?
All right.
Oh, man.
This is the most fitting end to an episode of D-Lo and KC in history.
Guess we'll try to top this Monday.
Man.
Happy Malik Monk Day.
Happy
everybody.
Malik Monk Day. We will see you back here Monday, beginning with the Insiders at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Almost Malik Monk.
Oh, my God. I was like, what is James doing? Hey, James, don't check your mentions. I don't know if you saw where you froze, but that was spectacular.
That last 2 minutes of the show was basically the end of Cody Rhodes versus Roman.
Oh, man.
We had a Cena run in.
This is the best day
a Taker
ever.
run in.
Hey, just a big shout out to Malik. Congratulations on a giant contract.
Shout out to Brett Huff, who caught the screen grab.
Yes, indeed, man. Malik Monk.
Oh, he just sent it to me.
All right, guys.
Put it on a shirt.
We got a sprint going on at our other station, so we got to run. We hope you'll join us over there. Not the worst idea. I might just watch those two scenes over and over again. Brett, we appreciate you, my man. We appreciate all you guys. Don't try crack for any reason this weekend.
No,
just
yeah,
it's fine.
No,
there's other ways we can get this done. We'll see you guys here.
We'll see you guys in a week.
Yeah, James, have a great vacation.
Have a great vacation, big dog.
Cabo, here I come.
Subscribe and all of that stuff before you go. All right, bye now.